What's up, guys? Hello, how are we doing? Welcome to the WardiTV Summer Bash Group B. So there was originally going to be a couple of different groups playing today, and there still is, but we're just going to be focused on Group B completely right now, and go from that. So yeah, we're just going to be focusing fully on Group B today. I'll talk more about Group C later. The TLDR is we just need to put Group C on a day. We just don't know when that day is going to be. So we're figuring out Group C basically. Trying to find out players, guys. There you go. Perfect. Perfect. Alright, some videos again. We're going to start with ZVZ. Put this on the way. And get ready to begin. Perfect, guys. Again, let's get into it. As we're going to be heading into a really fun group. Just getting some videos in. We're gonna get this ZVZ started. Like I say, we're gonna go in with the initial matchup of Rogue versus YoungYakov. We're gonna work our way down this group. So we're gonna have Rogue, YoungYakov, Ryung, YoungYakov, Classic Ryung, Classic Rogue, Classic YoungYakov, Classic MaxPax, Rogue versus MaxPax, MaxPax versus YoungYakov, MaxPax versus Ryung, and Rogue versus Ryung. Gonna be our list of matches that are coming up. So that's gonna be how we do things here. That's how our day will be looking. Turn the volume up. We'll get ready to go. It's the WardiTV Summer Bash. So Group A was actually really fun. We had a lot of fun in Group A. It was really awesome. I think we had a very good time with it, hoping that this Group B is just as cool. Should it be a good time? Should it be a good time? Videos are coming in, so we should be ready to go in a sec. I'm just juggling a little bit because I've got one player that's missing. Get some bets. As long as you remind me to finish the bets and close the bets after the games. Sure. Why the hell not? Alright, first one I'm going to be Golden Aura first here, so we're going to get ready to go into this in just a second. Get this up and running. Get this underway. See what's going to happen. So we're going to start on Golden Aura. Second map going to be Oceanborn, and our third map will be Site Delta. Site Delta is always the map that I forget about in this set of maps. I don't know why. Just is. Alright, the players are ready. We've got two casters here. Don't see anyone else. I think we are officially good to go. We're going to kick this off and get into our first match of the day, some ZVZ, which is nice because no time wasted, which is obviously great. Because, yeah, we got lots of games to go through. 10 best of 3s guaranteed in this Group B. So let's get this one started up as we go into Golden Aura. And we kick off into map number 1. YoungYakov, Rogue, series number 1 as well. Obviously, Rogue is definitely a favorite. His ZVZ has been looking pretty darn on point since his return from the military. That's the matchup he's definitely had a fair amount of success in. So let's see if he can bring it today. As in the bottom right, we will start off our introductions, though, with the blue Zerg. This is YoungYakov. Platinum Heroes, and taking on the red Zerg in the top left-hand side, Rogue. In number 1 of, like I say, a best of 3 and our first best of 3 of 10 best of 3s today. Plenty of SC2 action coming on up. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a lot of fun. Have a hatch then. It's just going to be coming up on both sides. We're going to be seeing hatchery first to start us off, so nothing too crazy in the first few minutes. Very much so kind of what we just expect to be happening in the world of ZVZ. You can, of course, play a fair amount of aggressive ZVZ openers as well. But yeah, for the moment, this is looking to be pretty nice, pretty neat. As we get this ready to go. Will you miss Classic versus MaxPax? It will be casted as series number 6. Pretty much what we always do is 2 matches at the same time. And then we cast 5 live, and we cast 5 from replays straight after. It just means that we don't have the issue of, you know, the players being here for like 5-6 hours or something. Something along those lines. So, yeah. That's how we work it. Alrighty. Cool. So, Hatchgasm pool all coming up. Let me get this going. Is it safe to watch Wikipedia, or will there be spoilers? There will be no spoilers on Wikipedia. Unless you go to try and like actually edit the page, because sometimes they update the results but hide it to the public so they can just check a box once the match is being played and it shows up. That only ever happens if someone is streaming their point of view and then some matches we don't cast or something, so no, Wikipedia should be completely spoiler free. Usually they keep it just kind of as our broadcast. Whoa. Do you guys know if you clicked in the very top left corner of this, you can actually select all the... You can't even select... Like, I can click them, but it doesn't change it. Whoa. Way to make the early game interesting. That's so wild. Obviously, these are just... I guess it just shows the hotkeys, but you can't actually... If clicking on them doesn't do anything. That's so funny. Okay. Alright, don't know why I found that so fun. As we get ourselves into the ZVZ then. Baneling Nest is going to be coming up on both sides of the map, so we get that started at Baneling Nest as the hatchery first came through into the third hatchery. Now link speed is on the way up as well, so just getting all of that on the go as the queen fights the first couple of zerglings coming back to the front. The Ling's going to chase another couple of Lings down. The Baneling Nest coming through, and again just having ourselves that hatchery coming up as well. So that's going to take us to 3 bases a piece, and obviously 3 bases going there off of the very standard play so far as well. Everything really does seem pretty natural in these first few moments. Everything is pretty much on point thus far. As we do have the Bane Nest finishing, and straight into the Rotron from Rogue as well. So going to get into those early game units and have those as a possibility of what he can maybe make something happen with. So Rotron coming through, we get that on the go. Quite a few Lings actually going across the map as well, so they're going to try and check out what they can get up to as well here. Lings is going to be coming through. A little bit of a fight there. A couple of Banes still moving around. You'll see the Ling continue to move about a little bit. Ling's Bane continuing up. Rotron is coming through on the side of Rogue. Just going to get that Rotron finished. And he's got a bunch of Overlords finishing, so we're just going to spam some Roaches out here. Definitely seems like we are. But if YoungYakov is just going to go on the same amount of, well, actually 3 more workers, but then just into army of his own, including his own Roaches, I feel like this is going to be very okay for him, as one single Zergling tries to scout through, doesn't really gain that much information. Don't believe it saw anything of importance popping out, as these couple of Banes are getting very adventurous ahead of the pack. I was going to say, I feel like there's a connection waiting to happen there. 2 Banes for 2 Banes, but he missed it, only got the 1. A little bit of a shame compared to maybe what we were initially expecting. There's a few more Lings continue to traverse around. They're actually going to try and latch onto that Queen for a second. A couple of drones getting chased about, Ling Roach getting chased around as well. Ling, Roach, Ravager, Bane. Oh well, I assume at some point we maybe go Ravagers. Not yet though, sorry. There's not enough gas to go Ravagers. Just Ling, Roach, Bane. I mean, it's because I'm saying it the wrong way. Ling, Bane, Roach is how I like to say it. I'm adding the Ravager in because I'm putting the words in the wrong order. I honestly just, I mean, this feels though this should be a pretty okay defense for Yakov. He's trying to leak those Banelings through to get towards the Lings. As, yeah, I mean, the Lings of Rogue have to sit back, which means they're not tanking as much. Queen is going to block, and that's going to be a perfect defense on the attempted run-by as well. So that goes for nothing. As we got one Bane across the map, but that doesn't kill anything. Just low HP lit drones. As Rogue has droned heavily behind this, so now he's actually going to hold a bit of a worker lead in those early moments. Definitely pretty funky. Thing's going to continue up. You see the roaches still moving about. And just going to be having a couple of queens coming back through. Going to hit that overlord a little bit further. Melee upgrade and the missiles both continuing into play. The queens do clean that overlord up, which is always a big plus. And the rest of these things continue to move around as well as they move back up to the high ground, trying to see what they can do. Nowhere to really kind of make much happen. No, nothing to really make much of just yet. As Rogue definitely seems to have just netted himself the advantage coming out of this. So interesting that Yakov is playing the melee upgrade at this stage of the game. Of all the times to kind of say, right, this is it, I'm going melee. You're kind of building heavily into roaches now, so I'm kind of really intrigued as to what the plan actually is on this. I'm not sure if there's a great plan or if there's something that I'm not quite understanding. I'm sure we'll find out soon enough. Again, that +1 missiles and Roach be coming in. I mean, you're just going to have such a better army on the side of Rogue. Now, we are both going to go into the Spire. So that's very interesting as well. I mean, maybe that's where the melee upgrade comes into play eventually. You're going to play a few Roaches, yes, but mostly Ling Muta. I guess then I understand it, but obviously Muta against Muta is not exactly ideal. I feel like that's not something we wanted to kind of dive headfirst into, at least. As the Spire is about halfway done. Will we see Mutas from both, or are we going to see Corruptors maybe on the side of Rogue and just kind of play Corruptors to push back the Mutalisks of his opponent to kind of play from there? That is a possibility. That is something that can happen. So it's one thing we've got our eyes open for. Roach speed still coming up. That melee upgrade about to finish. And the Yakov Lings will be that little bit better moving around the map. In terms of gas back, it's pretty similar amounts. There's not really much of an advantage one way or the other there. As those Lings run through, a little bit of Ling Roach going to turn around in response and go back and forth. Still just seeing a lot more Mutalisks continuing to produce right now. It's just bringing all of those out, and as all those Mutas come to the field, it really is just going to be straight up Muta versus Muta. We actually have Carapace on the way from Rogue, which is better for the Muta versus Muta fights. The missiles, well, flyer attack upgrade would be much better at trading with kind of roaches if you're chasing roaches down constantly, etc. But yeah, in terms of Muta versus Muta, having the Carapace upgrade is going to be massive. So Rogue, able to make the right choices here. And I think going to net himself a lead in the Mutalist versus Mutalist stage of this game as well, simply by the upgrade. And also by the fact that he is just so quick at expanding. 5th base is already coming up to being done here, and I'm not sure Yakov can do much about it. He's going to run Roach Bane across the map, but there's going to be units of Rogue to meet those as well. We'll actually intercept with the Mutas too. If the opposing Mutas are not nearby, these Mutas will play cleanup. Now, Lings are going to slip into the 3rd base here, or the 4th base here, and actually going to get 11 drones, so Rogue does take some economic damage. Something found as these Mutas need to be careful. They're chasing Roaches, but you don't want to just end up in a Muta fight you can't win. And if you lose too many Mutalisks, that can obviously become very awkward as well. I do not agree with this fight for Rogue. On your opponent's side of the map, where your opponent's been able to get reinforcing numbers up and running, just doesn't really make sense. It doesn't seem like the time to be kind of bringing your Mutas in, and that does feel like a Muta deficit from Rogue there. He loses 4 to the 2. So yeah, that was a little bit of a step too far actually engaging onto the Mutas, but I think every other part of this was pretty well done. Now he's going to split Roaches and Lings across between different bases and just try and pick off some workers, deny the gas mining. That obviously denies future Mutalisks from being made as well, so it's all about denying those Mutas and trying to keep that Mutalisk count of your opponent as low as possible. Muta's going to come back over, just going to see this hatchery on the 6 o'clock, going to get denied, so the 5th base not allowed for Yakov, and that means Rogue will at the very least be coming out of all of this with a base lead. So we'll have that to his name at this point in time. It's just going to come back across. I'm just going to actually find themselves an Extractor, which always really nice to get the Extractors. This is going to be the sort of fight where Carapace matters so much. Carapace is good because Carapace affects every single one of the glaive bounces that the Muta's attack does. When a Muta attacks, it does a bit of splash because its attack bounces off of the other nearby Mutalisks. So Carapace affects every single one of those bounces, whereas attack upgrade actually does not have an impact. Let's see the Mutas continue to come across from Rogue. He is up 30, almost 40 supply now, so really just continue to look fantastic here. Lings go streaming into this mineral line. Drones are dropping, and Yakov continues to fall further behind as Rogue has executed a brilliantly done game number 1. And it's looking as though he's going to be able to net himself the 1-0 lead of this best of 3. Unless Yakov has some real miracle kind of up his sleeves. But he doesn't have the Mutalisk count. He doesn't really have the Ling count. He's behind in every manner. I'd say he's behind on upgrades as well because he's got the worst upgrade currently on the Mutas. And if somehow this turned back into Roaches, Rogue already has the +1 missile upgrade there as well. But probably no way this ever turns back into Roaches when you can keep making Mutaling and just have more than your opponent. Obviously, without a 5th base up, you're missing mining that you just realistically need to stay in this. So all of these just becoming more and more of an issue. Sentinel Mutas coming out on the side of Rogue. He's not going to stop reducing them, of course. This is the right idea, trying to get on top of these extractors, deny those workers, would deny gas, that does deny Mutalisk, but Rogue just has too much, and Yakov gives up as the Mutas get on top of the opposing Mutas, and that will clean that first game up in Rogue's favor. So Rogue is going to take the opening game of Group B, as we'll head into game number 2 on Oceanborn here in just a second. Actually now Rogue server preference as well, so we're going to play this one on West, so that actually doesn't really benefit Yakov at all. That's going to be a little bit tough for him. The last game was on Central, so having to play catch up on not your server ain't super pretty. Get ready to hop into this in just a sec, guys. Just waiting for one more caster to potentially join the lobby. Let's see if they're joining us here or not. Off into game number 2 of this best of 3. Rogue, like I say, pretty convincing just kind of way of playing it out. Was very prepared for himself. His timings were good. They did a fair amount of damage. Close the set. Let's dive into game number 2 on Oceanborn as we get this underway. Alrighty, so we get up and rolling. Oceanborn is our map. We get ready to go into game number 2 with Rogue leading 1-0, looking for the first win here. Let's see if he can get it or not. As we dive on in to the bottom right-hand side, the Red Zerg player, this is Rogue from Korea. I think this is his first WardiTV tournament since returning from the military. He's played obviously some ESL Open Cups and stuff. We haven't really run anything lately, so this is his first WardiTV tournament back. Last time we had him in WardiTV events, he was absolutely one of the best out there. He was terrifying and working through everybody as if it was nobody's business. In the top left, YoungYakov opening with the early pool this time around. So just going to go a little bit of a different route here for game number 2. Going to try and put some pressure on early rather than letting this be, too much of a basic kind of mirrored opening. Going to be our plan here to try and set something up. So let's see what we get as this game 2 gets underway. Pool is done. 6 lings will start. Obviously, you can get a bunch of lings out here, and you take the hatchery behind this at some stage. Unless the plan is to drone pull, which we've got no drone on the low ground to build the hatch, so I kind of feel as though we're gonna pull the drones. I think he only selected 1 drone there initially, so I was like, what? Oh, he is gonna bring the rest of them as well right now. And across the map we go. That is all but 1 worker. So he's got just enough money to build 3 spines. Unless he decides to build even more lings, that's obviously a choice he's got to make. Yeah, pulling every single drone is... This is going to be seen now by Rogue, so he's going to know what he's got to defend against. And Rogue find the defense here to take a 2-0. Or is YoungYakov's aggression going to net him a 1-1? Drones move into the main. Love the spine positioning right next to that spawning pool. Behind the spawning pool as well. We actually do have minerals for 1 more spine crawler to be built, but we've not started it yet as we put some damage on the hatchery of all things. As the drones start to pull around, they're going to start running to the low ground. There's obviously the hatchery down there. We can utilize 10 lings on the way up from Rogue. Yakov chases for a little bit. Is now, I was going to say, maybe going to camp out those eggs and sit on a surround on those. That would have been quite nice. Try and net you the guaranteed kind of advantage when it comes to the ling fight. I'm running around everywhere. Spinecrawler will finish at least, so you'll have that, but you kind of have to get back to the Spinecrawler to make use of it right now. A few more links showing up on the other side from Yakov. This is where the drone's going to come into play. This is where the Queen's going to be huge as well. I think this is a very comfortable hold from Rogue. As Yakov, I think hitting the hatchery is still never a... You got to go and try and force damage on the drones or something, right? I mean, hitting the hatch just ain't going to be enough. GG's. That's going to be our first matchup of the day wrapped up as Rogue takes the 2-0 to start us off. Very comfortable from Rogue, looking very good here to open up Group B of the competition. And they're going to be looking great there for our opening matchup. Alright guys, so I'm going to get into our next game in a couple of moments, which is going to be Ryung versus YoungYakov. So we're going to get that one up and rolling. Alright, well, we'll run some ads because we've got to get through some videos anyways, guys. But we are waiting for our YoungYakov series to come about here. Ryung has just popped in, and we'll get these videos going for some ZVT. Then we're going to be moving into Classic versus Ryung, Classic versus Rogue, and Classic versus Yakov, Classic versus MaxPax to follow. And then some more Rogue MaxPax matches towards the end of the day as well. 10 best of 3s coming up in total across the course of today. So yeah, just waiting for some videos to come through, get this underway. Yeah, what's up, Rolf? Thanks so much for the 9-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing great. Thanks so much for supporting today. So get ready for this. So Dynasty, Ghost River, Post Youth, Crimson Court, Golden Aura, all going to get vetoed out here pretty quickly. Amphion as well. That's going to leave us with Oceanborn, Side Delta, and Alcyone. Very standard combination of maps. Get this ready to go, go, go. Alcyone going to be the opening series here, so we'll get that hosted and get this underway, guys. I guess there's no reason to slow down right now and just go, go, go. Central map 1. Maybe Yakov can show us something in the non-ZVZ matchup. Rogue is a tough opponent, especially a Rogue that is clearly feeling good and feeling on top of things, so definitely something to be said there. Second map Ocean, third map Side Delta. Set up to go. And for Ryung to join our lobby. And one of our casters. Get this underway. Alright guys, more Starcraft 2 continues to come on up. I think we got everyone here. TZ, ready. Let's dive into our second best of 3 of the day here. Again, thanks for joining us early on as we just get going. More action from today's WardiTV Summer Bash group. We have Group D coming up on Thursday, and like I said, Group C will be played at a later time. We're just figuring out a good time to stream that, basically. Probably next week, but still TBD. Still to be decided, so figure that out ASAP as we get into it. We kick off and we get going. In the bottom left-hand side, the blue Terran player from Vitality. This is Ryung. Up against the red Zerg. In the top right, we have YoungYakov. Well, I'm going to open pool first, which already opens the potential of aggression on YoungYakov's kind of choices, so let's see if he has plans based on being aggressive or what exactly he might want to try and do. Get this game one underway. Just going to be seeing the swarm pool coming up here initially, so just going to get that on the go. As that barracks comes up as well. Ling speed on the way out. 6 Lings in production. So like I say, aggressive opening from Yakov. Super fast Ling speed in CVT. It sort of feels like you have to catch the first Reaper and cancel the command center, otherwise your commitment is just not even worthwhile. As the few Zerglings begin to make their way out onto the map, so away they go. They're going to start moving across to the other side. Ling speed still coming through the command center, and the Reaper continue to come into play as well. Command center just spokes in the front. Let's just have ourselves a factory coming up as well. Lings continue to go. SCV taking a few more shots. Lings move up into the main, where there's a Marine and a few more SCVs coming back over as well. Ling speed still coming through and finishing up very shortly. And as those Lings back away from the natural, pulling away for the moment. Marine continues to go. A couple Marines continue to go after that Overlord. This is the Ling speed that I was talking about. As they cancel the CC, maybe we don't need that if we can just get a bunch of SCVs and delay the command center on top of it. I mean, the hatchery is up from Yakov, so he still does have a numbers issue when it comes to workers, but that, you know, that's going to help. 8 workers killed is going to put him absolutely on the right direction there. Grenade going down, those few Lings will catch, Reaper will fall. The SCV going down, the Lings do get the wraparound killing off the command center. Hellion pops out, is going to hit those few Lings as well. Chase those down that little bit. A couple more Queens, Overlords, drones, all on the way. Starport finishing. And where are we at after all of this? Obviously, Yakov now starting to take a work lead, but not like he did this off of a great work account. He invested a lot of money into those Lings, a lot of not committed to workers initially as well. That could have been workers much earlier, so this has come at a cost. A few more drones on the hatch coming up. Bayonet starting as well. Armory is currently about halfway through. Hellions is going to be moving across, just going to be coming through the watchtower there. Overlords, the Baners continue to come about as well. Banes come over, a couple of Banes coming about. I see the Hellbats, the Marines continue to come through, the couple of Banes continue to take some shots, the Link's taking damage as well. This timing is going to be pretty brutal out of Ryung, as we do see Yakov just without anything to really back this up. The Hellbat's going to go drop on top of these Queens to the high ground. This is the problem with what he did, right? He commits early to all these Lings and not as many drones, and because that he's got a lower Queen count than usual, and Queens are usually the masters of defending against all of these Hellbats. They're usually the secret to getting these defenses. The Banes finished though, and Ryung was all stacked up. Probably the best Baneling connections he could have asked for there. And drones in the middle of the map, unfortunately, are fighting reinforcing Hellions. That's probably not going to go well for Yakov. It's going to be a lot more drones killed. As Ryung is only on one base though, so yet to really kind of come through and set himself up into, I guess, a future. He kind of needs to do more still. Man, those Banelings are quite devastating when you consider that. That Hellbat lifts up and does survive for now. This time it dies off. We kill a few more Lings. Ryung's got to keep going though. 15 to 7 army supply currently. It's been a mess. We're droning as Yakov. The last thing we need to do is drone. He doesn't realize the situation. He doesn't recognize just how committed his opponent currently is. I feel like with more Queens up, this should be much safer for him than it was before. Would not mind seeing the Hellbats, if possible, able to get on top of the Queen with some energy left. And if Ryung hadn't lost those Hellbats to those Banes, I actually think he's absolutely going to make this work. But letting those Banes all connect the way they did in such a clumped up situation, it's just so expensive. Now the medevac goes down, this should be an easy cleanup. And from here I just don't see what Ryung can do, right? I mean, you're spamming Hellions and Liberator, but Queens alone are dealing with it. The SEV show up to repair, okay. Well, now we have more Banes on the way. Is that going to be the new answer? And I think absolutely will be the new answer as well. I think they're going to succeed in that, so that looks good. As yeah, I mean, Banes can obviously crash through the SCVs as well. Just going to be seeing that Queens trying to join in. There are the Banelings. They knock the SCVs down. Some Hellbat damage as well. I think this is Ryung's final stand here in game 1. And Yakov is going to take a map here today. And it's going to be off of Ryung in the opener of their series. So, yeah, Ryung in some trouble. Yakov getting a map win. As we set up for game number 2. All of this in just a second. Click the wrong button and now things are loading. Second map will be Oceanborn. Man, those Banelings. Banelings were freaking brutal, weren't they? I get everyone in here, and we'll be good to go in a second. Ready is being called, so we can go straight into game 2 of the ZVT. Get that up and rolling. So, who will come out with a win on the board? Obviously an important one for both these guys. You look at the lineup, and I think it's fair to say right now, I would pick Rogue, Classic, and MaxPax are the 3 favorites of this group. So the winner of this match, to me, becomes the most likely player to potentially make an upset appearance into the, into getting out of this group. The winner here has less work to do in the rest of the group to kind of get the job done. So let's see what happens as we have in the bottom right our red Terran player from Vitality down a game. Don't cuddle Banelings with Hellbats is the memo we've got from game number 1. This is Ryung in the bottom right. Taking on in the top left, the blue Zerg player, YoungYakov. Game number 2 of this best of 3, and he leads by a game. Again, hello everyone, hope you're doing great. We also have the stream live on YouTube again today, so if you're on YouTube, hello, I hope you're doing fantastic. If you're enjoying the stream, don't forget to hit the like button on the YouTube, because it helps other people find it as well. Always appreciate it. Alright, well, Hatch, Gas, and Pool all coming in. The barracks is going to finish, and our first Reaper starts up from Ryung. So that last game got very interesting very quickly. This time around already just a hatchery first suggests that we're going to have a much more normal time in the first few minutes than we did last time. So I'm expecting that to be a big difference in terms of how we get set up initially. What's up, Kalov? Thank you so much for the 37-month resub. Welcome back, and thank you for continuing to keep that sub rolling. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Lings coming about, Reaper moving through. We do have a couple queens and Ling speed coming up as well. Reaper is actually going to get a Ling early though, so that's a nice catch. One Ling going down, and the other Ling's getting kited backwards. We are going to have this SEV blocking the extractor, and that is going to become a dead drone. So the drone goes down. How about that for a little bit of success? Yeah, Reaper's still moving about. Link speed coming through. Drones and a hatchery coming up as well. Hellions and Starboard coming about also. Starboard swaps over. Tech Lab will be landing. Behind the Reaper gather together. Banshee and the Hellion still coming up. Bane Nest coming down from Yakov as well. And the hatchery is about to finish. A few more drones on the way. A couple of queens popping up. Still just got the Reaper and the Hellions moving about a little bit as well. So just keeping that move going. Them queens are moving around on the creep spread. Hellions and the Reaper coming back around the right hand side. And we still have queens moving about there as well to try and fight back. The band nest is going to be done in a second. It's going to keep you very safe in case there was any hellbats or anything. And it's just being Yakov taking the safer route in this early game, not trying to rush up to double Evo chamber or anything like that. Coming in, the extra drones are building Lings as well. Banshee is going to get pushed back by the queens. Three more spores coming up as well as Yakov prepares for Banshees and other harassment. Banshee moves up, one upgrade, Stimpack continuing to come through, the couple extra barracks coming in. Evo chambers coming in from Yakov right now, so we get those about halfway through. The extra drones all producing. The Hellions are going to go and grab a couple of Lings here, going to get a creep teamer as well. Banshee's fire, Spore Crawler gets cancelled up. Queen is going to be coming through, as we do see the rest of the Lings just coming back over that right-hand side to figure out what exactly is going on. Love this. The Banshee's going to find their way in once again. Hydrogen coming up, the Bane Speed, the +1 carapace coming through. Still got an Overseer coming about as well. Still got our Lings pulling back over that left-hand side also. As our Hellions will get rid of a little bit of creep. clearing up into the middle of the map. Let's go. Augment is on the way. Bring that through too. And that Lingbane I just set up in full. As our Hellions and Banshees continue to gather together, just going to get ourselves changing on the right-hand side. A little bit of creep gets taken out on the right as well. The more of that we're able to deny, the better off we're going to be here. So looking to keep that going. Overseer moves back into the main base. Going to be seeing the single Marine going to come stimming after said Overseer right now. Put some damage onto it. The Overseer continues over across the right. Another few Marines will stim. As we actually have the Hellions getting caught a little bit. Lings are going to run forward, look for the wrap around, and Marines. And I kind of felt like initially if the Marines would be able to just kind of stand and fight, they would have had a great time, but obviously they kind of got chased down very quickly. So that possibility kind of dissipated real quickly. Two Banshees firing up and helping to play cleanup. Love the Banshees still alive. They've been useful throughout the game already, and now able to still provide some additional defense when necessary because they're still here. Of course, you haven't, you know, maxed out or anything, so it's not like they're taking up valuable supply room or anything along those lines. As the Marines and the tanks keep on pressing forward, a couple creep tumors will be dropping. The scan drops in, we're going to get rid of even more of this creep spread. Love that from Ryung, as it really does carve a pathway for him through the middle of the map. So, setting up straight through the center. Ling counterattack, I was going to say, YoungYakov maybe could have just ran that into the natural already. He didn't in the end. The tank and the Marines will continue to trade. It's honestly going to be a cleanup. I think he would have been better off going into the natural. He barely killed anything there. And it's not a good time to be losing units like that because you are under duress in the middle of the map with this push. Continuing to rally forward. Reinforcements are now going to come streaming across. You've lost a lot of the Lings that could have been used as part of the big breakout. They're now just not here at all. That's Ryung. I was repositioning the tanks for a second, and Banelings will get a chance to crash in to some of these Marines. However, the reinforcements keep showing up, and the numbers just are not there for our Zerg player as Ryung keeps pressing forwards. Our Lurker-Den is, what, a minute and a bit away? This is going to take a while to get to Lurker-Den, and then get Lurkers out. They're going to be unupgraded as well initially, so I think tanks would just be kind of fine against them. I think Yakov just dies on his way to getting there, but let's see if he can pull off a miracle as these Marines are going to probably at the very least kill this base. The problem with losing the base is all the drones are still here as well. So we actually end up lifting up and backing away. I genuinely think we could have just stood and fought there. I think he could have had a lot of the Banes. And now the drones actually get out of here, which makes this a little bit less, you know, horrendous of a situation for our Zerg player. Still not pretty. As our few Marines come in, a couple of crypt tumors going down. And 4 drones have been killed. This hatch on the left side still taking damage as well. 34 more Lings on the way up. A couple of Lurkers coming about also here as our Marines continue to press forwards now. Andrew's Bane's Lurkers continue to move about. We are just going to be seeing our Marines still staying strong at the front. Couple of Lings getting knocked away. The Banes and the Hydras pulling away as well. Still got the 2-2 upgrades on the way through as we have Marines continuing to fight here. The Seismic Spines will finish very shortly. Liberator, Marauders, Marines all coming about. 2-2 on the way. This army still settling down for Ryung as it continues to push into the front right now. I think it's going to run in. That siege tank going to get grabbed in the front as well. So that tank will... did it go down? Not go down. The run-bys of YoungYakov have just not been that good. They needed to be so much better. As we run forwards here, one of the tanks not siege, and it's going to be the Lurkers that have been the bigger issue. That might actually hold Ryung off for just a little bit at least. So some progress made there. Now the Marines is going to be coming across as we just have Marines coming through. A couple of victims are going to get chased. That's going to come down. Get that creep cleaned out. Again, at this point we're just kind of building up. We obviously have denied the 4th. It's just the fact the Lurk is going to be a little bit of an issue. So you have got Marines, the medevac continue to move around. 3-3 upgrades still coming up as well. And get rid of these couple of extractors here on this left-hand side. Is just going to go through that location. Again, +1 missiles, +2 carapace, all still coming up. Marines able to clean some lings out. We still press forward with the rest of these lings as the Marines are going to be there. Lings get turned around immediately. It's still looking fairly cozy as, again, it's just going to be those lurkers that make it difficult to engage into any position, but coming from the flat ground. Oh, the lurkers are actually on hold position, so you just didn't know about the lurkers, because now you just kind of walk through them without caring. They're on hold position, which is cute. It's definitely a way to maybe gotten a lot of kills, but Ryung just never walked across it with the main army, as now he's going to try and get across to the other side. And numbers obviously looking great here for Ryung. Definitely looking as though we might get ourselves our first game 3 of the day here in series number 2. As yeah, these lurkers have to unburrow, trying to retreat away. 3 of them go down already. Damage being dealt from the very get-go. Flipper as sieges, tanks push upwards. Empire still pressing in as well. A couple of those lurkers burrow on that right-hand side. +3 attack and armor continue to come about as we do see adrenal glands, +2 carapace. All of that continuing in. Our bio will come through. A couple of those lurkers go down. I think Hydra is going to continue to push in right now as well as we go for this. And we've seen our bio still trading now. The lurkers burrowed up and firing up a storm. $112 to $162 supply. I mean, Yakov is holding on again, utilizing these lurkers well, but he is very much so in trouble. Does not look as though this is truly going to be something we get away from here. As Ryung takes game 2, ties us up 1-1. We get to go to game 3 here in the Terran versus Zerg towards the start of our day still. Viva Laval naming the official goat of S2 as Naniwa. Nice, love that. I thought that'd be a fun little addition on our point redemption scheme. Alright, game 3 will be Site Delta. Get into it and see what happens. And who comes out of this matchup with an initial win on the group. That's obviously very important for them. YoungYakov lost to Rogue already. We'll have to play Rogue later. I mean, there's no easy matchup in this group, basically, is what this comes down to. No easy matchup available at all as Readies and Go-Go's are cold. And game 3 shall begin. Alright, guys, thanks for sticking it out through the first couple of matches. Like I said, we've got some great matches still to come up. Classic versus Ryung and Classic versus Rogue. We'll follow this. We hop into the Korean server for those couple of matches. Game number 3, as we have to the top left-hand side, the blue Terran player from Vitality. This is Ryung. Bottom right, our red Zerg player. That's going to be YoungYakov. So game number 3 of our initial Zerg versus Terran in this group. Obviously, Rogue Ryung will be a Zerg versus Terran, I believe, at the very end of our day of Starcraft 2 here, actually, so should be fun. MaxPax continue through. The hatch gas coming up. A spawning pool will follow as well. Get that into play as this drone comes around the right-hand side, trying to see a little bit of what's going on. The low ground barracks, obviously we are going to see the Reapers coming up. This is going to be add-ons pointing outwards on the map though, so gotta keep that in mind as well. Keep it moving through. A couple of lings are coming out. This Reaper about halfway done at the moment. It's obviously going to be seeing a bunch of those Reapers over the next few moments. Work on those numbers. Let's have that ling speed coming up as well. And a couple drones, a couple queens continuing out as we speak. So just getting all of that on the way. Grenade going down as well towards the queen. Not going to land on too much in the end as a couple of Reapers will go jumping onto this hatchery, so hatchery will take some shots. The Reapers continue to get onto the hatch, so we'll just work through this. Hatchery taking some nibbles at the moment. Yeah, that hatch is going to go down, which is not really meant to happen against this amount of Reapers, so a little bit of a weird situation there. Reaper's still finding a couple more lings going down. Our queen's still moving up. The extra lings finishing. Ling speed about to be done. We actually got the Bane Nest on the way. And if we try and Bane burst this on the counterattack, I mean, I don't hate it because, let's be fair, the situation is now pretty dire for you, but hard to say that you love it, right? Hard to say that you love it. Well, Helion's coming up. Our barracks is going to go over, drop down onto the reactor. Couple more Hellions on the way. Obviously, Hellions are fantastic right now. That's exactly what you want to be seeing. Hellions are the gold ticket for you to get further forwards in this game. As a little bit of Ling Bane comes down, going to find the Reaper. I mean, obviously, the Reaper now given a bit of a heads up. We're going to evacuate the low ground, apparently. He's going to sit up on the high ground instead. Reactor gets knocked down. Those lings continue through. Just hop up to the high ground again. The Hellion's still trading. Get across, another Hellion gets picked off. We are going to be seeing the factory still moving about. Reaper's pulling back a little bit further as well. Factory just lands down. Reactor will be coming up. 1-1 upgrade still coming through. Things still move about. 1-1 upgrades and stim back coming through. The few lings continue to go after the SCV. Hellions and Reapers show up there. Might be able to push that away as well. And still continuing up. The lings are going to be gathering through. And everything together as 1-1 in stim. Coming up as well, we continue to bring all this into play as this push comes through. Another round of Ling Bane to try and bust Ryung down before he's fully set up. Reaper Grenade sends everything flying everywhere, but we do have a wall up on the high ground. However, the SCVs are still on the low ground. How many of these are we going to lose? Quite a few, 13 already. I think that is going to be a pretty easy push out though, right? I mean, maybe not quite. There we go, a couple Hellions and the Marines come down the ramp. That's what I was kind of waiting on. Hellions and Marines going to be fighting back then a little bit. 23 dead SCVs there, but with 1-1 upgrades completed, I don't hate, like, oh, because you look at it and it's like, you can't say you love Ryung's position because he's down 30 workers, but this is the kind of game where it's not impossible for the Terran to make a comeback because of the very efficient trades that they can make from here on out. Hellions and the Marines still joined together. Combat Shield is on the way up. Combat Shield about to be done. Medivacs, Hellions and Marines all coming through. Hellions wolf into Hellbats. The Marines press out the front. The Medivacs still gathering together. Bane just going to run through. The other Bane's coming forwards. He's going to crash in. I mean, this is where Ryung should be very powerful. An upgrade lead, a few Hellbats to tank for him. Not enough units really out for Yakov. This is where Ryung can turn it around. This time his Hellbats are going to remain split as he gets going here, making those Banelings trade ineffectively. And now the Banelings get used up. The Hellbats aren't even dead. There's a Ling counterattack going on. The Hellbat defending them might actually be able to do enough to help out as drones will begin to drop. Ryung has work to do against these workers. There's no doubt about it. As, I don't think he's... I mean, is it worth sitting here until you kill the hatchery? Kind of felt like you should have just gone for the drones and then gone elsewhere. Now you're giving him time to make Banelings again. Marine's going to continue through. Hellbat's still pushing the front. A couple of Lings getting chased away. Bane's pulled further back into the natural. Pulling back once again. Most of those Banes just going to crash on in. The Hellbat's still in the front as well. Bane's still rolling forwards. A few Marines getting hit. The army's still just running up here from Ryung. Does he have enough? The army supply lead still, but he doesn't have an upgrade lead anymore. The upgrades have been caught up from his opponents, so progress there. Hellions and Marines still coming out. Marines fighting a couple of Banes, gonna get grabbed. I mean, Ryung's still just hitting the sides. I mean, if you can get rid of that base on the right, maybe this would just be worthwhile commitment, because then it's only a 2-base Zerg. Then the drones don't even matter necessarily. Oh, the Banelings will catch Ryung a little bit off guard, and Ryung can only run. No split coming in there, and suddenly a lot of the power of Ryung is maybe taken away. 32 Lings on the way might be enough for Yakov to just get the cleanup on this. It's going to be that Liberator gets taken down. Ryung says GG, just does not have enough. And Ryung's TVZ is just, once again, going to be one of the things that kind of keeps being his thorn in the side. Because that will be GG's right there. So, that is going to be Ryung losing out to YoungYakov. So Yakov gets a win. Ryung is going to get to go again, as he will be taking on Classic up next. We get into that in just a few. communicate with the players a little bit. And I'm going to go to break screen here, guys. I'm going to go grab myself a drink and stuff, so we'll be back in just a few. Thank you so much for watching, though. More Starcraft is still coming. It's going to be Classic Ryung up next. We'll see if Ryung's TVP can look any better. I'll see you guys very shortly as we hop on to the Korean server. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Classic versus Ryung starting up PvT time as we enter series number 3 out of 10. So Classic versus Ryung, then we're going to have Classic versus Rogue, and Classic versus YoungYakov. So we're entering our Classic era of the day. I think actually we're going to end up watching all 4 of Classic's matchups back to back. This will be the first one that we see. Let's see if Classic can get his first win in his first match of the day. Or let's see if Ryung can rebound from that loss to YoungYakov, because that is going to push him into a pretty tough position here in the Summer Bash Group B. In the top left-hand corner, starting on Amphion for our first map of this series, Oceanborn Side Delta will be maps 2 and 3. Top left, our blue Protoss is Classic from Twisted Minds. Bottom left, our red Terran from Vitality, we have Ryung. Game number 1 of this best of 3. Let me go see what our guys have in store for us. As the racks comes in, the gate and the gas come up. Get settled down here to see how things will go. So yeah, getting the gas coming in, that barracks coming up as well. It's going to be seeing that probe on gateway, simulator. All coming through for the moment. All looking good. Ryung's TVP, and we'll never not think back to his run at that Katowice a few years ago now, but he looked so good in that run and was so impressive. TVP for me, for Ryung, is I feel like still one of his stronger matchups. He's actually very good TVT as well. I think his TVT might actually be his strongest nowadays, but TVT, then TVP, it's TVZ that constantly kind of lacks behind, unfortunately for Ryung, so this really is the time for him to turn this group around, because, hey, the rest of his opponents in this group are, well, a couple of Protoss players, and then a Terran, so make the most of the TVPs, basically, is what I'm saying. I think that is going to be an important part of this as we get settled down and ready to go, go, go. So that starport coming up, the next is coming, Stargate coming up, the next is coming through. Obviously Stargate, very safe way to open, as the Reaper will spot it as well, so Ryung has perfect scouting early, will already know exactly what he's playing against, that Stargate is going to be there. Obviously great information to have. Classic uses the Adept to help turn the Reaper away. Just going to turn that back out from the natural, and it goes back onto the map. The Cyclone and a couple of additional Marines are now in production as well, the starport's still coming up and online. We have another Adept that's still just shading around, trying to figure out where it might pop up over these next few moments. Cyclone now, coming up on the side of Ryung. And that obviously helps a lot when you're playing against the Stargate. He's playing in Group C. So Group C will be Oliveira, Trap, Lambo, Goblin, and Art. That is Group C. Adept going to shade through the natural again. A couple of Cyclones, Marines, the Medevac all coming out. A couple of SCVs on the way in here as well. Marine's going to be immediately in the naturals. Didn't even need the Cyclone to deflect this Oracle. Already loses its shields and a little bit more. Needs to be careful going in towards the main, because the Cyclone obviously then is up and is sitting elsewhere. And in this case, it makes its move, reveals itself, and immediately Classic has to just go running. So the Oracle can't do too much. We are making our way into Phoenix beyond the two Oracles. So 2 Oracles into a Phoenix. Phoenix obviously can still help against a lot of the kind of like the Cyclones and stuff early game, lifting those up. Question is, how many Phoenix are we going to make? Are we going to commit into a much higher number, or is there plans to kind of take this in something of a different direction? These are questions we continue to ask as the units actually already showing up a little bit here. Sorry. As the Marines and our Cyclones get there, the Adept goes down. A couple of Oracles showing up, and there's the lift on the Phoenix with the Phoenix on the Cyclone. That's where the Phoenix can absolutely be useful, even in just low numbers. Lifts that Cyclone that absolutely gets it killed. That is going to be the defense made by Classic, so good defense there. Still have a little bit of a pullback. Now, D-Madcat, thank you so much for 500 bits. Love me some Wardy. Hell yeah, thank you so much for putting some bits on the channel. Really appreciate it. As our Oracles do find their way into an empty mineral line now, and this is going to be Classic suddenly able to do some pretty darn good damage. It works out very nicely indeed, as our Phoenix will continue to chase. The Liberator will take a few more shots. Double Oracle comes out up the left-hand side. More SCVs transferring around, another refinery coming through. Barracks moves across to build a tech lab. That's going to be double tech lab occupied by the racks, which means we can get stim and most likely combat shield on the way. All those upgrades come through. Still need reactors added on, most likely from the starport factory. Factory actually goes tech lab, so we might see some more siege tanks still in the next step of this. Two Stalkers, the Adept and the Immortal. We continue to press forwards here. Our tank is going to be fully surrounded by SCVs, but the Immortal, oh, does not get it. Wow, misplay by Classic. He thought he could get it there, and I thought it was going to be good enough as well, but he just didn't quite have the punch from the Immortal when I thought he did. And so the SCVs keep that alive. We're back in the main base with the Oracles. Yeah, this all went wrong, because then he actually thought he could kill a Cyclone, but he lost one Oracle. The other one runs out of energy. Again, Stem, Combat Shield +1, all of that continue to come through. Yeah, extended thermal lance coming up, upgrades all continuing through here. This one next, extended thermal lance, the charge all continuing up, +1, the stem still coming in as well. Still coming over again, +1 charge coming through. Classic. In the end, so actually has pretty comfortable supply. The Marine's going to come forward, see the Stalkers and the Sentry's going to be there to grab that as well. +1 attack, charge still coming through, the Temple Archives and the Forge coming up. The Prism still on the way out as CC lifts off of the Natural. I'm going to go to third. Ryung to establish that while he gets ready to start pushing out onto the map as well. Army set up around that right side, Biotank gathering together. Again, charge will be done in just a few moments, and that will obviously help Classic to take some very good fights in the near future as he jumps onto this Terran army. Ryung gets caught midway already. Bio continues to chase in. That Nexus will be taking shots. Pylon taking damage as well. A couple of bosses still there and still doing okay. Viking and the Marauder still gathering together. The rest of this bio still stimming through. Those couple of Zealots being chased down. Another couple of tanks getting sieged up. Bio still pulling back a little bit as well. Another massive warping coming through. The Zealots getting warped at the moment. The Medivacs lift up. Siege tanks are going to continue to fire. Archons going to be helping to kind of brute force their way down this round. That means these tanks are all going to go down. As tanks are dropping, I think we're going to get ourselves into a much more interesting state of this game. I mean, Classic supply is not exactly brilliant, has a lot more workers, but actually struggling in terms of army supply. Has not been able to do too well just yet. And +2 attack, Storm, Blink, all of that continuing through for the moment. Fire just comes across. Forge goes down, +2 attack will be denied. That Blink is going to be finishing as our bio continues over. Pylon will go down. The other Stalkers and Zealots coming across as well. I mean, this drop does a little bit of work, but you're losing more numbers. I mean, I guess 9 upgrades is always going to be nice. You can't deny that. Stalkers, Archons continue to come about here as we just have the Storm finishing up. A couple more Forges still coming in. Pylons, the Nexus, and the +2 attack coming through as well. Our bio unloading from the Medivacs once more. Still moving up the left-hand side with those medevacs. Fleet beacon coming in. Next is about halfway done. Medevacs moving through. We are going to be seeing Stalkers, Colossus, Archons moving about as well. The Bioforce is going to come dropping into the main base. So once again, Classic caught off guard by this drop. And Ryung going to do a lot. 10 workers going down. A lot of forgers going to be easy targets. Again, I was going to say easily targetable pylons to depower some gateways. Classic has a Zealot warping in. It's actually going to wander into the main base. Ryung's too busy looking elsewhere. As we lose the +2 attack again, but +2 armor, I believe, will survive. The Zealots in the main find a few SCVs. They already had a couple of units as well, I believe, and will continue to trade out as the rest of Ryung's forces come home. Ryung is still struggling supply-wise. He's actually down 40 army supply. Zealots pulling back. Our army regathers on the bottom right now. Seeing the mothership on the way up as well, and Classic getting more and more. I don't even think he's going to need all that tech. As this is looking as though we are just going to have too much Protoss. Storm coming down, damage being done. GG's. Classic does get the finish up there, and that's going to be it for game number 1 as Ryung. I'll have to drop back and figure out an answer going into game number 2 here in just a few moments. As our second map here, I believe, is Oceanborn. When isn't the second map Oceanborn? Usually the second map isn't Oceanborn when the first map is Oceanborn, but usually the rest of the time it's Oceanborn. Oceanborn is just such a consistent pick here in this day and age of the Starcraft 2 map pool. Hope we get some fresh maps after World Cup. Would be lovely, wouldn't it? That would be amazing, in fact. I'll throw the lobby link down. And we should be getting people in game and ready to go in just a second, guys, as Classic and Ryung line up to battle in game number 2. Ready, and go goes, all called. And we can click start. Alright, game number 2 of this CVP coming right in. We're just not able to kind of stand up in those fights, huh? Classic did struggle on some of the drops, but get this up and running as we head into Oceanborn. Let's get this one underway. In the top left, our blue Terran player down one map is going to be Ryung from Vitality. Bottom right, our red Protoss is Classic. So an assimilator coming about. It's going to be seeing our Rax gas coming through, getting the assimilator coming in, our probe moving across the map right now. SCV just going to go and chase down that probe. So probe is just going to be heading hunter as we try and play the deny on the CC a little bit. Okay, coming through. Next is coming into play. Reaper will show up and start to give us something different to watch than our little probe that's been on an adventure. As Reaper hops up to the high ground. Steps chasing, Reaper just gonna get hunted down. Just maybe having our Twilight Council coming through. Just trying to see a little bit of what is going on. Adept chasing, Reaper getting hunted about. Twilight Council gonna finish up in a moment from Classic as those two Adepts are gonna go and with that take out the Reaper, so that will go down. And that Blink is on the way from Classic as well, so we get that all running. Setting up to Rumble. Yo, what's up, Valinoriano? Thank you so much for the 21-month resub. Deputy continues to go up to the top left-hand side of the map. Blink is on the way, which gives Classic a way to kind of make things happen in these early stages. Reactor Tech Lab all coming up so we can get Ryung into some extra stuff. That Adept is just going to venture too far forwards. Marines in the Cyclone get rid of that immediately, so that will be taken out. Robo facility, extra gateways, all coming up. That Blink halfway done. Now units of Ryung start moving a little bit further forwards. I mean, once Blink is done, I want to see how aggressive Classic wants to be. He currently only has one gateway with one extra on the way, so that kind of suggests he's just going to take this third base more than anything else, right? Get expanded over there and set that up. Now the gate going to finish. Two more Stalkers warp in. I mean, I guess Classic's not, he's definitely not going to have enough to attack with, so he's just going to have to pick the third and play more defense. In that case, it's kind of eyes on Ryung. Can Ryung make something happen with Demand Combat Shield finishing? Definitely feels like there's a bit of potential there. Again, the starport coming up, the reactor coming through. Robo Bay, Stalker, all of that continue, and the rest of our Stalkers blink down. Marine gets picked off. Engineering Bay coming through as well. As the Bio Army of Ryung heads down the left-hand side. Our Stalkers of Classic making their way through the center. Wanting to get across to the top, blinking to get there even more quickly. So he's actually going to put some pressure on. These armies have missed each other. It's going to get this really weird scenario because you've got an army down to the bottom, a group of Stalkers up to the top, and they're about to come clashing into one another here. Yay. Stalkers push onto the left-hand side, straight into the natural. I mean, Classic's going to realize in a moment that there's units missing from his opponent. Obviously, Classic can't just relocate a third base, so that third base is likely going to be in trouble unless Ryung dives for the natural. Classic just doesn't have units here to defend. Super Battery is going to activate. These Stalkers just have to do more than they're capable of doing, and I think Ryung's going to tie this series up because this was much worse for Classic. He got aggressive with an army that was not really meant to be as aggressive as the army of Ryung. So if you try and base trade with a worse army, that only ever really goes one way, as this Bioforce is now starting to get cleaned up a little bit, but we've lost 18 probes in the process, so the damage is kind of done right from the get-go. Now Stalkers play the cleanup game, and that is going to be a defense, but a very costly one for Classic. Like I say, he lost so much in the process of getting there. That is going to be very painful. Stalkers continue out back across to the top side. Medivacs, Marauders, and Marines. Concussive Shells, the +1. Bit of everything on the way through as our charge is coming up. Stalkers going down as well. I mean, the Stalkers get in. They're going to be able to get rid of a few more units here right now. Observer's still chilling overhead. Colossus is on the way up. A few more Stalkers coming through. We have ourselves another Marauder going down. This Bioforce is going to catch 2 more Stalkers, though. Every unit you lose as Classic is so expensive right now. Yeah, Ryung does not have a third base where Classic does, but I would really expect Ryung to have another good, solid push across the map. Obviously, we're going to have a Colossus, but there's no extended thermal lance on the way. Extra Stalkers will finish up. Bio going to come chasing forward a little bit as well. And gather up. Bio still settling there. Medivacs will do some healing. Another scan down on the bottom side. +1 attack upgrade will be done in a moment. Marauder, Widowmine coming through. Our CC all coming up as well. Can we get that third base online and effective as Ryung? I really thought he was going to be more aggressive with this army. The fact he's slowing it down to play the third, I almost don't know if I like as much. Felt like he had a big advantage before now. Don't get me wrong, Ryung's army is still much larger, but he's not utilizing it, which to me is the scary part of this. I really felt like that was an opportunity he should have been trying to dive for. Player turns around, grabbing a Stalker. Continue to chase. This Colossus is going to get hunted. I mean, again, no thermal lands out in the open. Not really where you want to be, so Ryung is making use of his army size right now. Continue to come across the map right here. And, well, definitely starting to deal some damage. I mean, knocking down a Colossus, knocking down some of that tech is 100% a step in the right direction. 5 more gateways and the Forge coming online. The army of Ryung back around into the center once more. Ghost Academy coming up. Ryung works around the left. Trying to see a bit more of what we can do. Observer goes down. The Bioforce comes across. Actually, with the Observer down, load up the Medivacs, and that means that that isn't seen, so you don't know whether the move like this is being made, so it's hard for Classic to preemptively prepare for it. So we like that. A little bit of that bio and the Medivacs out down at the bottom. +1 armor finishing, a few more ghosts coming through. The Medivacs and Marines are all producing by as well. Templar Archive starts up from Classic. Now Solids will make their way out to the left-hand side. A few Stalkers in the front, get rid of a Marine here as well. Just playing clean up. The problem is these 3 Medivacs have still gone completely unnoticed in Classic. If you land in this main base, multiple good pylons to take, obviously scan available too. And again, instant warping of Zealots. Widowmines, I was going to say, should probably just insta-burrow because then they can blow up the Zealots as they start running in. Then you don't get caught up as much here. Now we actually just play the unburrow reburrow game, which don't get me wrong, you clean up these Zealots anyways, but I kind of wondered if it was going to be more about the speed of clearing up those Zealots, because now those Zealots have bought you enough time. That obviously makes a big difference, as Classic is going to clean up this drop without losing too much. However, he's completely out of position with nothing on the low ground. He's got a few Zealots on the other side, but that's not going to save his third base. Maybe a Colossus or 2 can run down the ramp towards this. Battery doing some healing, still trying to keep the Zealots alive, but it just can't happen forever. Surely, as the Vikings are going to zone the Colossus as they begin to arrive to the table to try and save the day. It's just not going to happen. GG's, and Ryung is going to take it 1-1 in this best of 3. We are going to game 3. As it did look like Ryung had done enough to put himself ahead in that situation. It still came down to just obviously, you know, putting the finishing touches onto it. And, yeah, I was a little afraid that he was maybe not being as aggressive as he could have been in that scenario, but, again, gets the job done in the end. I mean, there's also that kind of element of maybe sometimes you attack too soon where, yes, you've got an army supply lead, but if you just let it build up a bit more, you can have even more of that lead and you can really hit a bit harder. I think Ryung did really find the perfect moment to send that one as we get ready for game 3 of our series here. In a couple of moments. Just waiting for Ryung to join our lobby and we'll be going into this one. Get this up and running. Ready, ready, ready. Need to actually put Ryung in the play spot. There we go. Alright, let's get up and rolling. Game number 3 of our series. Ryung Classic. Matchup number 3 of the day. Like I said, we've got 10 best of 3s today. Big day of SC2 coming your way in the WardiTV Summer Bash. Let's hop on into Site Delta. As we have ourselves in the top left corner, the red Protoss player. This is classic. Bottom right, our blue Terran is going to be Ryung. Game 3 of our series, we get this on the way. Get this set up. A little bit of peace and quiet to recover before we get into this next one, because pretty hectic games. Again, really just comes down to Classic missing that army of Ryung, and again, Classic's army was not really made for kind of dealing a whole ton of damage. He was expanding to 3 bases off 2 gates, while Ryung was on 3 barracks and no 3rd base, so that also made a pretty big difference. Next coming by, Simulator coming up, Adept and the Warp Gate coming through as well. Stalker, Warp Gate continue to come up, our Nexus is already building, the Adept continues to move down to the bottom side. As our factory and command center coming through, the Marines are on the way. Adept and Cells coming across, Twilight Council coming up, factory is coming through as well. You can see that factory is going to finish as the SCVs actually have to pull in to deal with these couple of units. The 3 Marines will not do it on their own. Marine continues to kite backwards, goes down as well. The SCVs get there, another Zealot going down. The Adepts going to be continue to get hunted here as the SCVs continue to shade over. Starport will drop into place, and the 2 Marines will continue to chase the Adept all the way down to that corner. So we will clean up. This was not bad in the end, right? 3 Marines for Zealot and Adept. It's pretty fine. It takes away some of the power if you were going to maybe do something timing focused, but there's not a lot of timing focused things really in play here, so shouldn't really be that much of an issue. Cyclone locks on, and that's actually a Stalker kill, so that's really... Oh, high ground vision is good. Well, no, the Stalker stops and never gets out of reach. Extra gates in the robo coming up, battery coming through. Pumps coming in, the Plink is halfway done with the extra gates coming up. Classic will have some more production available before expanding this time. Two Cyclones in the medevac with Marines inside continue up to the top, so they are going to make their move right now. I was going to go for that little bit of a push with Observer spotting this. Classic will have a little bit of a heads up. Marines begin their unload. This is where going for those extra gates before the 3rd base has a massive aid. You see the Cyclones locking on. We do have 1 Stalker already going down. Marines still fighting. Cyclones log the battery. Keeps that Stalker alive. No overcharge. There it is. Overcharge finally used, man. I kind of love it because he let the units come really far forward before overcharging, which meant they were really committed deep. He's going to get every single Marine out of this, and he didn't lose anything else for the overcharge coming in when it did, so that works wonders. Stalker still chasing, Liberator pushing back. Stalker's just blinking. Siege tank goes down. That's a nice pick off as the Liberator here is going to get grabbed as well. Stalkers will clean that up easily. Good defense for Far From Classic, but the Cyclones and the Natural are going to be an issue. They may have gone to tank here, but the SCVs are good at pushing back Stalkers as well, so that's going to be the new problem. More Marines coming about. Siege tank setting up on that main base. Impact +1 continue to come through. Stone Thermal Lance and the charge still coming in our Forge building from Classic as our Stalkers blink to the high ground. Tank fires away. Stalkers taking hits. A few Marines still trying to come over as well. There's a couple of those SCVs going down. Refinery still taking some damage. Another SCV picked off also. Now Stalkers still getting hunted as the Marines in the tank coming across. You lose one more Stalker, but we got a few SCVs out of this. Classic and Ryung absolutely scrapping here in this game number 3. I'm just going to be finishing up. Combat Shield +1 coming through as well. Charge +1, Extended Thermal Lens still coming around. Stalkers still move through. And let's just see ourselves the +1 attack. Again, Extended Thermal Lens and Charge all still coming in. Bringing this all through as our Bio Army comes underneath. The Observer will get taken out. Still have ourselves +1 attack and concussive shells to finish up for Ryung to make his army even better now. With an even better army. Let's see what we can do. Bio starts to move out to the left-hand side. Tank is starting. A couple extra barracks coming in. Another Stalker warping from the side of Classic here. Templar Archives coming up as well as our Bioforce gets all the way over to the far left. Classic gonna miss this again? No. Probe sees it. I was gonna say, if he lets another Terran army walk by like he did in that last game, he might be really kicking himself by the end of this. But no, he gets a heads up with the probe. Hallucination trying to get a bit of an idea as to where things are exactly positioned. Without his own attack upgrade for another 20 seconds or so, would ideally wait for that before anything else goes down on this. A couple more Zelds getting walked in. Cyclone there. Oh, sorry, Siege Tank there was good to hit a few of those units as well. Destination off over to that left-hand side. A couple of gateways still taking damage. Three pylons continue through from Classic before High Templars coming up. Means you can get a couple of Archons in. They're going to be very tanky engaging into this, so imagine that's going to be an important part of this. And as our Zelds get turned around, a little bit of bio coming through, and those Zelds getting pushed back immediately. There you go, Classic's going to decide that this is go time. Blinks the Stalkers down. Gets the Archons and the Immortal to get through towards the tanks very quickly. The Zelds doing a decent job as well. I think this is an absolutely fine cleanup from Classic. He gets the full medevac with the blink also, so the full medevac of retreating units goes down, and Classic is able to net himself a massive advantage off of that. That is a big deal. As our Marines and Ghosts +1 armor continue to come up. Next goes in onto the 12 o'clock, a fourth base of Classic now being established as the army continues to chase. If he can get those empty medevacs, he would love to. Why the hell not? Free units or free units, right? Medevacs are still useful as 2 of the 3 go down. Maybe this last one doesn't go down here with the boost are now used and the blink on cooldown. No, we got it in the end. The blink came off cooldown and we just play catch up nice and easy. Classic with a supply lead, but does he want to take that lead to attack into his opponent? That's a challenging question. That isn't one that's kind of easily figured out, as you can see what's there. There's a couple tanks, but you know, a couple tanks plus the EMP availability is scary. Gets there, and Observer goes down as well. Vikings bio coming across. You can see the Stalker's getting over here. A couple Vikings going down. Boss is still trying to come over as well. As we do see our units just pushing straight through. It's going to keep blinking forwards. That's going to be GG's. Classic takes it. That's going to be 2-1 in his favor. Big win for Classic right there. As that victory comes through. GG's as Ryung. He's going to unfortunately take another loss. He took a map on the way, but a map alone isn't going to do it. We get Classic versus Rogue going to be up next for us, guys. So we're going to get that PVZ ready to rumble. That off in just a few then. So we'll get that PVZ ready to go. We're just going to take a quick break here, actually, guys. A couple of moments. Come back in for some more Starcraft. So we'll be right back. Classic Rogue will come up next for us. Get that ready to go, go, go. Perfecto. All right, I'll see you guys straight after this. Alrighty guys, hello and welcome back. Hope we are doing well. Videos are starting up, so we are making some progress on this classic Rogue series coming up in a few. So yeah, just getting a couple of videos in, and we'll obviously get this Pros vs. Zerg on the way. So the current way of things right now, Classic and Rogue are both 1-0, Ryung 0-2, Yakov 1-1. So we'll be going into this Classic Rogue series. Then we're going to go Classic versus YoungYakov. So a couple of PvZs back to back for us, and then we'll probably be just doing the last Classic matchup as well. Just to get through all of that, and basically continue from there. So that's where things are headed right now, as we are here in the WardiTV Summer Bash. Again, hope everyone is doing great. Thanks for joining us in this event. Group B, we're going to be having Group D on Thursday, and we're going to try and poke Group C in there somewhere along the way. I don't know when Group C is actually going to be, but I'm sure we'll figure it out at some point. Hope everyone's doing well. If you're watching on the YouTube channel as well, hello. Thanks for tuning in on the YouTube today. Still punching out the live streams on YouTube when we have good content to put up there. We're just having the slowest video process of all time here between Classic and Rogue. Classic dropped one map, Rogue dropped another about 2 minutes later. Classic's yet to reply. Just trying to wait on that one. So yeah, just a little bit of a couple of moments, guys. We'll be able to get back into this ASAP. How's everyone doing? Everyone have a good start to the week? We obviously been having fun. Which match is up next? Yeah, Classic vs Rogue. Should all be on Wikipedia now. Classic vs Rogue, then Classic vs Yakov, and then into the replay series. We should start off in the right order for the replay series. We might just stick to it. We might make it so if one match is less important, we do that first and keep the more exciting match towards the end. But we'll obviously just see how that goes closer to the end. A couple more videos going through, so it looks as though we are making some better progress towards getting into this matchup, guys. Thank you for the patience. Appreciate it. First map going to be Golden Aura. Perfect. So we got our first map set, and I'm going to go into Oceanborn, and oh, you would have guessed it, Site Delta for map number 3. Heard that one before. It's just for some reason my game isn't loading the map properly. There we go. Alright, so I'm going to just move people about a little bit, and we should be good to go into this PvZ, guys. Again, thank you for a bit of patience. Just was waiting on the players ready to, getting ready to set up and everything. So getting back on track now. Get this ready to go. Go, ready. And we just get ourselves into game number 1 of this best of 3. Golden Aura going to be our map. Let's kick this off and get into some action. As we have Classic versus Rogue, Protoss versus Zerg coming at us. Kick this off in just a few. So Golden Aura, it is going to be. Provided MaxPax miss all his games today, he didn't. He's playing them. We will cast them very soon. We'll, I think all the MaxPax games just replay upcasts. Yeah, we're just going to go straight through the MaxPax ones all in a row. I'll tell you why it's set up like that. It's because I know MaxPax is a big viewer draw, so believe it or not, we keep the MaxPax series until a bit later in the day. I know, look at me doing setup matches. And the, you know, in a preferential order. Top left, our blue Zerg. It's going to be Rogue. And in the bottom right, our red Protoss player is Classic. Couple drones coming about, our hatcher coming through as we get settled down into game number 1 here. This should be a banger. Classic and Rogue absolutely can put on a show. And did we cast, was Classic Rogue the series that went super long the other day? We had like a super long, like 35, 40-minute game. I think so. I think that's actually going up on my YouTube in the next few days as an upload, so you can check that out. But yeah, it was a really sick opening game of the series that they played. We've seen our drone taking some shots, probe moving back up to the top. Twins coming through, Cybernetics coming in. This is going to go after. Probe going to get chased around. Links be coming up. Stargate building. Nexus on the way as well. And Probe continues to head down to the bottom as the watchtower gets taken in that bottom left corner as well. So got that link speed halfway through. Our Stargate is building. Everything is pretty normal, right? The Stargate gives you a very solid foundation to build upon here across the course of this PvZ. So double or triple Oracle, both very valuable, both very potent as the Adept in a bit of an awkward spot, but does get the turnaround, able to take some steps away from those Lings, and gets a couple of the Lings as we go out to that left-hand side as well. Stalker will get rid of the Overlord here. Just going to take that down, as the Overlord will force a supply block for Rogue. Only a minor one though, he's already got more coming through. Oracle still gathering up, just going to be seeing our Spore, our drones coming together, our Queen on the way in as well. Oracle gets up towards the top side. Our Rotron is building here from Rogues. Again, that Rotron online, 12 more Lings and the Queen coming up as well. Obviously, the Oracles would like to keep cruising about, but don't fly into them Queens. That's not going to be pretty. Yeah, Ling's going to try and run into this mineral line. Adept's going to get sat in the corner. One probe goes down immediately. Oracle's activate and take down some Lings. Ling's still sitting down on the bottom side. Oracle gathering. Two more. Obviously there as well. This one Oracle that's hurt already is the one that's going to be left defensively. Then the two with better HP can obviously move about. Stalkers, just going to get rid of the Overlord. It will go down. +1 in Blink on the way as Classic makes a very traditional follow-up here at the moment. And a little Revelation going to go down. A couple of creep tumors get picked away. Our Queens are there to push the Oracles back the other side as well. Fighting. 3 more drones going down. Oracle still moving over. Cheeky Revelation goes down as well. +1 missile as Roach Speed still coming up. As Stalkers get there to grab a Ling. Hydrogen coming up. The Infestation bit coming through also. Still just getting our Roach Speed established from Rogue, who again has definitely been, since Dallas, I feel like he leveled up a bit since he went to Dallas. It's been great to watch him and to see him kind of continue to progress in his post-military career now. Oracles keep flying through, getting a few more workers. I mean, it's nice damage. It's adding up. 8 drones go down, 9 Lings, a couple Overlords as well. It's actually kind of a lot of units going down early stages. Those one missiles, the Hydra Speed coming up as well. Having a look at Den still coming through. A few additional units swapping in back on that right-hand side as the Oracles and the Stalkers going to go moving up. Stalkers have to be careful. Those Lings, if they wrap around them and Blink's already used and the Hydras catch up, would be very deadly, but looks as though for now at least we're going to be getting away from that without too many further issues. Looking okay for the moment as our Hydras and our Lings still move around. Just going to be seeing the Overseer there providing the vision. Hydras and Lurkers still coming about. We do see our Groove Spines coming up. Our Seismic Spines on the way. Uh-oh. Classic once again is not really watching his army for a second and actually gets his High Templar surrounded. So he has to storm and morph the Archons. I mean, that will not do anything but buy some time. Rogue taking a fantastic fight there. I'm not sure if that was anywhere near good enough. On the side of Classic. He is definitely in some trouble and losing numbers just as your opponent is getting to the point of really wanting to attack. It's not the time to be losing out on units, right? Tempest firing away, pushing the lurkers back a little bit. Hydra lurker pushing through. It's a good revelation going down. We do see good storms coming out as well. One High Templar drops, Super Battery activates, Stalker Immortal being healed back up, a bunch more Zealots getting warped in, 2 more Tempests coming about as well. Move over the right hand side as the Overseer is going to keep on flying through. Also, these Lings taking more damage. Immortal's firing up some shots. Keep the push going here as the Hydras and the Lurkers are still making this happen. Continue to push in once again as we have this army of Classic pushed into a corner. Now, can he actually fight his way out of this? Tempers are a great thing to have, and we are able to start cutting down that Lurker count if the Lurkers target fire. Currently just going after Hydras. I guess the Lurkers will eventually get cleaned up after, but I really feel like now the Tempers should not be firing on Lings. They really need to clean these Lurkers up, as I think this forward base of Classic goes down. So he's going to get a lot of units cleaned up on the end of this because of the power of the Tempest, but is that good enough? Has to recall some of the final units on that low ground, but they go down as well. Probe still being hunted. As the Feelings will chase a couple of Zealots down, and the only thing that's really left standing is the Tempest count, and means that this is going to be a Tempest to kind of survive in the skies. But as soon as Corruptors start coming through, Rogue is going to have a much better answer and a much better way of fighting this army than what we've just seen previously. So it's going to become quite intriguing over this next little bit. Tempests, High Templars, Oracles moving forwards together. We do see 8 more Lurkers coming up, plus 2 missiles and plus 1 melee coming through. A little bit more crew spread being cleaned out as well. The Lings get back over the right hand side. The Tempests are there. The Lings get cleaned up and pushed away. The upgrade is not far from being done on the side of Rogue, as we still have that +1 flyer attack upgrade coming through as well. Stasis ward goes off, and we are just going to be seeing those Lurkers getting caught in the stasis. Cannon's going down, piling another cannon going down as well. Tempests are firing. Corruptors keep on flying forwards. It's an abduct, and one Tempest getting brought across. Lots of storms going about. The Templars and Maulers continue to come through. Corruptors up in the skies. Gonna go Caustic Spraying, gonna try and go through that armor upgrade, and we'll get rid of that immediately. That's the power of those Corruptors right now. More Tempest trying to be remade, but I'm not sure Tempest is necessarily gonna save you here. Back around to the right. The Archon just going to be going over. These Hydras and Lurkers go pushing through. Just going to get burrowed up. Batteries, cannons, pylons, all going to be in some trouble here. Do you have this army of Classic going to decide to counterattack? Obviously, interesting choice to go and counterattack on a map like Golden Horde. It's a massive map, and counterattacking always feels a little bit weird as a cross against a Zerg when you've got to walk across creep and all the rest. I mean, look at the control that Rogue has of this map right now. The map is absolutely covered in creep, and he only recalled half of his army, so now this portion of the army is getting caught as well. It just does not feel like Classic has had his... I don't want to say he hasn't had his head in the game, but I feel like he's not moving his army around as effectively as we know Classic can. We've seen Classic able to make so many cool moves, so many great positions, and take advantage of things. I just really feel like that's not been happening in this game. It's always been Rogue who's catching him off guard. Rogue who's getting damage done or jumping on a situation. Extra lurkers will come firing through again. Going to be seeing the Immortals able to knock down a set of rocks, and we do have Immortals coming back up through the center. More lurkers continue to come through. I mean, this is the problem. Now you've got to engage into this. It's classic. The lurkers are going to unburrow, relocate towards some other lurkers, and again, there's just always going to be such a big clump to fight. Here we go. From two sides, Classic will be coming in from the bottom portion of this as well. And the storms drop down. The Archons and Immortals are able to start closing in on these lurkers. They might clean up, but it's coming at a huge cost. A lot of units going down for Classic, and the money to rebuild is just not there, whereas Rogue has 31 new Hydralisks on the way. Purposes will cause spray their way through to Stargates. They will get the Forge off to the side as well. And again, just keep on denying upgrades as these Corruptors put themselves to use. They don't have much else they can do. There's no air units up right now, so they may as well cause spray and just do what they can. Obviously, I think we had a Great Aspire finished. We can morph Broodlords. So there is some use for these Corruptors if you want to morph Broodlords in, though we don't have a ton of money just yet. A lot of our money just went into a Ling Hydra rebuild. A few lurkers coming up as well, so we can try and just push the issue right here and now. There's a few Storms available, though, and that's what the Hydras are going to not love to see too much, because Storms are very good against those Hydras. The last Storm, however, the Classic now just has to type GG's out, because that is going to be too much from Rogue. Rogue taking game number 1. And was kind of, like I say, convincing throughout for me. It really looked as though he was just the player to beat in this first game, as Classic was, yeah, multiple times over, just not really able to get rolling. And so Rogue takes the first game, and looking good so far. If he wins, so you already run against Yakov earlier, win this, you're 2-0 in the group. Great position to move forwards from the group from. Absolutely puts you in a great place, so see what happens as we get into our next game. Goes Classic, we're just waiting on one of our casters to join us here. And we really can go. Alright, heading into our next map. Oceanborn coming up, we'll get this underway. In the bottom right hand side, down the game, is going to be our blue Protoss players from Twisted Mind. It is going to be Classic. In the top left, our red Zerg, it is going to be Rogue. Game number 2 as we get into this. What are we thinking, guys? What are we thinking? Like I say, Classic to me just didn't... I feel like early on just started to take bad fights, started to put himself in rough positions, and already was making it difficult for himself to kind of get back into the game. Already was making it a bit more of a challenge than it ever really needed to be. Gas and Pool all coming up. Our Nexus going down on the natural as well. This probe is going to come moving about, just going to get back up into the main base. Obviously, when the cyber core finishes a bit further down the line here, we'll get a bit more of an idea of what sort of tech we're going to be moving towards. Be on our way to that very shortly. Oceanborn, maybe is room to switch it up a little bit, perhaps, so an opportunity there to do things a little bit differently. Deb just going to be chrono boosting. The warp gate's still coming through. And Ling Speed Queen's on the way out. Extra Lings in production as well. Yo, Jazz fan, how you doing? Thank you so much for the 17-month resub. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Link speed's halfway done here from Rogues. Just going to get that link speed halfway completed. We set up to go from there. Link speed finishing shortly then. Again, we have the Oracle and the Warp Gate coming by as well. Setting that up at the moment. See, the Stalker with the Oracle combined will be able to obviously punch back this first Overlord, so a bit of progress made there already. Things keep moving about. Again, we have ourselves the drones, the queens coming about as well. Twilight Council and gateways continue to build up. Actually going down, which is never pretty either, so we're going to lose one of those. The queen's going to get across, try and keep that Oracle at bay. Resonating Glaive starting up on the side of Classic, so he's going to go into something a bit quirky on the follow-up, a little bit of a different approach now. Things still moving over. We do have the Stalker and the Warlock. A couple more Debs going to warp in as well. Again, the Bane Nest is about halfway done from Rogue. The Lings, the drones, the melee upgrade as well. I mean, Ling Bane against a Glaives, a later Glaives is actually pretty good. Against like 4-gate Glaives can be a bit nasty, having enough Banelings to deal with it, but against a later Glaives like this, I think we could have a very good time here. Let's continue to move forwards. The Resonating Glaives will finish very shortly. Dep's still moving up to the top side, going in towards that hatch. The probe's going to try and turn, and a lot of those probes begin to go down. So 5 workers going down here, 6, 7 going to get killed as well. And now these Adepts going to start hitting the hatchery. Vane's going to crash through and get a pylon. Can we actually capitalize on this and turn this into a few of these probes killed? So far, no. The Oracle and Adept combined defense should be pretty decent here, honestly. The Adept's continuing over as well. Those Lings still taking damage. The Oracle activating to get a bit more done as well. You are going to clean up and push that back. Yeah, only 5 workers lost, not bad for Classic, who does want to still make use of these Adepts. The deeper this game goes, the less effective these Adepts typically would end up being. I see the Adepts making their way forward, and the Hatcher already going to take some shots. Queen's moving through. The Adepts will get rid of this Hatch. That's a cancel straight away. Adepts continue to shade about now. Our Queen's still looking to try and make something happen in return. Blink halfway done. A few extra gates coming up. The Adepts go back across the right-hand side. Switching direction for the moment as Ling Bane Queen still getting gathered here. +2 melee and the Baneling speed coming up as well. I mean, Classic's starting to take a bit of a supply lead from this consistent Adept pressure. Obviously, our 4th base trying to get up from Rogue. He just started a bigger round of roaches now as well. Still moving on the melee upgrades though. +2 melee is on the way up currently, so building into +2 melee, getting that started too. I think Bane's still moving about. Our Stalker is going to hit this Overseer for a couple of moments. A few more Stalkers getting warped in. And that Overseer will go down. Trying to just get some scouting off into the main, but denied coming across the natural. Bunch of sentries available here from Classic. Definitely feels like an army that wants to push across the map and do something. And the rest of the game suggests this as well. Forge will start a +1 now, but I feel like there's a lot of investment in this moment. And that's what Classic is sort of suggesting as well as he moves forwards on the map. Will he have enough to make something happen? I honestly think he's missing the DPS to make anything happen here. I mean, all the sentries and utility are great, but you actually do need something that's going to, you know, deal damage to your opponent's units throughout this. And like I said, just do not know if that is available right now as force fields go down. A couple of Banes blast up on the top side. Stalkers being chased. We're just going to try and make our way onto that hatch. Deny the 4th once again. More force fields available. No Ravagers to help out. A couple of Banes seep through the force fields, and as the Banes do connect, they do a lot. More Stalkers warping in is Classic. I feel like he's very stuck in a corner, honestly. This hatchery will go down. How much will he get out alive with? There's some more units coming around from the bottom side. We're out of force fields now, so we've done manipulating the map into your kind of favor. I mean, the Prism can save the Immortal. The Stalkers blink away, but that's a lot of units lost. Classic only has 29 army supply post-fight. Rogue on the 80. I mean, Classic warps in to make it 80 to 40, so Classic half the army supply. Can he defend if Rogue comes swinging back across the map on the counter? That's going to be our big question mark here. As our Stalkers are going to turn around, a Roach going to take some damage. The Ravagers as well, likely to follow. Banes, Roaches, Lings all continuing to cross, and here we go. Big moment for Rogue. If he doesn't do something with his army, it might actually get concerning for him, having lost the 4th. These Banelings trying to find their way forward. We do have a Alon getting knocked down. A couple more probes getting blasted up. Rogue continue to press at the front. This Nexus will go down as well, so the Nexus will fall. Stalkers and the Immortals still taking damage too. I think this is more than enough for Rogue. At the very least, he got a base in return for the base that he lost originally, which kind of initially set this attack in motion. So I know I had to say that this is probably looking to be pretty okay right here. That's going to be GG's. Rogue takes the 2-0. Just like that. And that sets us up for Rogue to take the lead in this group. So we are going to get set up for that right now, as we are going to get into Classic versus YoungYakov. I'm going to get ready to rumble here, guys, in just a couple of moments. Let's bring you out of the game as Rogue nets himself the 2-0 over Classic. That's a great result for Rogue. Looking great so far in this group. I feel like he's got to be pretty happy about this. Show you MaxPax Rogue in a bit. Hey, calm down. Hey. Pro Zerg player is so demanding. Alright, we are going to swap on over to NA. Like I say, it's going to be swapping servers and getting ready to rumble. Just waiting for everyone to hop on over to NA. So I'm going to go Classic YoungYakov. Classic now 1-1 in the group. YoungYakov 1-1 in the group. So a bit of a make or break series here on this PvZ coming up in just a moment. Alright, so they'll veto and get that ready to go. MaxPax play next? No. So MaxPax will play after Classic YoungYakov. So Classic YoungYakov now, then we're going to do pretty much all the MaxPax matches back to back to back. Unless, so there's one way that doesn't happen, and that's in the way that the second set of matches are running a little bit slower than the first. If the second set of matches continue to run a little bit slower, we will actually look to join Rogue versus Ryung live. So we have 6 live matches and 4 matches from replays instead of 5 and 5. So if this series is not super long and the other series are still going to line up for us in such a way that allows us to do it, then we'll pretty much go into Rogue Ryung live as well, in which case the MaxPax series will just all be at the end. 4 in a row, so just trying to make it as smooth an experience for everyone as possible. Players, viewers, casters included. Gonna start on side Delta for Classic versus Yakov. Second map Oceanborn. Third map Alcini. Perfect. Alright, I'll get this one rolling, guys. This PvZ ready to go in a moment. Perfect. Let's see what Classic and YoungYakov can bring us. As Classic and YoungYakov are both 1-1. A win here puts you in a very good chance of making it out of the group. A loss is going to make it very difficult. Obviously, Classic after this still has to play MaxPax. Yakov after this still has to play against MaxPax as well. So with MaxPax as your kind of final opponent, being 1 and 2 is not exactly a fun place to be. We'll see how that goes down as we kick off into Site Delta Classic YoungYakov. Game 1 starting up right now. Thanks for the bit of patience, guys, but we are pretty much ready to go. First game of this PvZ coming up right here. Let's get this started. In the bottom right-hand corner, our red Zerg is going to be YoungYakov. Top left, our blue Protoss. It is Classic. And big matchup, chance to really be in a good position to move through the group with a win here. Classic coming off of a loss to Rogue. Yakov lost to Rogue as well. They both beat Ryung. He was the Zerg. YoungYakov, Russian Zerg player, has been active for a long time. Has been constantly pushing the envelope in terms of trying to get to the next step of competition. And absolutely can contest with a lot of the top guys. So no surprises on that. He's been kind of pushing that for a while. He's a very well-rounded Zerg as well, not necessarily one of these guys that has to win in a certain way. Like, it felt like, you know, once upon a time he was a bit more of an aggressive Zergy, but nowadays he's much happier to, or he is happy to play the macro-focused stuff as well. Yeah, I mean, he qualified into this event. This is not an invite. He qualified in with some good results. He actually had a sick run through the qualifiers, actually, YoungYakov. 2-0 Christiana, 2-0 DNS, 2-0 Lancer in the finals as well. I mean, well, if that doesn't speak some amount of volumes about his PvZ, I don't know what does. Yeah, his PvZ has definitely been pretty decent, like I say, through the qualifiers in this event so far. As we are following an Overlord. Not much going on early game, just a little Overlord action across the map. Overlord coming about. I guess settled down is going to be seeing that Cybercore and that Warp Gate coming in. Let's see, Adept coming over, Warp Gate still coming up. Doing a fight there, Adept will take some damage. Just see ourselves the Adept shading about a little bit. We'll commit, and he's going to go for a drone, but then gets fully surrounded. That's a great defense. Adept goes down, no drone loss, so that works out wonderfully for the moment here. Very good start as Adept still shading around on the top side, trying to find a little bit extra for the moment as well. That Oracle still building, so we get more Oracles on the way out. And no surprises there. You had a little bit of a peek at Classics PvZ, and the builds themselves weren't anything out of the ordinary. Oracles into Blink or Oracles into Glaives were the choices there. Blink speed still building through. The extra gates and Twilight Council coming about as well. We have our Nexus coming up on the side of Classic, so he's just going to take a third base and feels pretty comfortable to do so. One of the Oracles has taken a few hits. Classic's Micro has been a little bit wonky the last game or two, especially against Rogue. It really felt like there's quite a few moments where he just didn't look as great as we usually expect him to. Oracle's hanging around. That Resonating Glaives is still on its way. The Queen's going to get there. The Oracle taking some damage. One Oracle down immediately. Adept's taking shots still. Again, Resonating Glaives coming up. The Baneless coming through. Just going to come back around into the center again. Head towards the bottom right-hand side. The Ling Bane still producing, obviously, a lot of numbers coming up. So that's going to be our attempt to defend against those Adepts. That's what Rogue was doing previously as well, using the Ling Bane in that last game. Let's continue over. A couple of Queens will be there. Obviously, Adepts now have their Glaives, so they can actually start to take a fight, try and bait out some, I was going to say transfusions, but no transfusion came. The first Queen goes down very quickly. Hatchery gets cancelled up quickly as well. There's 2 Queens dead. Not great for Yakov, but now might be able to get a wrap, and we actually do. I actually don't mind that at all. The instant recall, the Banes still crash in. They will get a few kills, but all those Adepts were likely going to die if nothing else, so that actually worked out pretty decently. Things coming about. Adepts continue to come through. Mortal coming up. Charge still coming in. Another Nexus drops down on the 4th base. We get that set up as well. I mean, this is just Classic feeling pretty good. I mean, obviously those Adepts tend to trade out a fair amount. 28 Lings, Banes didn't get any economy damage, right? But if you force enough units out, you kind of stopping your opponent from building drones anyway, right? And that's kind of what's happened here. So I think Classic's done well enough. The big thing about the Adepts against Ling Bane is that a lot of the time when you kind of play against the Ling Bane, you don't have to worry too much about the counterattack, because your natural kind of answer to the counterattack is just kind of Adepts still. It's not like a bunch of roaches are being made and they're going to be a struggle for the Adepts to deal with. So the Adepts can just keep being made, keep being active, and really kind of keep more control than if it was a roach setup. Right now, these few Banes are going to try and sneak by, and there's a Stalker warping in, but we have not really enough DPS to deal with those Banes. That's a nice second Stalker warp in, though, and that will hold things up a little further. So let's crash in. That's going to be that. Oracle activates, and we do get another couple of Banes being pushed back once again. Yakov still pushed down that right-hand side. +1 attack coming through. A couple of pylons on the way up. Ling Hydra Queen in production, as well as a Musco Augment, and the Baneless Speed is still coming through. The +1 missile upgrade also coming up now. Temple Archives, the Immortal, +1 attack continuing to come in for now. Bane's still up on that top side. A few more of them morphing in the center. As it comes around the right, has been, again, pressuring the idea of hitting that 4th base, but not going to happen. Yakov with a few more Banelings on the other side are going to be able to sneak through here and potentially create a little bit of trouble as well. Probe's going down. Our Archon's going to get morphed in. +2 attack is on the way from Classic. Mauling Bane still coming through as well. Bane's still crushing through. 16 probes going down. That's some serious damage done there. Is now even more probes going down as well. So damage done. However, my concern for YoungYakov is he loses a lot of units here, and the potential counterattack from Classic is huge. I feel like this happens so much in YoungYakov's games. He hits a great counterattack or run by, and he does so much eco damage. Just like, okay, let's go. And then you realize, oh man, you gave away like so many units to do that. And the next thing you know, your opponent's coming across the map, 20, 30 army supply up in a matchup where you're out-teched as well. And your army just cannot hold on. So I think that's exactly what's happening here as we go pushing forwards. Going to jump onto this hatchery on that right-hand side. Zeld Archon Immortal will jump through it. This base will go down. That's the issue for Yakov. I mean, at least he gave up that base straight away. He recognized the situation. Those Banes there about to finish morphing in as the Archons will do their best to tank. That's the issue. These Archons are huge. Hydras are going to be there. A couple of Archons still taking some pushes back. As you do see a few additional Zealots getting warped in once again. Those few Hydras just going to stack themselves up in that mineral line. The Bane's running past the Zealots to get towards the Archons. I'm not sure if that's the greatest of all choices. As Classic, I need a little bit of micro with the Prism here. I'd love to see the units start pulling back to the Prism so we can lift up some of these Immortals. There's so much value we're missing out on. 16 drones died, and we are still probably going to have enough. But man, a little bit of micro, and you know Classic is capable of Warp Prism pickup micro, right? A little bit more of that, and we could have been so well off right there. We could have been absolutely massive as we just see the Prism. And take a few more shots off the Spore Crawler. Now these Hydras are going to make a dive for the Prism as well. We get it. We can slip the Warp in, but the damage really is done already. Classic Warp In's at home. And Yakov will not be able to hold this off any longer. GG's. Classic takes the 1-0 lead against our Zerg here in the group stages of Group B. WardiTV Summer Bash. Get into this in a couple of moments. Get this ready to rumble. As the second map was Oceanborn. So we're going to get Oceanborn lined up for us here and get into, like I say, this next round. Classic takes a 1-0 lead. And a very important matchup, obviously, because this was going to put one of these guys at 2-1 with MaxPax left to play, the other guy 1-2 with MaxPax left to play. Obviously, there's a pretty sizable difference there. And apparently, I'm still in the freaking chat channel for ESL Regionals. Yay. Alright, fix that up. Go says Yakov. Waiting for the go from Classic, and there it is, so we can go straight into game number 2. Countdown finishes up, and let's go into Oceanborn. In the top left corner, our red Protoss player taking the 1-0 lead here in the PVZ. Can he make it a sweet 2-0? It is classic. Bottom right, our blue Zerg is going to be YoungYakov. Oceanborn for round 2 compared to Site Delta. Obviously, another of the maps that kind of really comes into just a lot of the best of 3 that hits, comes into play in a lot of the categories, a lot of the series that we play day in and day out on the stream lately. Oceanborn, Site Delta. Alcyone map 3 if we get there as well. Very common picks. Alcyone is obviously a bit larger and definitely would be a little bit different compared to what we're seeing right now, so that's one thing to consider. Should we get there? That would involve Yakov bringing this series back a little. Just having ourselves the overlord continue to move forward a little bit, trying to see what's going on. Do I think Zealots would win a 400-meter run, or would they make it 100 meters only? Well, Zealots are still pretty fast, even without the yeah, they're still pretty fast, even without the charge, right? Like, if they have charge, but even if they're not actually, like, charging at something in that moment. I would say so. I reckon they could go 400 meters. Especially if they charge at something for the first 50, then they just run normally, then they charge again at, like, the last 50. Easy. Absolutely easy. Stalker coming up, Wolfgate coming through, Link Speed still coming out as well. Let's see, our Stalker here going to grab some shots onto this Overlord. Couple hits coming through, Link Speed is coming about, the Oracle still on the way in as well. Wolfgate also coming through at the moment. Early stages, still setting up here. So I guess just sorting out a match near the screen for a moment. Making sure everything's still running smooth. Alright, well, a couple extra Ks of the Twilight Council coming about. Get that all underway. Twilight Council and the gates continue through. We do see a couple more probes coming in. That resonating glaive's coming up also. And just keep bringing that by as it gets set up early. The couple of oracles are going to be the action on the map for the moment as well. So just going to keep those in the move. Tap's just going to have to turn away. The resonating glaive's on the way. Classic loving this glaive's opener then. So going into it for the third game of PVZ in a row from him. Bringing that straight up. Getting that online. Rubber facilities coming through while we talk, and obviously that's going to be Classic's follow-up here on the back of that resonating glaive, so get that setting up and establishing. It's going to see those things going to get through, the Adepts are going to get caught. Being shaded back for just a little longer. Unable to really get too far forward just yet, though. Gonna try and go onto these queens, just trying to make a big jump onto them. And so they have that glaive, so time to really get aggressive and time to try and find damage into a mineral line. As you jump in over here, fueling is going down, drones being chased. Roaches are starting to spawn, but they're not exactly in the correct positions just yet, so that is part of the problem. As the devs still trading out, a few more drones going down, a little bit more damage still being found. So that is going to be about it. Better defense from Yakov than we've had before. These Adepts are still here, though, so we're not completely done yet. Some of that Roach along on the high ground trying to be in position for the future, but not exposing itself too far either. I like it, trying to be in the in position, but also trying to join the fight in whatever way we can. A few more Adepts actually show up, and they're going to try and make the difference here too, as they keep on fighting. Will fight. 17 drones going down. Going to make it a couple more. This is where the damage is really starting to be very potent. You can see the damage done is absolutely adding up a little bit. Becoming a bit more of an issue here right now as Depths will be on 26 workers killed. Huge damage done. There's a lot of dead workers. At the end of the day, Classic does have less army supplies, so potential for Yakov to come across the map on an army counter. Maybe that is his option here. Maybe that is his route. Still making something happen. I see some of those roaches. The problem is a lot of these roaches are just roaches right now, so they're not super amazing. The numbers are meant to be there. One true strength at the moment, which is not exactly super ideal. I'm just going to get over here now, though. Let's see if the numbers will be enough, as Classic feels as though he's making a defense out. There still has an Immortal alive. He's actually looking very comfortable, and I think it's fair to say that this one is absolutely going the way of our absolutely going the way of our Protoss player. Classic looking good here in this game number 2 right now. Still not completely done yet though, so not get too ahead of ourselves. Oracle just moves around a little bit also. More units warping on the top side. That 4th base going to be warped in at the front, or warped in front of as well, so that just gets it going too. Massive army from Classic gathering up toward the center. Back into the middle we go again. Still got ourselves the melee, the +2 missiles. Like I say, it's just the actual numbers which I feel like are the big struggle here at the moment. Without some good enough numbers, I feel like it's going to be tough for Yakov to just hold on, because again, you're typically going to be out-teched when it comes to playing PvZ armies. This fight was kind of nice because you get to leap on a unit straight away, and that definitely did a bit of work for you. We're going to try and keep sending some units further forward as well. Classic still just kind of rampaging into this Roach Hydra Force. The Archon's there to put some damage out. The Immortal's obviously going to be very good at chunking through the Roaches, if nothing else. And push straight on into the bottom right-hand side where, again, YoungYakov is getting some reinforcements up, and for the most part, he's, I mean, I guess reinforced the Classic is just going to be an issue as well. I was going to say, like, it kind of felt like some Hydras were catching an Archon, but actually it just wasn't enough DPS. It wasn't good enough at all. And it looks as though Classic really does just have the 2-0 potential on the way here in the next few moments. Get this wrapped up and all sorted out. A few final shots coming through Classic's army, just like I say, a little bit too powerful for the moment. This is going to do it. That's going to be GG's, and Classic takes the 2-0 here today over YoungYakov. So big win for Classic, as that puts him at 2-1 in this group, and 2-1 obviously puts you in a grand position, because from 2-1, there's a very good chance to move through. Rogue 2-0, Classic 1-2, Ryung 0-2. Obviously, Classic still has MaxPax left to play, which we're going to be trying to get into soon. So here's the thing, guys. Like I said it before, I mentioned a little bit about the possibility of having another live match added in. Ryung versus Rogue have not started yet. We're still waiting on Ryung to finish a game that's currently being played, is what I'm seeing. So we need Ryung to finish a game, and once that's done, we can actually go into Ryung versus Rogue live, and then we'll go through all 4 of the MaxPax matches just after that, back to back to back. I think we'll just do that because it means one more live series for us, and you guys love it when it's live because everyone complains when it's a replay. So we'll do it like that, and it just means we get to do one more live, and we can go from there. So I think that's the plan. At the very least, I'm going to give it a couple minutes. If it doesn't look like we're going to get going in a few minutes, yeah, if we can't figure that out, then yeah, if we can't figure it out in a few moments, we'll just we probably will just go for the MaxPax series actually. But at the very least, I want to try and get us into the matchup. I'd like to try and get us into the live match, so I think that's going to be what we try to do. Alright, so we'll take a couple of moments. Yeah, let's just go to a break. That gives me a few moments to just focus on figuring out what exactly we're going to do, rather than just kind of winging it on the fly. So let's do it like that. Trying to communicate stuff to players as we go right now. Perfect. All right, let's see you guys in just a couple. We'll see you after the break. More StarCraft 2 coming up straight after this. Thank you for the raid, Take TV. Welcome, guys. We're going to be just on a quick break before we get into the next match. Welcome back, everybody. As we are getting into the next game soon. Yeah, just figuring this out. So what we're going to do, we're waiting on the match to finish, and when that match finishes, we can go into Rogue versus Ryung, and then we get to do all of MaxPax's games back to back to back. It's very exciting because it basically gives us a good run of matches. We're actually going to go... I guess we can kind of order MaxPax's matches as we see kind of importance, so we could maybe start if Ryung is, for example, like 0-3 after if he loses to Rogue, for example, we could kind of do that to eliminate Ryung and then just kind of work our way up. But we'll see. So we're waiting on a game to finish, and then we can get live into Rogue versus Ryung, and then from there we're going to do all of MaxPax's games. MaxPax has been playing his games during the other matches. We're just doing that part where we're obviously going to have the those matches being caught up on. So yeah, again, just makes the scheduling better for the players. So yeah, a little bit of downtime. How's everyone doing? Let me know what's up. Let me know how everyone's feeling. Let me know how your days are going. Just waiting for, like I say, another game to finish up, and we can fully send it into this next one. I don't think we're going to be too long, guys. I think we're going to be able to get going pretty quickly, so probably about 3 or 4 minutes, thereabouts, depending on how long the videos take and so on. Should be able to roll on outwards, so. So yeah, we're gonna get on the Korean server, and like I said, just wait for Ryung Rogue to be ready. Like I said, I really feel like we're like 3-4 minutes away, something like that. It's not gonna be super long. Hell yeah. What's up, CJ? Thank you so much for dropping by. Like watching the channel, it's a nice distraction from. I'm gonna generalize it as say real life problems. Hell yeah. But be able to provide distraction for you, mate, is. I've got word that the videos are beginning between Rogue and Ryung. So videos coming through. We'll get that going very shortly. We can go, go, go. Perfect. Perfecto. MaxPax win. MaxPax is going to be our last 4 matches of the day. We still actually are going to play Rogue vs. Ryung live. I said this a little bit, but basically, we usually do 5 live, 5 replays. The way the matches have laid out in terms of length today, the matches off stream have just been longer. And because they've been longer, we're at the point now where we can actually do the 6th series live, Rogue vs. Ryung, instead of having that one for replay. So we're going to do Rogue Ryung live, then all of the MaxPax series will follow that. The exact order of the MaxPax series we'll probably do based on what the rest of the group looks like, because we'll know all the other results at that point. So we can basically just go down and be like, okay, MaxPax Ryung seems the least important, so maybe we'll do that one first. Then we can just kind of knock players out of the group one by one and just kind of come up to a grand finale and see what we can get done towards the very end of it. So something along those lines is what we're going to be going for. As we're going to get into Rogue Ryung in just a couple moments. Like I say, videos are underway, so not too much longer to wait, guys. Our little gamble of deciding to wait for this paid off this time. Didn't actually have to wait all that long. Hell yeah. Awesome. So, just waiting for these videos to get going, guys. Couple of moments. Kick this off. A freaking itchy nose. Always beautiful to do between games. It was annoying me too much. I could not give it a scratch. Sorry, guys. Tough life out here. All right, we are getting ready to rumble on in. As our first video comes in from Rogue as Dynasty, so the progress is in fact on the way up. Like I said, just taking a little bit of time to get there, but we will get there. Fear not, it will happen. Hello, Ali. Hi. You come to say hello. We've really needed you as downtime content. Just not been here, huh? You slacking on your job? Yeah, I'll not report you this time then. Oh, okay, you wag your tail. Okay, so we are just about to have our first map picked and we can jump into this series. Again, thank you for the patience. From here on out, it will be pretty much just go, go, go as well. Final video is in, so we're going to be playing on a combination of, oh, you guessed it, Oceanborn, Site Delta, and... what am I missing? Alcyone vetoed Amphion as well, yes. Okay, so it's going to be Oceanborn 1. Get that set up, ready to go here. As we just crossed 3 hours of our event today. It's actually been a pretty nice group. I think we're going to get some juicy... I mean, this is the halfway point as well, so we still have 5 full best of 3s to go. And the best part of that is the last 5 best of 3s will have pretty much no downtime between them. So we're just going to go with pure, uninterrupted Starcraft action pretty much. None of this me trying to buy time and talk up downtime, etc. Players are ready. Let's get into Rogue versus Ryung TVZ. As we get into map number 1 on Oceanborn. Map 2 will be Amphion. Map 3 will be Side Delta. It has been Rogue, who's been looking pretty darn good so far today. 2-0 in the group, and that includes a win over Classic and a win over YoungYakov. He looked good in both of those series. Let's see what his ZVT is looking like as we head on into game. In the bottom right-hand side, our blue Zerg player is going to be Rogue. Taking on the red Terran in the top left corner of the map from Vitality, we have Ryung. Game 1 of this best of 3. As we get this set up and ready to roll. straight over to a hatchery then for our drone. As Ryung will just play the barracks, no CC first or anything, which is just one thing that maybe could have come about here for those early stages. And we talked about this early on, but I do feel like Ryung's TVZ is one of his weaker matchups, so kinda hoping it's gonna go down. Yeah, and that spawning pool coming about, a hatchery coming through, CC and the Reaper continue to come about as well. SCV comes out to the front, just going to be seeing a couple of Queens and Outlings coming in. SCV just going to try and play the block on that base for the moment. We're going to find a couple Lings, will take some damage. King fights off and the Reaper will get pushed away. Still got the Rotron coming up on the side of Rogue. And it goes down. Queen is going to get bopped around a little bit. Rotron about to finish from Rogue, so he just wants to get damage early. He's going to have money for a lot of roaches here in a sec. The Overlords will be done. And it is going to be roach production time. He'll put the hatchery down first, though. Ryung is heading into that third CC before the starport, so the setup is correct for Rogue to get in and to deal some damage. That much is for certain already. We're already looking good on that front. As a few roaches continue through, the starport coming in, the Queen and the Ling's going to be there and block that Reaper off, not let it go through and get anywhere for the moment. I see a couple of Hellions going about, the Overlord and the drones coming through as well. Those roaches making their way from Rogue out toward the top left-hand side. And we've seen the Reaper and the Hellions continue to move about a little bit. Just going to make their way over for a few moments. You have a couple Marines and Hellions going to hit those roaches. SCV's going to pull the front, get the repair on that reactor. Clear that up if possible. Roach is still going big as the Ravager's shown up. He has a Banshee starpling cleanup as well. Rogue just droning heavily behind this. This is a question of how much damage can we do. We still have the entire natural mineral line to pick through. That's a lot of SCVs that will begin to go down. We will actually be able to pull through and then lift the depot up, which means that some more of these SCVs get away, although 15 killed. Now we're actually in with the Roach Ravager. We'll just get every SCV that we want to here, as that is going to be 18 kills. Last Ravager goes for a Marine. Not bad at all, especially when you look at Rogue. Big on the rebuild of workers already. Just needs to make sure that he doesn't let the Cloak Banshees or anything really kind of come through and do too much on the counterattack. That's one thing we've got to try and avoid here, I'd imagine. Avoid that as best we can. Impact still coming through. The additional SCVs coming up. Reactor building from Ryung. Link Speed Queens all coming through as additional spores coming up as well. Getting that underway. You can see the Banshees there straight away. Just going to be hitting those Queens. Queen start going down. First Queen dies, second Queen dies. This is exactly what you want to try and avoid as Rogue. He doesn't even have a Ling speed yet, so these few Lings on defense are not actually going to be all that great just now. A couple of Hellions do get access to the mineral line. A few more Lings popping out. Can we actually defend? Hellions got bopped by the grenade back towards the Lings there. 6 drones dead. I mean, that's very allowable when you're still ahead by 10 workers. I think Rogue is okay with this. I think he's okay with this situation completely, in fact. That Simpack is about to finish up from Ryung, so he will be on the next stage, but Rogue's also going to have the lair to play with already, so he'll have that in his favor, and the ability to go Bane speed and other tech choices right now. I actually feel like Rogue is finally netting himself the guaranteed advantage in this game number 1. Link's still streaming through. 7 SCVs have gone down, and that number is, I was going to say, increasing. Still, there's a lot of low HP SCVs there. I thought the final couple of Lings were going to get a little bit more done, but they just didn't manage to yet. 1-1 upgrades on the way out from Ryung, so we bring those through as well. Still got that Bane Nest finishing the Spire coming through from Rogue also. Evolution Chambers starting back at home. Our Orbital Command just floats across to the 3rd base. Just going to land that straight into position. Marines and the Banshees gathering as well. Overlord is going to get nabbed right here. So the OV taking some damage, and it will go down in a moment. The Overlord is killed. Rogue is supply blocked. Still have those melee upgrades, that Bane speed coming about, the Spire and the Hatchery coming through as well. The Banshees will cloak and move about a little bit. Defense is in position immediately though, although we will not let that forward hatch come down. That's one thing we can play the denial of with these Banshees, I guess, for a moment or two at the very least. Banshees back around the back of this natural where another drone or two goes down. Queen's still coming across. Banshees are going to get forced away up the right-hand side, so they're just going to have to retreat away from this one. More Lings in the top are going to get turned away too as they try to counterattack but didn't find much. And they'll now just be used as a way to play cleanup on this group of Marines. Forcing the lift back into the medevacs, and we reset ourselves here in a big way. 10 Mutalisks on the way out from Rogue to bringing all 10 of those Mutas through. A few more drones popping up on the side of Rogue, so we bring those in. The Mutas still join us here. Melee upgrades building. Extra Banes in production also. Marines are going to scan it up, going to get rid of a little bit more creep spread. Marines and Banshees over to the left-hand side. A little bit of creep we can kill over here as well. Some more of that creep continuing to go down for now. And this is where Ryung tries to open up some space. I mean, he's got a 1-1 upgrade lead as well right now. This is not a bad moment for Ryung to fight in. Only 2 base economy. And this is the moment as well where you kind of wonder, hey, was it a mistake for me to make some Mutas here? What a great catch this is, though. The tanks are pretty much all dead just off the Lings flooding through. However, hold that thought. One tank survived. The Lings all went down there. No Banes left over either. Bane's going to fight the Banshees here as well. Mutalisks going to start diving forward once again. These few Banes are going to crash through for a bunch of those Marines. Banshees are going to cloak up. Lings are going to flood forwards. Does Rogue have enough, or can Ryung actually win this game? I actually think it's looking pretty okay for Ryung. Can he actually just keep on going? These Mutas in the skies, not too many of them left. Every Marine that shows up right now is a big deal. Huge deal, in fact, as we are able to keep those Mutas at bay, and it's still just Ling Bay Muta in production. 9 Marines at a time. Siege tank production continuing. We drop the Mule to repair that herd siege tank back up. Mutas in some better numbers now. Might actually be able to make some progress if we just try and dive the Marines, but it's not good enough. Marines are surviving through this, and again, Rogue is going to have to pull back and try and find some other numbers. He's got a few Banes going to start rolling in. However, with the siege tank here, it's going to be difficult. That tank is so low, and yet it is, I think the Mule ran out of money to repair with at one point, so it stopped. But yeah, that tank is providing a bit of value. It actually got rid of a bunch of the Banes just there, and those few Bane lanes are all you need to clean this up, as long as the tank doesn't take them all out. Well, Ling Muta, I'm going to try and run forward once more here. This pre-split army. The Banes this time do reach some of the Marines. The Mutas get rid of the siege tank. We can get some Marines on the right side that do not have medevac support. As another few Marines arrive, Rogue is just about holding on to this. The army supplies are starting to level out here. And with the army supplies leveling out, I think we do have ourselves a situation where Rogue is going to comfortably be able to take this first game in the end. But I say comfortably, I mean, obviously it was a very difficult time to get here. This was nothing but easy so far. The Marine still active. Spore Crawler getting picked off. Lane Bane Muta continuing to come on through. Just getting rid of a few more Marines. And Baneling being used on that one is not exactly ideal. But yeah, Rogue is looking obviously more comfortable army-wise than he has before. Army of Ryung is still heading down through the center to the bottom right. Obviously, he can do nothing but just keep rallying. This is not really a situation you want to slow it down, just pick back up and reset. Medivac's doing a little bit of healing. We do scan forwards. A couple of creep teamers starting to get picked off as well. Here we go. Lingbane Muta going to start making a flood forwards here. Just going to go jumping in towards these Marines. Those Banes don't quite reach on the top side, though. Great fight for Ryung. Oh, man. Once again, Ryung is just taking a fight that's going to keep him alive and in this here as a Rogue. Has the economy to sort of keep going without it. Oh, I was going to say, I don't know if I love the idea of committing into this. And he did decide against it. He decides to pull back, pulling away for the moment. The Muta's still on the move about. Tank siege is up again. A few Marines are going to come stemming forwards. The Mutalisks being chased. The Overlord will go down. Here we go with Lingbane from a couple different sides. Mutas too. You just want to get rid of that siege tank. Banelings again are crashing into the tank and just dying before they reach the Marines. As we try and send the few Lings forward. Again, Rogue has the same problem. He just can't kill the Marine lines. But he's got enough economy to keep rebuilding and going again and again and again. Uh-oh, that's not good though. Baneling's being caught as they're morphing in. That's terrible. This is worst case scenario. This tank going to get jumped on, but we have no way to protect from these Marines right now. They're on creep, but there's no Banelings to do anything about it. 36 Lings on the way. Drones are pulling out of here. There goes a lot of Rogue's income advantage. That's one of the things that was keeping him in this. A lot of the Lings go down. We are going to go shut off reinforcements with the Ling Muta. One of the better things we can do right now. Maybe should have been doing that for a while, but it has been a very intense game. As again, the Banelings are found morphing on the front, and there's nothing to protect these Banelings. They're going to finish in a moment. Can any of them connect? Yes, they can. Some of them do. He had that disastrous moment earlier for Ryung when he cuddled Banelings with his Hellbats and they all got blown up. That was nearly very similar. He just has enough Marines surviving. He's going to kill the Baneling Nest, and with the Baneling Nest being killed, I think Ryung has got enough to see this through. Those Banelings cancel. That means no more Banelings in play at all. Ling Muta does not clean up Medivac Marine, and that is going to be Ryung to take out game number 1 off of Rogue in an absolute nail-biter of an opening game between the two of them. That was a fantastic game of TVZ. As Ryung is able to make it happen. Ryung, how about that? That really was pretty spectacular. Alright, game number 2 going to be Amphion. And can Rogue pull it back? Or is Ryung going to get himself his first win in this group? This could be a real turning point of this group, right? Rogue is 2-0, Ryung is 0-2. If you win this right now, this could all start turning around. And that would obviously just open up so many possibilities of how this group ends up. How this group finishes. Rogue and Ryung both join us here. Instantly readying, and into game 2 we go. Yeah, Rogue, that's his first map loss of the day. If Ryung gets a win, that is huge. Obviously then Ryung MaxPax for Ryung to essentially stay in the competition. Yeah, oh, crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Let's see if Ryung can finish up here and actually get a win on the board, or if Rogue is going to pull it back and put himself up to a 3-0 scoreline. In the bottom left-hand corner, taking the 1-0 lead by the skin of his teeth. It is the blue Terran player from Vitality, Ryung. Taking on the red Zerg. Top left corner of the map, we have Rogue. Alright, game 2 of our best of 3. Man. Wild game. Yeah, this tournament's been giving us some really good games. Group A was very good as well. A lot of really good games in that. I got the extractor on the go, so hatch, gas, and pool all coming up. Just having a couple drones coming about. Barracks is about to finish as well. And that up and into play. Remember, top 3 players will advance from this group. First place gets to go straight to the round of 8. Second and third will enter the round of 12. Couple Links is going to go chase them for a Reaper. Links is going to come across, Reaper getting chased around. Rex is going to lift off of the reactor, and as that happens, we do have our Reaper just moving about. And will be accompanied by some Hellions very shortly. The 2 Hellions already on the way up, so just starting to bring those through. Tech Lab coming in, the Lynx be coming in, the Overlord's building, Queen on the way up as well. Actually, and a few more drones in production. And Hellions continue about once again. We do have a couple more Hellions still on the way. The stim pack is coming forwards. Queen's coming up. Drones on the way. Queen's coming through once again. And again, the Reaper Hellion goes back around the right-hand side. Back on the way through, the couple Queens coming up, the drones on the way, Overlord coming on in. And just gonna have our Reaper and our Hellions still getting sold. More drones coming through, the Lings are on the way out, the Queens are producing. Here's a couple of Hellions still making their way around here. Stimpack is going to finish very shortly. Couple Evolution Chamber in production. Again, a few drones, a couple of Overlords, all of that coming up. 3 Overlords currently on the way out, in fact. The depot comes into the front there. The single Link comes in towards the orbital, which is going to get landed out onto the 3rd base position. Marine's going to be firing away, getting set. Artifacts loading up, getting settled here for a second. Going to be seeing the Marines continue to unload. And let's just get ourselves action on the left-hand side. The few Queens still coming about as well. Upgrades, burrow, bane speed, all of that continuing through. Hellions are coming around also for the moment. Just seeing our Ling Bane able to play cleanup on these drones, on these medevacs so far, so able to keep that clear. And Engineering Bay armory coming up, the extra barracks on the way through. Still got the 1-1 upgrades on the way by. Tanks, medevacs coming up as well. You're going to see the Ling Queen just going to get there. The Marines going to be chased out of here for the moment. Still unable to do much else or much extra. Those Marines really would like to try and poke around this side, so Ryung will continue to go forward, trying to find anything he can get. 2-2 upgrades, Baneland speed coming up. 32 more Lings on the way from Rogue. We continue to get that going right now. Nice couple of Banes. How'd you get burrowed there? I think Rogue, a little bit hopeful. That was really right in front of a few Terran units, and I think Ryung absolutely saw it. Instant scan, instant cleanup. Ryung coming around the right. There is already some units already looking for the counterattack around the other direction. Ling Bane looking to cut off reinforcements. To slow Ryung's 8 racks pressure down in whatever way is possible, as the Bane's actually going to come in late. Oh, what a... if that was intentional, then that was beautiful, because the Banes came in late, but by coming in late, the SCVs were pulling into where the Banes were coming in from. 16 SCVs go down, and that is a fantastic little trade already. The Lings are still alive as well, so they can come back home as a flank. I think Rogue is manipulating this game heavily into his favor. We're going to go diving in for the fight over here. There's no way Ryung wins this one. Rogue has way too much, with damage done on the other side of the map as well. All momentum is completely scuppered here for Ryung, and Rogue is fighting back beautifully here in the game too. And yeah, just keep going. He's just going to keep rolling right now. There's one tank here that's actually doing pretty well though, and I kind of felt like he could keep going, but actually going to turn out to be a pretty rough fight from Rogue. As, yeah, turns out Marines in the tank can trade pretty well if you just kind of run straight headfirst into them, so... A little bit of a shame there, but Rogue is still building into adrenal glands. He's getting 2-2 up and ahead of his opponent, so he's going to continue to have good progress on the map. It's not like he's moving nowhere with this for now. Marines pushing up to the high ground. The hatchery will be coming about. Taking some shots, taking some hits. Marines in the tank gathering in once again. Marines obviously just going to hold this. Rogue posted out of this position once before. He's going to go again right now and get rid of the tanks quickly. The Banelings survive, and the tanks not target firing those Banelings at all. And as the tanks go down, there's just so much Zerg still moving through. Looking really, really good. GG's. And Rogue is going to take game number 2, tying this series up 1-1 with Ryung. So again, all tied up, 1-1, and Rogue is going to be looking good after that, and definitely feeling pretty good. A little scary at one point, but otherwise I think very well handled. We go to site Delta to decide this best of 3, and to see whether Rogue or Ryung will come out with a map victory, series victory. Splits. Yeah, Ryung actually really good at the 8 racks aggressive sort of stuff. Definitely where his strength lies in DVZ. The problem is if your opponent knows that going in, they can have such a good plan built around it, you know. In terms of how they're going to approach it, how they're going to try and deal with that aggression and those attacks that are coming through. Alright, let's go in game. As we have got to the bottom right corner, the Blue Terran opened the scoring in this series, but couldn't keep it going for game 2. It is Ryung in the bottom right of Site Delta, looking to take his first series of the tournament still. On the other side, our red Zerg is Rogue. Looked good. Some of these moments, that much is for sure. So we get game 3 on the way. Double racks coming up at the fronts, just going to get those going on that low ground, get that wall off started. Second rack is on its way. It's going to be having ourselves the hatch, the gas, the pool, all coming up from rogues. That part of this is looking very standard. As the Reapers are on the way through. Cannon drone already coming up as well. It's just getting this up and running. Let's see what the 2-Rax Reaper can provide for Ryung here. Can he give him enough momentum off the starting line to give him a great start and to give him what he needs across the course of this game? First few Reapers are popping out again. Command Center coming through. A couple Lings coming out. Queens as well. Link speed starting. Now Reaper will go fighting against a bunch of those Lings. Now Reaper continue to go back and forth. Link speed coming through. The extra drones are producing. As the grenades will fight the Queen. Well, how many Reapers are we going to end up on in total here? We're going to have 3 out, 1 more finishing, so 4 Reapers is the total build. We are so far denying the idea of a third base right as well. That third base not currently on site at all, so nothing there currently. Seeing these Reapers continuing through, our Zerglings still on the way about. Actually lose 1 Reaper, unfortunately. Obviously, the more Reapers you keep alive, the better off you're typically going to be feeling, but it's maybe a step in the not quite so correct direction. Trying to finish now on the barracks. Marines on the way. I actually want to try and get some Hellions out, but these Lings are going to make it difficult for the factory to land, so it's actually very annoying. Rogue knows it as well. That's a lot of wasted time on this factory, just sitting here above a reactor. It's meant to be out here doing things right now, so yeah, that kind of is a bit of a wasted opportunity, unfortunately. As the reactor now going to live, the factory can go onto it, but yeah, that's 2 Marines you build. That could have been 2 Hellions already. Nice little move from Rogue just to take any possible advantage that's given to him across the course of this game so far. You've got to wait for the Marines anyway, no delay. No, but he only built the Marines because he couldn't lift the barracks because he was waiting for the Lings to move. So he built the Marines because the factory wasn't able to land. So the Marines do in fact cause the delay. As our Reapers and Hellions move back towards the top. Yeah, he only made the Marines because he knew he couldn't justify lifting the barracks up already, so then you may as well spend your money on 2 more Marines, right? So yeah. Well, 1-1 upgrade still on the way up. Stimpack finishing on the side of Ryung, so we get Stimpack completed. These Hellions gonna get hunted down by a few different Zerglings right now. Arrows on the way from Rogue. Melee upgrades coming through. Queen on the way up as well. A couple Overlords building. We do get rid of another Zergling right there, so that's going to be a good pick-off as also. Just going to grab that already. Factory now off of that reactor and making space for the Marine production to start up once more. Now Hellions are going to go back up towards the top side of the map. Hellions actually going to be able to get through a couple of those creep tumors. They go down immediately. Queen's pushing out the front. 1-1 is about to finish up from Ryung. Combat shields as well, not far from being done. The armory completing so that Ryung can go straight into 2-2. Nothing skipped so far throughout the course of this setup. SCVs go down, a little run by, and a few more will go down as they try and hold the wall for the Marines to deal the damage. 4 workers killed. Obviously a lot of mine time lost as those SCVs all pulled off of the third base. Well, here's the push from Ryung with Hellbats off the armory. Those Banelings are not quite ready yet. When they finish, they'll be slow waddling forwards as well. And Ryung with quite the push right here is getting quite a lot done. A couple of Banes have to go turning away, mind you. The rest of the Queen's still coming across, and just going to see that Overlord overhead. Burrow starting up, the Baneling speed still coming through. Rogue is going to be okay and alive here, but obviously still a fairly scary moment or two during that as the refinery comes down. A few links slip into the mineral line, a couple of SCVs going down. Hatchery actually ends up cancelled on the top side. It's nice for those few units to still be making use of themselves. T2 upgrade still on the way up on both sides. It's a slight advantage on Ryung on the timing of that. I'm just going to go towards the Overlord. Nice little grab. Rogue actually supply blocked from it as well, so something of a factor there as well. So Rogue takes some hits. It's going to be seeing the 2-2 upgrade still going through. Hatchery still on the way up. Marines, Hellbats moving on forwards. Just going to be getting forwards here, and that's going to be an Overseer going down as well. It's just going to grab that on the way. It's going to come across and we'll go for a little bit of a jump onto some creep tumors. Anything you can do to start limiting Rogue's map control. Ryung has the supply lead, but I feel like Rogue has the kind of the game lead. The creep is looking pretty good. The base count is looking fantastic. To expand that bottom left side is somewhere else that Ryung has to start thinking about. Upgrade lead of Ryung is not going to be active in time for a fight. Maybe this one, but this is just Rogue being out of position. Would have rather those Banes tried to hit the Marines at least. Obviously running away was going to net you nothing there. Maybe if Ryung does just go now and gets one solidified push up the map, then these advantages I'm talking about on the side of Rogue just don't really matter at all. Okay, still coming through, another siege tank firing away. More Lings and more Banes coming about. Here we go, going to go diving downwards now. This Ling Bane going to get jumped on. Going to get a jump onto the Marine tank force, and that is a pushback. Ryung's army unable to stay settled there for the moment. Three coming up, Hive still coming through. Marines is going to continue to come about. Thing's going to continue into that mineral line. A couple of SCVs going to get jumped on. Banes are coming across as well. 14 SCVs, 15. Oh, that's a great run into this base. Bottom left base of Rogue goes down, but if you're denying so much mining for your opponent, I think you're okay to give up a base in this situation, to be honest. 3-3 still going about. More Lings and Banes continue to come over. We are going to get a wraparound here. Those Banes going to keep on chasing. Marine's going to go running in all directions. Ryung will take a better fight. And Rogue has to continue to run across. Rogue has consistently struggled in just getting a little bit extra up and online. He's going to run through. A couple of Banes going to run forwards. Queens are going to try and fight back. Adrenal Gland still coming up. +3 armor coming in. Hatch goes down. Ling's going to open up the rocks on the right-hand side. Again, 3-3. Adrenal Glands continuing up for the moment. We still have the, just rocks being opened out as well. The more of those we clean out, the better off we typically end up being. Things have to run back, man. Rogue Supply is just not staying there. Ryung with a bounce back in this tournament when he needed it most, and when it looked like it was going to be tough as well, because obviously Rogue was looking so fantastic. Tank sieging, Marines pushing upwards. Things back through the center, Ultras on the way. 3-3, Kindness playing, Adrenal Glands all coming through. Just gonna go, SCV's taking damage. CC lifts off over on that right hand side as well. Fire push continues once again. Ryung making a move out to the top side. I mean, if he just keeps going, then I can believe in him, but the Ultras are gonna be a little bit scary, right? Currently without 3-3 and Kindness, not so much, but if he can get the upgrades completed and then go in with the Ultras, I could believe. I could be made to be a believer in it. See what goes down. Currently having Marine Tank still gathering about a little bit. Queens, some Ultras running away as well. Lingbane coming over right now. Still running about, a couple of those Marines going down. We will have Bio getting into the center here. These Ultras are going to make that move, man. They're moments away from having 3-3. They would be so much better in a teeny amount of time down the line. Marines are going to pull back. They do not want to let those Ultras chomp them. +3 carapace now finishing at the very least. All the tanks gone. The Marines is going to step against these Ultras. Can they do enough? Another Ultra going down. Ryung's supply is plummeted, and I was just praising how well it was looking for, how good it was looking for Ryung, but I guess he really was not ready for the Ultras. GG's. Wow, Rogue is going to take it 2-1. He just did not have an answer to Ultras in the end. He was so stuck on the Marine Tank endless push that he forgot to make it not endless. Is what it comes down to. And that's going to be that. Alright guys, we're going to be moving into MaxPax's games. I know you guys have been waiting for this. A lot of people have been asking about when MaxPax will play, and that's going to be right now. We're going to start with MaxPax YoungYakov, just because that one's on a different server, so it's easier for me to go and do that one and host that up, and then move into the same server for the rest of the MaxPax matches, so we'll do that. So we'll do MaxPax YoungYakov. Probably going to do MaxPax YoungYakov, MaxPax Ryung, just work our way through the bottom of the table initially. Then most likely, because Rogue is 3-0, probably MaxPax Classic and then MaxPax Rogue. Probably in that order, guys. So like I say, MaxPax YoungYakov coming up next. That should split the matchups up a little bit as well for us, so I think we will get that going. Alright, we'll take a couple moments then, guys, as we'll just switch that over. I need to be quick, so back in a couple of moments as action continues. MaxPax takes on YoungYakov, then Ryung, then Classic, and then Rogue, I believe is the order we're going to do things in. I'll see you in just a few for more StarCraft 2. Hello guys, welcome back. Is the music just broken? Paused? It's just broken. Cool. Alright, we'll sort that out for later. And right now we're getting into MaxPax versus YoungYakov PvZ action. There we go. Fix for next time. Let's get into more StarCraft 2. I know a lot of people were very excited to watch some of the MaxPax games today. As we get this underway, top right hand corner, red Protoss player is MaxPax. Of course, we just haven't seen his games today. Typically, when we get to pick the kind of schedule for the stream in scenarios like this, I do make it so that the fan favorites typically play last. And in this case, it just so happened that all of MaxPax's games are going to end up at the end. Yo, Auron says, thanks for your commitment. And you know what? I just read this entire thing. Was like, I'm going to say it. I'm going to remember what it is to say it for when it disappears off the screen, and I immediately forgot. But I'm really good at this. Let me open up my activity feed. Thank you so much for the £8 donation. Thank you for your commitment and consistency from Germany. That's the word I was missing. I knew it was from Germany. I knew what the start of it said. Thank you so much for the £8 donation. If you guys are enjoying the stream, as YoungYakov is the opponent of MaxPax in the top left, If you guys are enjoying the stream, you can do so much to help us out. You can like the stream if you're watching on YouTube. You can follow the channel here on Twitch. You can obviously subscribe with your primes. You can subscribe regularly, donating, cheering. All of it allows us to run events like this one. This is a WardiTV tournament, and we can only run these events with your support. I think it goes without saying our support has been down a little bit this year. It's not been the greatest year of Starcraft 2 from us, I'm not going to lie. But if you want to see more events like this one, prime a sub, get that prime sub hit. I think on like 400 and about 450 subs right now. If we could hit 500 plus throughout this event, that would be incredible because, like I say, these events do not pay for themselves. So if you can do that, then that would be amazing. Just thank you so much, Clayton and Basha. Ooh, coming in for the couple of fresh primes. What's up with the prediction? I can put a prediction up. Just remind me to close it out between series. And then we can make a new one as well, if you remind me. As that Overlord came scouting across, but not too much going on early. Hatchery coming down. Everything's looking pretty chill here for the first few minutes. Like I said, really not too much going on in the early stages. Probe moves out onto the map as well. It's just going to come across here. I think speed already starting from YoungYakov as well. 2 drones, couple of queens on the way. Stargate building as well. Whoa. Lovers Lounge, thank you so much for the 25-pound donation. Extremely generous. Saying you're the best. Thank you so much for the generous donation. Thank you so much. This is the most successful sellout segment I've done in the last 2 months. Hey, thank you so much, guys. Appreciate the support. Thank you so much for being awesome. As a small reward, you guys may have a very quick Helicam. Helicam. Alrighty, so a couple of lings moving through. Queen coming about. The Adept is going to set up over here. And she is going to come through and get rid of a creep tumor. There's a creep tumor going down, and the Adept continues to get chased about. The lings continue to go on the hunt. As the Adept gets back to the middle of the map here, link speed on the way, overlords and drones coming up as well. And we have this hatchery about to finish on the side of YoungYakov. So getting that third base up and rolling as Zerglin's still moving through. Oracle activates and will chase a bunch of these lings out of here, so the Oracle pushes back over that left side. And Nexus coming up, the probe coming in, all of that coming up. As we just have the Oracle making its way back over to the left, and feeling showing up, not going to do much either. The Oracle activates once again to just keep chasing those lings away. Well, a couple of spores coming online, the drones are still coming up, Queen on the way as well. We do have ourselves the lings settling down in the center. The Adepts take another step forward to just meet those lings and try and push them back. As obviously, first time seeing MaxPax today, but we know typically he does just like to play some very standard Stargate stuff into a lot of... he's very good at kind of mixing up the follow-ups, to be honest, between Blink and... so yeah, either Blink, or he also is very good at going into the Charge as well. I don't know if we'll see as much kind of glaives from MaxPax as we were seeing from Classic earlier on today. I think that was probably the oddity, seeing that glaives come in so often earlier. Classic was really into that resonating glaives, wasn't he? He was absolutely loving it, so yeah, like I say, would be surprised to kind of see that coming up so frequently in this best of 3. As those oracles activate and they get rid of a couple of drones. Bulwark is going down. The Adepts just moving through. The lings trying to move back. As those lings are going to wrap around a couple of those Adepts. One Adept goes down, another Adept falling. This link is still going to try and get a wrap as 7 drones have fallen so far. So MaxPax has already had a pretty darn good start. Spookcrawler will fight. The lings will be there with the Queen to push this away. So the couple of Oracles chased away. The Oracle of MaxPax still working up the left-hand side. Again, +1 and Blink on the way through. A couple extra gates in the Robo facility coming in as well. 2 drones go down. Nice to see that even this Oracle can find some more damage. So MaxPax definitely doing himself some work, or putting some work in for himself so far. Again, it is that Blink follow-up. I actually love Blink on Ghost River. It's a good map for just pushing on. he can really control a lot of the areas. He can make it very difficult for your opponent to ever trade against those Stalkers. So potential there for MaxPax to just make it tough for his opponent in the future. As we do have our Lings moving back out to the center here. Group of drones go down to the top side. The Oracles come through. 4 workers drop. And +1 missiles. And the Roach Speed coming up. The Infestation Pit is still about halfway done. That Blink is building now. Is just about ready to finish. +1 attack and armor still coming through. Interesting, we actually ended up going for that second forge, so MaxPax really going to double down on the power of these gateway units. He wants to make sure they are as powerful as possible. Stalkers move up. We're going to see a couple of creatures already drop in. And the rest of these Stalkers moving over as well. Oracle and another Stalker coming over right now. Just have a Stasis Ward dropping into place. A couple of those Creep Tumors still going down. Lings, Roach is pushing through. Stasis Ward is going to catch a couple of Lings as well. There's more Swarm Hosts coming up. +1 missile still on the way in. 5 additional Stalkers. We're working our way towards charge, working our way on +2, +1. Actually, very interested to see how this mass gateway style that MaxPax is currently setting up with is going to deal with these Swarm Hosts of YoungYakov. You know, usually against the Swarm Hosts, you have some amount of splash, so you can kind of work through them a little bit more quickly. I guess we can go into a Temple Archives here. Probably want to take a couple more gases to kind of start adding on Archons. Or Storm, whichever you kind of choose to go to. And now MaxPax just is going to keep going. You will see the Swarm Hosts for the first time now, so he's going to be aware of what's coming his way. Of course, these Swarm Hosts, I'm going to say, don't really want to pop themselves up defensively. We are going to pop a few. I actually think that's... I feel like it's a mistake, but I get it because you are taking damage here. You are starting to run out of units. But a shame because obviously if you have all these Swarm Hosts going across the map and dropping their Locust into this Natural is 100% dead. Now I'm not sure if it 100% dies. Yeah, we'll see. As the cannon is going to be there as well. Swarm Locust drop down. They might just go for as many probes as they can initially. I don't think they've got time for the Nexus. The problem is those Locusts that came in defensively didn't change anything. These Stalkers are still going to pick off the 4th. There's still Zealots in the main. And yeah, we killed, what, 13 probes? Well, that's great, but I think it would have been better off to go for a bigger commitment across the map. I think that's where YoungYakov could have really found success as MaxPax continues to trade very well. The Blink Stalkers are so good against Roaches, and that is pretty much the majority of this YoungYakov army. If the Locusts aren't active, now we do have more Swarm Hosts across the map. So they're going to continue to try and find some of those aggressive sets of Locusts being dropped as the Roaches get a bit of a wrap around there. Stalker's still taking damage. Oh no, the Zealots find the Swarm Host, and that means the Locusts are all going to drop down defensively again. Defensive Locusts are like the last thing you want to be doing. They are just so, like you don't have... Your army... Your game plan doesn't really justify or work with the idea of using the Locust defensively. Because it's all about playing off of a lower economy and using those Locusts to trade efficient trades and good damage. Playing Swarm Hosts defensively means that your opponent can very easily decide to just back away because that's already a win for them because they're not out there doing damage. They have no reason to fight Locusts when they're used defensively, so they very rarely do anything apart from pushing back the position. But obviously, I mean, in this case, maybe you needed to push back the position, it just still isn't going to feel good. As this does seem as though we are going to have a few Zealots charging forwards, those Roaches still getting grabbed. Oracles are going to show up, the Swarm Hosts are dying, and, well, this is, I guess, how MaxPax is going to deal with this. Those Locusts drop in, we are going to see both cannons and a battery going down. GG says YoungYakov as he just admits defeat to this game number 1. MaxPax just a little bit too good. I think just YoungYakov a little bit unsure sometimes on the usage of the Swarm Host, like I say. That obviously had something of an effect. I don't know, well, I think he was pretty sure about how he was trying to use them. I just don't think they were the right calls on how to use them is the problem. Sometimes it just be like that. Sometimes it just be like that. Alrighty, I'll get game 2 started up here, guys. Like I say, we are at the beautiful part of the day where this is now replays. These games were played just a little bit early on today during our other matches. But that also allows us to just say, cool, you know what? We can just go straight into game after game. And there's not really much need to slow down apart from the ad breaks I have to run. So we can just keep the games going. Thank you so much for joining us, guys. The viewership this week on the stream has been really amazing. So thank you so much for being around. I'm going to be here tomorrow for Kung Fu Cup as well. And then Thursday for Summer Bash Group D. But I am away for the weekend at a festival. So I'm going to be gone Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and most likely most of Monday. So we'll be back next week for the playoffs of Summer Bash. I don't know when we're actually going to cast Group C. That's not really something I figured out just yet. Maybe we start a bit early tomorrow and cover some Group C games. Yeah, I've just not really been able to figure that out yet, you know. Group C's just been a bit of an enigma in terms of figuring out what we're doing. We get into game number 2 here. In the top left, our red Protoss player is MaxPax. In the bottom right, our blue Zerg is YoungYakov. As we get this the way. So, game number 2, MaxPax leads 1-0. Let's see what these guys have in store for us. Like I say, for round 2 on this. Overlord moving about. Just coming through here. Heading toward that upper left-hand side. So just going over, hatchery coming through. We have our cyber core setting up as well. Overlord about to arrive, couple queens hanging about. Stargate will come in. Again, links be coming in. A couple queens and drones on the way out. The Stargate will begin to build up as well. That one Zergling of Yakov moving around the right-hand side and coming across here. So just getting in for a cheeky little scout to start us off. Just going to see this Overlord moving about for a little bit here. Stalker going to come over, trying to see what's going on. Overlord will take a few more hits. Stalker just going to hit that Overlord. We're going to be seeing it taking a few more shots of damage then for the moment. I wonder if we see anything similar from Yakov in terms of playing Swarm Hosts. It's a bit of a larger map, right? So the Swarm Hosts probably need Nidus networks to maneuver around compared to last game. He didn't play Nidus at all. So it's not impossible to do so, though. Doesn't have to be anything along those lines, right? As the Oracle flies through, the Queen's already latching onto this Oracle. Done some damage onto it. More drones, couple more lings in production. We do see another Oracle pushed out around the left-hand side. Gonna come and join up now. Oracles activate 3 drones, 4 drones going down. Nicely done. Couple more sports shots. Oracle still taking damage. We do have 2 more adepts in production at the moment here. Twilight Council, Forge, both building in. A couple of additional probes coming out from MaxPax. The adepts still gathering. As again, we see the land, the evil chamber. Coming up, our Lings are going to try to play wraparound games. The Oracle's going to be there and able to push the Lings back. So Lings getting chased for the moment. Queen is just playing that gathering game. Twilight, Forge, Robo Facility all continuing to come through. Well, Revelation goes down. Creep Team is getting knocked. Our Adepts will chase and look for some of these Queens. Actually nice to get rid of Queens here. 2 dead. Whoa, Yakov, we gotta back away or bring the Lings back over. I mean, this just wasn't pretty at all. Not really anything else to say than that. This was not it. Again, +1 charge, continue through. The Oracles come back over that right-hand side. Extra gates going through. The Temple Archives will be dropping in a moment. So yeah, Adept's still going to hit here. It's going to be the hatchery. Still coming about. Things will run across. I've seen that Queen's there. The Adept's taking some damage. Again, Temple Archives, Gates, the charge and the +1 coming through. Bane Nest, Lings, and the melee upgrade all coming out as well. Oracle still escaped away to the top right. Lings got to wrap around. We will see those Adepts still taking damage. Well, that's nice to get something from these Lings in the end. That was already a great start, though, for MaxPax. Feels like he's already put himself... 7 minutes in. It's not super early, but 5 Adepts, and you killed 6 drones, 26 Lings, 4 Queens. The resource loss is heavily in your favor. And that was before, all of that was done, and then we lost a bunch of the Adepts just then afterwards, right? Imagine we hadn't even killed those Adepts. It would have been even more one-sided up until now, as MaxPax is already coming pushing. Zealots and Archon's going to try and join in, but Ling's... sorry, on the wrong color there. The Ling's going to catch a bunch of the Zealots, and the Banes get to connect, and the Queens put some damage on the Prism. These Archons need to get out of here now, as the Hydra is probably going to be just a little bit too much to really deal with at the moment. Can't do too much there, as that Prism continues to escape away. A couple more Banes and Lings crashing through. Zealots going down. 2 more Archons morphing on the 3rd base. 4th base comes up on the left side, so MaxPax will have this as a follow-up, already on a supply lead in the game, which is very good for Protoss and PvZ. And so MaxPax is looking golden, in my eyes, in this game. Number 1. It's going to be seeing our Lings coming in a little bit there. A few Hydras moving through as well. Archons +2 attack on the way up. Just going to be seeing our Hydras and Lings on the right hand side. Going to get rid of a couple more Zealots. And on this left hand side, more of these Zerglings getting picked off once again. Still got that Ling Hydra force just on the way up here. +2 melee, +1 missiles continue to be brought into play. The +2 attack upgrade of the Forge is coming up as well. This army of MaxPax still sat out between the bases. Not like Yakov is really doing too much aggressively just yet. I mean, he's morphing in some Banes, so it might be go time for him in a second to try and see if he can bust across the other side. But if he does go, he needs to do some work because he's down 10 workers. I mean, this might be the timing, right? Lingbane Hydra against a pre-Storm Protoss player. Probably one of your better chances to make some damage happen. Obviously, once Storm is done, it's going to be so much tougher for you to get much done at all. Things are going to go rolling forwards, and we are going to be seeing our probes continue to pull back. Archons and Immortals trying to come through. Oh, second Stasis Ward. Protects the Super Battery, actually. That would have blown up to the Banes if they had been killed there. So that actually works out quite nicely for the Super Battery to live. And yeah, honestly, so far, first wave of Yakov does not do much. So the Fusel is going to counterattack, and that's going to take some attention away. Zealots are still chasing. A couple of queens are going to get hunted down, but for the most part, MaxPax Zealots don't do too much here. YoungYakov will do a pretty decent job of clearing these up and to push those back. That actually works out pretty reasonably for now. Bane Hydra still coming up to the top, and we get ready to go and chase into this base. Another stasis ward catches a group of units. In we go as we have a single Baneling gun trying to crash in. A few Zealots going down. The Hydras are fighting. MaxPax needs to find a defense here, but that's where the Storm comes in. Storm's so good. The third Storm is actually great. Hits a bunch of Hydras, does a lot of work. You know, killing drones as we continue to send Zealots across the map. The first few of these may not have done much, but now they definitely go for a little bit extra as the Bane's crashing through. The Zealots are going to spawn back in, and they're going to go chasing down those Hydras again. And the Immortals here, they're just going to be something you can't ever really get through. Yeah, you lost 13 pros, but the Zealots are doing more than that. They've just equalized the work count killed at 13, and now they're going to get more, and still picking off reinforcements too. So the Zealots are doing great, and MaxPax will continue to extend the lead here. Man, he gets multiple Hydras here as well. He's just going to extend this lead outwards. MaxPax 137 to 130 supply, looking brilliant in this game 2 and in this series as he looks to go 1-0 in the group. His first matchup here against Yakov, absolutely going his way. Army still coming about. Hydra's going to go push the left-hand side. We are going to see a couple of Lings, and Hydra's all getting caught up there. Hydra's trying to push through, unable to at the moment, getting caught up. Immortals, Archons, and the High Templars sitting back as well. There's a group of additional Banes now coming up here from Yakov as we go for another round of aggression up towards the top. A couple of those Zealots getting cleaned up, and if the Storm comes in, Archons, obviously if they can reach the Hydras, would melt them, but the problem with the Archons is they do not really have great range. Another Storm, as we do have ourselves MaxPax once again just having units already in position to deal with this. Yakov's tried to go different directions, but MaxPax is constantly, it's not really he's moving his whole army, he's splitting his army, so he has a little bit to start dealing with it, and the rest of the army shows up. Now Yakov decides to just back away in full, but he's down 50 supply, and if MaxPax chooses to attack anytime soon, I think this one may very well be going to MaxPax's favor, because Yakov is not exactly in the greatest of shapes, unfortunately, right now. This one probably wrapped up. Let's see how things wrapping around. Zealot goes down, a few more Zealots showing up as well. Battery coming up, the extra cannons and Immortals, +2 as well. Oh, +3, sorry, on the way out. I mean, you talk about it, if it's from MaxPax, it's just him improving his position. As you see, Immortals and High Templars coming through as well right here. Station bit about to finish up on the natural. The Archon Immortal with High Templar force. I mean, this is just such a tech-heavy army. MaxPax starts pushing forwards, and the first few units are already melting down. The Archon line is going to be tough to break. Never mind the Immortal line behind that, and the Storms to support us on the way through as well. Banelings are not connected on anything. If they are, it's a couple of Immortal shields, and yeah, okay, there go the Archons. The Archons are going to get splashed through, but like I say, the rest of this from MaxPax is just way too powerful. Very well played series as MaxPax looks comfortable to take that throughout, and is going to end up with a 1-0 scoreline in the group. That probably eliminates Yakov, as Yakov will now be, what, 1-3? Not a great map score. Very difficult to imagine that. Yeah, very difficult to imagine that Yakov ends up above MaxPax Classic. Well, he can't get above Classic or Rogue. He would need MaxPax to lose out, and even then I think he has bad enough map score that he just wouldn't do well enough on losing out, because it means that MaxPax would lose to Ryung, and Ryung would have better map scores. I think in every situation, YoungYakov is now officially out of this group, unfortunately, so we will lose our Zergi here. And so we're going to swap to Americas, as it's time for some Korea versus Europe action in the form of Ryung versus MaxPax, so we get that going. Get the start up in just a sec, just move a couple things around. And yeah, we will go MaxPax versus Ryung. We're going to just kind of work our way up the group on the Koreans. So we're going to go Ryung, then Classic versus MaxPax, then Rogue versus MaxPax, as that should set the table to kind of see where the group is playing out and how things are ending up. So, yeah, perfect. All right, let's get the Ryung MaxPax series ready. It's going to be starting up on Amphion. All right, quick watch. Get straight into this one as we get MaxPax Ryung TVP action underway, guys. Welcome. Just join us. The WardiTV Summer Bash Group B. Alright, let's hop in game. In the bottom left, our blue Protoss player. This is going to be MaxPax taking on our Red Terran in the top left from Vitality. It's Ryung. He's honestly played some pretty good games today. He's actually gone to the distance in a few of them. Just not quite able to close out a lot of the time. Yo, what's up, Squire CT? Thank you so much for the 100 bits. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. So, let's see our probe coming up to the top side. We've seen our Marine coming through, getting set up there to take position for the moment. SCV chasing, probe getting pushed around. It's going to be seeing the command center coming up, and that's going to be our setup here for the early stages. We're actually going to end up chilling over here, as we now have one Marine that's going to try and scout down to the bottom. Ends up just pulling back here, but we are going to go proxy, and MaxPax puts a gateway down on the map, so we are going to see MaxPax getting the aggression out here early in this series. That's gateway number 2 going down across the map. Gateway 3 comes in back at home. Marine's just going to continue to come about. It's going up together. Gonna be having our Cyclone and our Marines coming through. The Twilight Council building back at home. But Dex is gonna be coming across. As we make our way through these first units, then coming across and trying to make something happen here. As we are gonna get ourselves, honestly, not too much progress. The problem, the interesting part of this from MaxPax is that he chooses to do this on a map that has that ramp up into the natural, so you're always going to be attacking up into the nat. Well, the depths going through. SCVs, Marines, Cyclones join together. Our Stalkers will come up again. SCVs, 2 of them going down, make this not quite 3. Although we'll start to work our way through some Marines now. So now we actually do get some SCVs, but we're actually going to lose a lot of units. Good pick up on the Cyclone as well. Great micro from Ryung. This micro like that's going to be what you need if you want to take MaxPax down in a series, right? Because it ain't going to be easy to knock down a guy like MaxPax. Micro like that, going to give you some edges. Going to give you the opportunities to at least give it a good shot. Stalker's back over on the left side. Again, Blink still coming in. A couple more simulators in the Robo facility coming through. Robo facility probes, Blink coming by. Engineering bay, barracks, SCVs coming up as well. We do see the Stalkers chased by the Cyclones. They're going to get rid of one right there. As one Cyclone drops, the Stalkers and the Adept still chased away. Then back to the top. I'm going to go after a pylon in these next few moments and try and knock down this gateway so that MaxPax A loses production on one of the gateways. And obviously B loses the potential to warp in from that position. Once again, MaxPax trying to fight. Resources loss is not going well for him. 733 to 975. It does feel like a lot of these little skirmishes are going well as the Marines load up, pulling back into the natural. Well, the Stalkers gather up, Stimpack, Combat Shield, +1 attack, all on the way in. Upgrades are coming if Ryung continues to survive that long, which I think he's going to. I don't think he's in any danger at all in this first game. It's actually looking pretty good for Ryung. Again, he took a lot of decent trades early on. So we're going to get a scout into the main base. And MaxPax will just see everything that's happening. We'll even see that Liberator moving around, for example. So good info for MaxPax. Bio moves down this ramp, and there is Stalkers to the right side, which currently are just there to do exactly this. See any units moving out and to try and trade with them as they go. Colossus thermal lands both going through the bio medevac force. Out down the front, the Cyclone setting up as well. So making a move, just going to see those Stalkers chased away. Again, charge coming up, +1 attack and extended thermal lance coming in. A couple of Marines will be going down. We continue to blink backwards here with these Stalkers. Decent force fields? Not really, I guess, because the army actually gets through. Super battery goes up. We do not close the distance well enough on that Colossus. This is horrible for Ryung. So much time spent chasing that Colossus and doesn't even kill it. Does not find a way to get the damage necessary there. That is absolutely huge. That Colossus will live. Massive, massive trade out for MaxPax. He will have a Liberator in the main base. This one does a lot of the work that Ryung has done to set up well in this game, and now in trouble, I think. Third CC on the way, sure, but MaxPax sitting comfortable on 3 bases. May finally lose this gateway, yes, but he's going to have a second Colossus out. Thermal Lance is not far from being done, and we have a very different situation on our hands. As it just felt like it was going to be fine. The dive on the Colossus seemed justified, but just couldn't get enough units in reach to actually knock it down once that super battery popped. That is wild. Just going to send the rest of these units home. MaxPax not comfortable enough to go commit fully to a fight yet. We'll come across here with these Stalkers and we'll begin to move up. There's a couple of SCVs will get caught, and again, just going to put in to work these Stalkers in exactly the way they can. Stalkers coming back down the bottom. We are going to see the Nexus starting up once again. Just going to be seeing a couple Vikings, our Ghost Academy coming up too. Pulling back still. I'm just going to be seeing the Obs just going to get caught. 3 Ghosts coming through, a couple Vikings coming up, +1 armor is about to finish. Now Stalker's coming up, just going to get turned around again. Also coming down, we will see this Widowmine getting burrowed up. Stalker's going to be threatened, and they do blink away from it. Nicely done. Still coming up, Dark Shrine coming through. Obviously, this is MaxPax, who's obviously feeling comfortable enough to start setting up into what is typically the later game setup at this point. Dark Shrine, for example, really is something once you get to Shadow Strike that can do so well later and deeper into a TVP. Now, these Medivacs turn around because MaxPax shows up with his army, and Ryung is going to be lacking units at home with 4 Medivacs on the map. MaxPax is realizing something is up, so he's not going to waste time diving up into the natural. Stalkers and Colossus are going to start fighting here. Vikings are going to fight back. Colossus going to get chased, and first Colossus goes down. The Vikings putting in some work. Second Colossus down as well. We're losing splash damage here as MaxPax. However, he's got a massive Zealot warping into the main base. He's already killed 14 SCVs. He doesn't need to continue with the army fight. He's done enough economic damage to fall back and to let Ryung do the next part of this. Third base is just now re-landing, but there's still Zealots over there. Ryung kind of just has to go, but going into a defensive MaxPax, not exactly great. Now the EMP drops in. The Stalker's still getting turned away once more. We have a Nexus set up on the left-hand side. Bio gathering back up, another scan coming through. The DTL up on this high ground is actually going to get caught. Runs out of scan though. Oh my goodness. Well, Ryung basically has to win the fight over here, so he's going to try. MaxPax is already pushing this back. The Vikings going down. There's one Colossus, still one Viking left. I'm just going to say GG. Doesn't think that that's going to be good enough. That is going to be MaxPax taking game 1 of the series. So MaxPax opens up with a victory on Amphion. We go to Oceanborn for game 2. I beg for some map variety in these best of 3s. We are just seeing Oceanborn, Side Delta. I guess it depends on the series. We see Amphion a little bit versus Alcyone and so on. Ryung in a must-win situation. Basically, you would have to win against MaxPax and then hope Rogue and Classic beat MaxPax and then that he has better map score. Absolutely doable. Because Ryung had decent map score himself despite not winning the series yet. He took a map in every series, in every match he played. So it is possible if Ryung beats MaxPax that he could potentially, if Classic and Rogue 2-0 MaxPax, that Ryung could still advance over MaxPax in 3rd place. So that's definitely something Ryung to still be playing for here. Still some competition on our hands. It's going to be Oceanborn, the map, as we get into game 2. And after MaxPax Ryung, we'll go MaxPax versus Classic, cheeky bit of PvP, and then MaxPax Rogue to round out the day. So a few best of 3 still remaining here, guys. We're coming up to 5 hours on the stream, so again, hope you all enjoying. If you are, do consider supporting the channel with those subs, those primes, etc. Goes such a long way to helping us out. Allows us to do more Starcraft in the future as well. As up 1-0 in the top left-hand side, it is going to be our red Protoss player, MaxPax. Bottom right, our blue Terran. From Vitality, we have Ryung. Game 2 then. And what does Terran and Protoss have in store for us? Does Ryung go a bit more aggressive off 2 bases? It really felt like Ryung had a good start, but man, that Colossus dive attempt on the 3rd base of MaxPax where he just doesn't kill the Colossus, that is brutal. That's so many units lost. think that turned around a lot of it as that probe coming in. SCV going to get nibbled at. Aaron's going to finish in a moment or two. SCV is chasing in after the probe. Probe obviously scout sees the CC coming down, so you get a little bit of information on this early. The Reaper will pop in a moment, and that will be our next action. It will go across the map to try and scout. Might go hunting for the probe as well, but the probe is actually long gone, and it did just head home. It's not sat around anywhere. So that goes our Reaper off and away. Let's see what trouble he can get up to as he arrives on the other side. The Adept's about to be popping out, so it shouldn't be too much. Again, this should just be trying to pick up some info. You see the Adept shade. You're going to move over toward the left a little bit. You already put some shots on the pylon. The Adept commits in on the left, so you can back away again a little bit. And we got some shots off. A grenade going down. It was still on the move. Push right the way out over on the other side. So the Reaper escapes out of there. Again, Twilight Council finishing up in a couple of moments. We still see the two Adepts of MaxPax gathering and making their way down to the bottom right. Adepts commit. SCV jumps into the bunker to stay safe. But Adepts still just nibbling at this orbital command, so a little bit more being done. Again, Marines, Widowmine coming up. Medevac on the way as well. These Marines are going to pop out and actually going to go after the Adepts. One Adept going down. The second Adept should be able to shade out in plenty of time, so no issue there. But Adept does get away. MaxPax able to net himself. Not too much, really. I mean, still just early game trading out a little bit. Maybe gets chased. Again, Marines moving about. Our Blink still coming through. Prism will start on the side of MaxPax. Just going to get that Prism on the way out. Chrono boosting from the Robo facility currently. More Stalkers again warped in. The warp gate's still coming by. And Siege Tank Marines, SCVs coming through. The Prism is on the way up. This Medevac works around the left-hand side here at the moment. I'm actually going to see a Widowmine drop into the natural. It's going to be able to unload first with Raven's halfway done again. Tank racks, engineering bay, tech lab as well. All continuing up. The Prism of MaxPax sets up on the bottom side. Stalkers will make a bit of a move here as the siege tank in the bunker. Oh, I like that. The Adept going to set off the first siege tank shot. We try and get the bunker, but that's not going to be good enough. That is not enough Stalkers. SCV pull was good. That was just a dead Stalker and a dead Adept for nothing really much gained. Some SCV lost mine time and so on, but usually that's not really all that impactful as the Prism moves around to the bottom side. The Stalkers will begin to nibble at the depot. Will go down. A few Stalkers going to lift up, move back down the low ground here. Just gather with that Prism again. A couple more Stalkers coming about. We still have a Medevac on the left side, thinking about going into the natural, but not able to just yet. Stalker's going to come over and actually going to blink on top of that siege tank. So tank goes down. Bunker is also going to be in a little bit of trouble. It falls as well. The SCV is still moving through. The auto turrets come down once more. Stalkers turn back onto this, and another auto turret going to drop. Let's load back into the prism, and the prism pulls back around into the center again. Going to head down to the bottom. Stimpak, combat shield, +1 attack, all continuing through. Just will unload. There's the bio trying to get a catch on these stalkers. Stalkers just about getting away for now. SCVs are going to start moving through as well. A few of them already going down. 5, 6 workers being picked off. 7 workers going down at the moment. And +1 attack and combat shield still coming through the army. Able to get some good damage dealt as Ryung. Upgrades finishing. Maybe time for him to start moving onto the map and just trying to put some pressure onto the other side. You know, MaxPax has a 3rd base set up. So he's only on 3 gateways. I guess the extra gates are finishing and charges being done as well. On medevac here. Starts a Widowmine inside as Ryung will trade with another Stalker. Picks that off. And has a lot of units that just spread around right now because some of them are off over towards the main and so on. Ryung's just going to send it here. Concussive Shells is on the way up. Going to give you that slowing effect on the Marauders as well, so something in bonus that we can play with. MaxPax tries to trade with the Stalkers again, just trying to get a few more shots off before we continue through. And Robo Bay coming up and online. The +1 attack upgrade building on the Forge. The Prism shows up. Going to unload a few of these Zealots into the Natural, but Marines are going to be there. They're going to meet those Zealots very easily. The Zealots do continue to drop on down as Ryung continues to cross. Bio, tank, SCV force. Going straight across this direction on anti-armor missile landing onto a bunch of those Stalkers. Ryung is actually going to have a scary army here right now. Especially with some SCVs to tank, and the tank's in position as well. MaxPax doesn't have much on the other side anymore. He's actually just going to try and fight this, but he loses the Immortal quickly. Super Battery fades away. It's only Stalkers left. MaxPax's army quality is actually pretty darn bad right here. The Zealots are going to come in once again. And the Zealots now on top of these siege tanks. One of them goes down, but still 2 available, and they have been shelling those Stalkers. 34 to 72 army supply. MaxPax half the army of his opponent here, as the bio may be losing some of its tank buddies, but it is able to clean up the gateway units. Bio back to the top, going to hit this 3rd base again. Three probes going down. We have in the center. Marines still trying to fight. Zealots taking damage. Stalkers taking shots as well. Marauders also going to fight it up. Stalkers will get chased to the sides. They're going to come back to the left. Pylon going down. Robo facility in trouble. Zealots are still getting blasted. MaxPax still half the army supply of Ryung in this game, and I just do not see a way back into this for MaxPax at the moment. He needs time to build up another army. Yeah, maybe the Zealot Stalker intercepting reinforcements is something, but he needs time for these gateways to produce units. And he doesn't really have that much money anymore, with only the main base currently mining. There is the attempt to get rid of these Marines, but even these Marines are going to get a few Zealots. Not exactly ideal. Top right base now looking to be in trouble. A lot of the probes on, that are remaining are left here as well. These Zealots will go down. The battery, the pylon will follow quickly. Tanks trying to siege up. Auto turrets going down. Bioforce is still there to push the Stalkers away. More probes dropping, and MaxPax says GG's. Ryung is going to keep himself alive in the tournament. A lot needs to go his way still, but this was step 1. Keeping himself alive against MaxPax and putting himself in position to potentially win this series. It is possible, to say the least right now. Ryung could potentially make this happen. Alright, so Ryung with one big attack across the map, and MaxPax just could not handle it. We will set up for game 3 here in just a second. Get this ready to go. Alright, we are good to go. Still checking on a couple things, but we are allowed to go into this Game 3 of MaxPax and Ryung. And a couple of best of 3 still featuring MaxPax coming up after this as well, guys. The games keep coming here in the WardiTV Summer Bash today. Let's get this back on track as we load on into Site Delta. Top left corner is going to be the blue Protoss player representing Sidestorm Gaming, of course. Still, we have ourselves MaxPax. But only 1-1 in this series. Would like to get a win here. Would put him up in the top contention of this group. It would tell us our 3 playoff players. And then there's still a fight over first place to be had. Bottom right, our red Terran from Vitality is Ryung. Game 3 coming through as we get settled in. We do have our first probe scout of the game coming down at the bottom right, so it's going to get set up over there right from the very get-go. Position we move. TV's just going to nibble, probe's going to fight back. A little bit of back and forth right now, continuing to come on in. The Zealot will start up the Cybercore building too. Marine comes and is going to get rid of a probe, so that probe will fall. And next is the assimilator coming about, the adept coming in. There is a factory up on the high ground as our barracks continues to build into reactors. Just going to bring that through as well. This is finishing on the natural. The Zealot of MaxPax continues to the bottom right. And MaxPax with a little bit of pressure then with this Zealot showing up. The Marine already having to go running, for example. Just going to have to get out of here. He's going to get that. Zealot will go down. Marines will move outwards. Twilight Council, probes, and the Warp Gate all continuing up right here as the Adept of MaxPax moves out into the center. Robo facility is on the way, the gateway as well. So MaxPax playing that Robo opener, following the Twilight. Again, not really too surprising. Expecting Blink to start once this gas count hits 150, aka right now. Spend the gas on something. Oh, a Dark Shrine. That's something a little different then. Okay, Dark Shrine it is. So we're going to get the DTs up here. MaxPax going to try and get DTs early to cause some trouble, cause some chaos. I'd be very good against a Ryung who likes to kind of hit very aggressive pushes, and obviously then it's very difficult to kind of constantly have scans available for DTs if your commitment is just trying to make one massive attack, right? So, could be a possibility as our Marines and the couple of Adepts will fight against each other. Adept just going to shade through. Again, a couple more Marines coming about. Dark Shrine coming up. Gateway and the Warp Prism coming through also. Medevac will go boosting 2 Cyclones, move across, and continue to move around. Adept's actually going to be in trouble. The other Adept can threaten the shade. Prism continues to cross, obviously very important for the Dark Templar, and the Cyclones and Marines not able to stop that, so that's going to get very interesting because there's not a lot of defense available from MaxPax, but DTs are now available to be made. They're going to warp in off this Prism, but we might even need just one at home. Anyone at home can obviously force a potential scan as well. He's actually going to warp one in at home straight away. There's an instant scan. However, there's no scans available. Well, okay, there's what, one scan available here? Nearly two scans, so not too bad. But there's also not many units back over here. As the battery goes down, MaxPax has to figure out a defense. He's definitely got the potential to deal damage because of the DTs. We're actually going to scan with the SCV surround. We'll get the job done. A couple of Marines nearby as well. 9 workers killed. DT actually back out over here is going to start pushing back this army. As again, now it's just a question of just constantly having enough scans available. 2 more probes, battery coming up. We do see this DT going to get back on the natural as well. Liberator chasing down the prism, heading up to the top. Charge, Nexus, probe, all coming out. Siege tank, a few more SCVs and a tech lab coming up as well. Continue to scan out down on this bottom side. Starport will land. Prism moves forwards, and we do have ourselves a potential here to try and disrupt this push from Ryung. At the end of the day, Ryung is down 20 workers right now, but is once again in the driver's seat when it comes to army supply. Very akin to that last game where maybe one big successful push could see wonders work for him. There's nothing counterattacking right now from MaxPax. It's all about these two Archons and the Prism. We move up, we move back down. Liberator will siege. The tanks will start to set up as well. Everyone got to figure out where he wants that setup to look, or what he wants the setup to look like. As he slow pushes the Liberator through, but he needs to be decisive. He doesn't have a lot of time to mess around with here, so he's got to go decide if he wants to hit third of the natural and commit to it heavily. He moves up towards the natural right now. There's an Immortal there. The Liberator and the tanks is not part of this fight. I do not think we should be fighting without those additional tech units. I get it. They're kind of zoning the left-hand side out, but the few Marines that do not have stim or anything are not really made to fight on their own. They're more so kind of usually buffer while the tanks and so on put in some of the real work. Quick catch as the reinforcements get shut down, and Ryung just going to say GG as he's losing SCVs to a DT once again. He can't handle it, and it's just too much damage being done. He's falling too far behind, and MaxPax is going to take game number 3, and he's going to win this series over Ryung. So MaxPax will end up 2-0 in the group. That will eliminate Ryung from the competition. It means that Classic, MaxPax, and Rogue will all advance out of this group. The question now just becomes, what position do they advance in? We're going to do MaxPax Classic up next. That's going to be some PvP. That will give us an idea as to where those two match up against each other. And then we'll have MaxPax versus Rogue at the end, because Rogue is already 3-0. Potentially, if MaxPax beats Classic, it's just a straight-up match for first place. If Classic beats MaxPax, it gets a bit more complicated, and we'll have to figure out what the score lines are looking like and what situations can arise. The one thing that is for certain, Classic can't finish first. He can never finish above Rogue. So if Classic wins this, he might just guarantee Rogue first place anyway. So there's, some interesting possibilities. I'm going to BRB 2 minutes, guys. We'll be right back and we'll go into Classic MaxPax after the break. Welcome back, guys, as we have PvP getting ready to begin between Classic and MaxPax. As we head on into this in just a couple of moments. So Classic is 2-1 at a +1 map score. MaxPax 2-0 at a +3 map score. And Rogue's map score is really good as well. Rogue is 6-1. He's 3-0, so we'll see what happens as we get into it. When we dive into the PvP in the bottom left-hand corner, the blue Protoss player is MaxPax. And of course, he's so good at PvP. I have to say that for me, he's a favorite going into this opening game. Top right, our red Protoss player, Classic, can't take first place anymore, but it could obviously improve his seed to second place, and that's a better seed going into the playoffs still. So we'll see if he can steal a PvP series away from MaxPax, as we saw in Dynasty as well. Super interesting map with this gold base. And we'll see if anyone tries to utilize that, or if it just gets ignored for a while and maybe brought into the later game, if the game goes to that sort of length. Probe pulls back, a couple of simulators in the gateway coming up. Probes are setting up right here. Continues to bat again. Gateways coming in. 2 gateways versus the 1. MaxPax, of course, always loved the 1 gate expand, and was one of the few players that could really get away with it time and time again. Nowadays, even he goes for the high ground gateway. He used to always go low ground gate, but now I think that's just one step too far, one bit of defense too much that you just can't pull off consistently. Cybercore on both sides of the map. We'll just see. We'll see the heat tech coming up in a moment. Then see what Classic wants to do. I mean, MaxPax to start Stargate. That's pretty unsurprising. Stargate keeps you very safe while you expand, which obviously is very good for you. So expect that to be nice, as Classic is going to get the Cybercore down to block this position even further. Cybercore is the fastest building, or fastest HP gathering structure so you can build, so it will have a lot of HP for low cost. That is exactly what you want, because your main goal right here is just to play the blocking game on this Nexus, stop MaxPax from taking it for as long as possible. Also fighting these couple of Stalkers are going to come back across, and they're going to get some shots off themselves. The Classic able to slow down the taking of this expansion still. Now MaxPax builds up a Void Ray. Of course, all this coming at a cost for Classic. He's not done anything himself just yet, but he will try and take the gold. Not really too surprising that MaxPax doesn't take the gold, because his setup really relies on kind of a very centered defense. The gold base pointing outwards, it's just not easy to defend, so when he's already going to be the player kind of behind and having to play defense, I don't think you can justify taking the gold at all. Just like well, Classic can justify taking it, because he's going to have a lot of presence in this game already. Well, Oracle sitting in the back to see another couple of Stalkers moving around. Additional sentries popping through, and Twilight Council tech coming in from Classic. Not too surprising. He's just going to go straight in toward Blink here. try and take control of the Blink Stalkers and go from there. Stalker's coming across. Voidray will activate. Pylon already taking some shots. Damage being done. Kill 3 probes. The Voidray just about gets out with its life for the moment. Voidray activates again. Stalker's still taking some damage. Twilight Council building from MaxPax. The gate will go down too. Stalker's firing in again, just going to hit some more shots. The Voidray will activate. Still see the Stalkers being pushed away. Coming in again. That's the second probe being killed. Our Stalkers in the Void still gathering together. Twilight Council Gateway, 2 more probes all getting produced right now. All of that being brought up. Again, 11 probes going down. Classic has definitely been taking some damage, and obviously kind of rough taking damage on this gold consistently. Now you got 2 Void Rays here fighting. It's actually going to be really bad for you. These Voids are doing some serious work. We kill one of them at least. At least it did get some value out, though. I mean, it did a lot of work still. Got a lot of damage in. And we're still here in position to be able to deny that mining, which is obviously incredible. The longer you deny this mining for, the better off you're going to end up being. Oracle's in the main base, going to try and find some probes as well. It's just all about this economy denial. MaxPax takes a third behind it, and it's been a very controlling game. I really thought that Classic was going to have enough map control to really, take this gold and defend it, but just has not been able to at all. It's obviously really rough. As that Blink still coming through, going to be finishing up in a few seconds. Stalkers and the Void Ray pulling back, and we do have our Forge and our Battery coming up as well. A couple more probies in production. Just seeing the army continuing to wander down to the bottom left-hand side. Stalker's going to fight. Another couple Stalkers taking damage. Void Ray shows up. The Stalkers get pushed around into the center a little bit. Yeah, we're going to kill another Void Ray as the Stalkers come by. Going to pick off a Stalker as well. Ooh. Good force fields. As now we see those 2 Stalkers also going down. We blink forward, looking for more Stalker kills now. Chasing on in. And at the same time, Oracles are just going to go and pick their way through some of these probes. Classic has a little bit of an army supply lead here as he arrives on the other side of the map. What can he do? And then he blinks away for the moment. Looks as though he's going to try and hit the third base of MaxPax, who's going to come and chase him. And he's going to get a decent fight. He actually blinks himself. Super Battery to help, and that's going to make it very difficult for his opponent to do much. Sentries are kind of dead weight in this fight because the force fields just haven't done anything. And with Blink available, MaxPax will chase, and he's going to get a bunch more Stalkers. And Classic just says, yep, that's too much for me. Too many losses being taken. GG's. And let's go to game 2 as MaxPax will open the scoring on this best of 3 PvP. He's so good at PvP, man. He just knows so many ways to take advantages and to push things into his favor. MaxPax does it just there again as we ready ourselves up for game number 2. We can go straight into that game 2 as well. So let's get it underway. Alrighty, let's get this going. You really want to see Wardy and Korea GSL? Yeah, I got to go to a GSL once. I went to the Dark versus who did Dark play? It was a ZVP final. Dark versus I got Trap, maybe? I have to look that up. Who the hell did I see Dark beat? Korea. I think it might have been Trap. 2019. Let me find it. MaxPax up 1 in the top left-hand side, taking on a Red Protoss in the bottom right. Classic. Yeah, it was Trap. Trap versus Dark GSL final. Dark, it's pretty convincing in that series, to be honest. It looks very good. Alright, game number 2, as we get underway, Gateway's probes coming about, as we do have our probe turn the other direction here. Probe, nibble and probe. We've seen our probe continue to go fighting. You see our Cybercore coming in. Nexus building. Gets set up right now as you see this probe continue to come about. Obviously, this is a map which has the ramp, so both players can play the one gate more easily. Classic getting away with that Nexus very quickly here. Now, MaxPax still going to stick to what he does, which is to go into that Stargate first. Get that started up and to go from there. So that's going to be his initial part of the plan. Get that up and rolling. Probe will continue to chase the probe around. But just a little bit. Probe still running away. We're just going to be seeing a Zelda over here getting chased around a little bit as well. And doing whatever we can as the Oracle is going to start up on the Stargate. Just getting that through. Zelda going to go after this pylon now. Some damage in there. Drops into position, get that on the go. Voidray will be building off the Stargate. Again, the Oracle coming across as well, and get that on the move right here. A couple's back. A couple of Stalkers still going to go after the Zealot. Project coming, Warpgate building, Nexus coming through. Still got the Stargate taking some shots. We do have a pylon taking some hits as well. Warpgate about to finish. Oracle coming in. I mean, 2 probes die from Classic, but putting some pressure on. Now MaxPax though with the Void Ray is going to be able to push back out and get rid of this pylon, take that out. Go from there. So we're able to get that clean up, and now Twilight Council building for Classic back in the main base. The few Stalkers are still hanging around. Stalker and MaxPax takes a little bit of a shot in return. We actually have 2 Stalkers, a Zealot and a Void Ray. Continue to move through. The 2 Adepts negotiating by the middle. I like it. Classic still looking for ways to kind of apply pressure and to get more damage done at this point in time. Twilight Council continues to come up from MaxPax. He'll be later on the blink, but not too much later as the Stalkers try to get rid of the Void Ray. Not quite, but plenty of Stalkers here. And this will be a comfortable defense, which I kind of feel like this is what it would have looked like last game a little bit if Classic had just not had the gold base, because the gold is so easy, because then MaxPax was able to just sit out of range and still pick off probes. Whereas now you sit behind a wall off, you sit very safely for a while. Very nicely done for Classic so far. A couple Stalkers in the Void. Continue onto the Gateway here. A little more damage being done. Stalkers pulled back a little further. It's going to fire through. Warpgate does fall, so it's going to allow us to move out onto the map more easily. MaxPax still in retreating mode. You're going to see these couple of Oracles. MaxPax is still going to be a big part of this game. They have a lot of work that they can do, of course. Oracles can absolutely cause trouble if Stalkers are out of position, so it's a constant threat that MaxPax has. So Classic will be the first to take a 3rd base, so he takes that immediately, puts that down in position here. So Still got that blink coming up on both sides, so both players are going to get blink going. Gateway's building, Nexus on the way through. Simulator coming up on the side of MaxPax as well, so something extra that we get added on in during all of this. Then another couple of Stalkers just getting warped in with this. Our blinks are still building. Probes on the way, Nexus coming through. Our Stalkers will start a fight. Void Ray already taking some damage. Having to blink back and away out of that as we do see the Stalkers going to trade against some other Stalkers. The Void Ray now going down. This fight will continue. 2 more Stalkers dropping here. Oracles are going to come across Jason. Classic losing a lot of Stalkers. He gets to some reinforcements at least. More shots continue to come through as we just have ourselves the Stalkers moving back over the left. Classic gonna now have to come back though and deal with these units here as MaxPax dives the main base. There's the problem with MaxPax. He's such a scary player to go up against constantly everywhere with different units. The Oracle's now on the main mineral line, chased by some Stalkers, sure, but they still get 8 kills, but he's actually not microing here. He's being chased in the center. His Stalker count going down a little. MaxPax takes an 8-worker lead, but does lose an Oracle, and is being chased back by Stalkers. Has an army supply deficit coming out of this. And it's Classic that will try and put some work in now as he'll turn around, get a Stalker. We'll be able to get some probes, already blinking back though. And that's going to be more or less the end of this, man. Fascinating game so far. Stalkers continue to move about here. We're just going to be seeing our Gateway and Pylon on the bottom. Stalker's still gathering and gets set up for the moment. Stalker's still moving around, trying to see a little bit more of what's going on. Back down to the bottom, we do see the Gateway still coming up and online. Stalkers get here, Adept will take a few more shots. Stalker's going to get across a little bit more action, and we do just get a cleanup. Going to come over, going to be able to knock down the pylons, so MaxPax will losing some warping potential. More probes just transferring across, we will see. Gateway down on the bottom side, getting cleaned out as well. Again, charge +1, all of that continuing up. We do see the Stalkers still making their way across over to the right-hand side. More probes still coming about. Again, Prison coming through, charge coming about. Dark Shrine is building. Actually going to have a catch here from Classic. Going to get rid of a few more Stalkers. Supply continues to trend in his favor, and it's especially in the army department. He's down 16 workers, but fights like this are going to give Classic a great shot at just closing the game out here and now, or at least doing some damage that would allow him to prolong the game. Stasis catches a handful of Zealots, and Classic will back up from that, but he's about to finish +2 attack as well, so you'll have an upgrade lead as well. Stalker coming around the bottom, and you do have those 2 Zealots going to pop out. We're going to blink forward, it's going to go after the Immortal. Immortal taking some damage, 8 more Zealots coming up. Dark Shrine about to come through. +2 attack, +3 attack. I mean, again, that's a full upgrade lead for Classic, and already on his way to the next one as MaxPax tries to play catch-up. While this is going on, Classic is adding on just a couple extra probes. The difference now is only about 10 workers, as Classic is still pressing the issue up through the center, straight up. Blinks on top of the stasis ward. That Immortal is so low, it'd be nice to get rid of it, because it is able to deal a lot of damage over time here. The longer it stays in this army, the better, but we've now positioned ourselves brilliantly to kind of get something done on this third. Pulls back a little bit, because it looks as though MaxPax wanted to fight. I was going to say, I liked what we were doing, just a few units to start picking away on this left side base. Well, obviously, again, you kind of had your opponent zoned out and up a ramp. But now Classic decides it's time to back away. Let's do attack coming in. The Immortal has a few more Zealots, a couple of gateways coming up as well. And it's still moving around. He gets back out into the middle here. It's had a lot more Zealots on the way up, so just continue to warp those Zealots in, continue to bring those through for the moment. Still coming through, that's going to be a stasis ward popped. Going to dive forward, Zealot Stalker coming through, a lot of those Zealots coming around, a couple of Immortals are able to fire back. Turn around back over the left-hand side now. I'm just going to try and get a little bit more done. Just going to be seeing the 13 probes going down, 15 probes going down. Immortals are still pushing up here. A couple Stalkers going down as we are going to see Classic absolutely winning this fight. Killed a lot of probes in the process. The one Immortal of MaxPax is gone as well, and Classic, he's had that army lead for a while. Now +3 to +2 is able to keep on going with this all. 6 CTs on the map, and they are going to cause chaos on the other side, so they are going to get into action. As what do we have detection-wise? 4 observers, so we are not in an issue at all when it comes to detection. So that is fine. I mean, 4 obs, we can even lose 1 or 2, which one of them did just go down. That's what the Oracle's trying to achieve. It's just never going to be enough for MaxPax, and he's realizing it here. GG's called, and Classic brings it back as we're going to go to Game 3 of the PvP. And this one is going to have a little bit of a fight in it as well. So, okay, we're getting some good series today, guys. This group's been fantastic. It was a great group kind of on the outlook. But obviously good to see that actually coming into play as well, and actually it being true. You don't always, you know, sometimes you have great players and it doesn't quite line up, but today it's turning into a pretty decent day. We're just going to give it a minute or so for some ads to play, and then we'll get right back into it again. Hope everyone is having a good time and having some fun. Thanks for joining us so far. It's good to see you guys. Alrighty, couple of moments. I'm gonna get ready to go. Let's do this one. Give us just a second, guys. Like I said, just gonna let some ads play for a moment or two. Alright, guys, kick this off in a couple moments. Get this ready to go. I think we're good to just go on the countdown and get into this, so let's dive in. Hang on. Sorry, just clicked the wrong button and reordered all my screens. Who do you have in the bottom left then? Our Red Protoss player. This is Classic. Able to tie the series 1-1 here against MaxPax. Could make this group very interesting if Classic was able to take a win. Classic cannot finish first. He'll never finish ahead of Rogue. It could make MaxPax's time a lot more difficult. Top right, it is MaxPax, who we expect to be just such a favorite when it comes to PvP. Ghost Youth and we're all going to be seeing how about that for Classic. It's a map with its in-base expanding. Classic makes advantage of it immediately with a Nexus first. The gates on the way up on the side of MaxPax, so we get those on the way. Gateway coming through, the Nexus building, a couple more simulators coming out as well. Getting that up and running. Yeah, obviously MaxPax is going to be the one that maybe needs to do something here then, because his opponent went Nexus first. MaxPax is already dropping the pylon aggressively, so MaxPax might just go for the one base bust. When people try and be greedy against him, he does not hold back. He does not just say, oh yeah, I like expanding too, I'll play from behind. He will try and punish it, and that seems to be the idea right here. Cybercore now on the way up. As the two Stalkers on the way from MaxPax, so he gets his two gates on the way. And Stalkers chrono boosting. And yeah, just going to try and play. I think this is more than anything just meant to be that surprise factor of like, hey, you're kind of expecting me to expand and so on. Well, I'll show you what. And then he's going to go full proxy mode when his opponent is being greedy himself. Robo facility drops down. Couple of depths, Robo facility coming up, a couple Stalkers move through, so it's Robo into another gate, very close to the front as well, so Moles will have very little rally distance. We have a battery on the way. I was going to say, we might actually need a second pylon here to actually help us out a little bit. Pylon goes down. That does depower these gateways for a few moments while the pylon finishes up. So the replacement pylon comes into play. Also, we did get that going a little bit ahead of time, so at least there wasn't too much of a delay there. This gateway coming online from MaxPax. Going to be able to have the pressure able to come through. I see those depths shading up. We do have ourselves another gateway finishing in just a second. Deb just comes up, a couple Stalkers coming through. The Immortal is going to be firing as Immortal and Stalker will hit that gateway. The Adept going to try and come up again. Prism still on the way here from MaxPax, so you will get full power onto this very shortly. Warp Gate about to be done. The Immortal popping very soon from Classic as well. As for Classic, this just has to be full defense mode. He can afford to lose this gate. He's got two behind it. Yeah, and he's going to keep walling off as well, so the Adepts can't get anywhere to be super annoying. Adept actually commits to the shade and does take some hits. Say Immortal about to pop, then the Prism maybe from Classic next? I mean, I think so, because the Prism provides so much micro potential. It's very rough to play without the Prism if your opponent has one. The Stalker's going to hit, just going to be seeing those Stalkers getting pushed back. More shots, Prism getting pushed away. We are going to see the Immortal trying to come back over. Super Battery actually is going to pop there, and we are going to see the Super Battery healing up that Immortal. Just having our Prism still sat there. A couple of Immortals dropping back down. It's that mobility that's the issue. So we did go second Immortal first here from Classic, but again, you can see the mobility of the Prism causing some problems. Immortals jump back up. Another force field coming down. We will see that Adept just going to have to lift up once again. Prism loads, 2 Immortals going to be getting in toward the main base here. These Stalkers and the Immortals step back a little bit. We're just going to try and jump onto it. Still got that Nexus Stargate coming up on the side of MaxPax, as he does take an expansion behind this, but he's obviously down 10 workers, and this is just not having, it's just not done enough yet. Now Classic has his Prism across the map, by the way. Alright, well, these Adepts warp in. MaxPax has nothing at home right now. He's going to lose a bunch of probes, honestly. This is very bad for him. These Adepts will shade. They will see the expansion just to check it. They will not commit over there, right? Unless, I was going to say, maybe commit to reposition a little bit. But he's actually going to win this fight with better micro as well on the Adepts. He's going to kill 3 for 0, pretty much. MaxPax just not controlling that fight at all. Obviously doesn't have a Prism either. More units warping in, as this is going to force a recall. That's a lot of units getting recalled. We will just lift up and get out with what we can. I actually don't hate leaving the Adepts, because obviously they will still get some probes. Prism escapes down the right as Classic sets up over on the edge. Phoenix on the way still, a couple more probes in production. This army of MaxPax is still moving out through the center of the map, down toward that bottom left-hand side. Seeing the move forward, we are going to be able to get rid of one pylon. Second pylon is going to be in trouble as well. Actually, we should just target that, no? We should always be able to get that. The force field's kept the other units away. We're targeting the Robo, so just can't be repowered. Prism comes back in with those couple of Stalkers, warps in 2 more. Prism will die, but we still have a Stalker advantage here, and we will force the probes to pull once again. MaxPax still in trouble. And as we continue to fight this, his army now smaller. Force field's coming down, trying to make it difficult for Classic to really win out. He even made a Phoenix so the Prism couldn't stick around forever. Force field down, Immortal's going to be taking some shots. And that Resonating Glaive still coming up. Gateway, Immortal, continue to come through. More gates, more Immortals, just more setup, more future in play here for Classic, who's up 20 supply. Up 20 workers. Army supplies are going to catapult forward for him as well. Going to get an Observer on top of this. And this really does seem as though we just have ourselves a very comfortable win for Classic in the end. Good defense here on Post Youth, and this would give MaxPax his first loss of the group, and there it is. But MaxPax is not just going to straight up and simply have a one-on-one versus... Well, it might still be a one-on-one versus Rogue for first place in the group. It kind of depends on map score. I want Liquipedia just to fully update here before I try and talk about this, because map score determines basically what happens here, because if MaxPax wins, he might have to win 2-0 to be able to get first place. So Rogue might just need one single map to get first place in the group, which obviously would be amazing for Rogue. So yeah, we'll wait for Liquipedia to update in a moment, and in just a second we will go in toward that next series. So yeah, just a minute or so, guys, we get that ready to go. 3-way tie incoming. We can't 3-way tie because Classic is always behind Rogue on map score. Classic can never get good enough map score to take move ahead of Rogue. So MaxPax is +2, and Rogue is +5. So if MaxPax wins 2-0, he'd be +4, and Rogue would be +3, and that would mean that MaxPax is always ahead of Rogue. If MaxPax wins 2-1, he'd be +3, and Rogue would be +4. So basically, Rogue just needs a map or better, and Rogue is first place in this group. It's still important for MaxPax to win, even if Rogue gets a map, though. Because even if Rogue gets a map, it's not like it doesn't matter for MaxPax. He can still finish second place over third place. So Rogue just needs a map to be first, and then either way, MaxPax needs a 2-0 to be first, and then a win in the series in general to be second in the group. I think that's how it comes down. So that's what it comes down to here for one final series today. Alright guys, just give it another 20-30 seconds and we'll get this game started up. As MaxPax versus Rogue is our last matchup of the day. This will be the end of us. Again, I'm still working on what we're going to do for Group C. But Group D will be on Thursday. Nightmare Creator, Spirit, Lancer, and Wayne. So you can tune in for that. Going to be a fun group as well. We already have Skillers, DNS, Bjorn, and then Rogue Classic MaxPax guaranteed for playoffs. So playoffs looking like a lot of fun. Excited to see who makes it out of Group D. Excited to see what our Group C results are as well. Again, I have to figure out that Group C at a later point, guys. I'm not sure when we're going to be able to... I mean, I will try my very best to cast it, but our playoffs on Tuesday and I'm away over the weekend, so we'll just have to see. Alright, let's throw the game on. Let's get into Rogue MaxPax's final matchup of the day. Thank you for joining us, guys. Viewership's been great today. It's great to see so many people tune into the event. It's wonderful. We've been just about poking around towards 2K viewers, which is, like I say, really awesome. As we get this ready to go, so let's kick off into it. Final matchup as we start up on Golden Aura, big map, maybe for a big game, question mark. In the bottom right hand side, our Blue Protoss player is MaxPax. He needs to win 2-0 if he wants to get first place in the group, although a 2-1 will secure him second place instead of a third place finish if he loses the series. That means that Rogue needs just a single map and he will be first place of this group. So all Rogue needs is a map and he's all good. Of course, at the time this was played, these guys did not necessarily know that, so they are playing for the victory in any which way possible. Golden Aura, game number 1. Got us all set up here, already a hatchery down over on that left-hand side. And just the first Overlord moving across the map. Probe from MaxPax is across scouting as well. We'll follow that around as it nibbles away and causes some trouble in the very early stages. Will I be a caster in Saudi Arabia or just online? I will not be a caster. For Saudi Arabia. Leave that to you. Figure out what that means. Probe drone gonna move each other around a little bit as we just have ourselves the hatch in the pool coming online, getting set up here for a couple of moments. Again, this probe just trying to be a little bit annoying, but such is the way of early game PvZ. This just gets to come across. Very excited for this matchup. I mean, to me, MaxPax should absolutely beat Rogue. But Rogue, the last... So, I guess if my opinion of this was built like a week or two ago, I think MaxPax should beat Rogue. But the last couple of weeks, Rogue has really started popping off a little bit more once again. Have you seen an Overlord moving forwards out the front a little bit? Stargate coming up, Ling Speed is on the way. The Lings, Queens, and drones continuing to come through. I don't care who wins. We hope we get 3 games. I mean, yeah, me too. Like I say, I kind of felt as though, yeah, I kind of felt as though, like I say, recently, I kind of felt as though Rogue's leveled up a bit, and maybe he can take this to 3 games, whereas, like, a couple weeks ago, I would have said MaxPax, 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 you know? So, yeah, I'm very excited for this, super excited to see what turns out. MaxPax looked pretty convincing against YoungYakov. That was a pretty comfortable series earlier. Rogue looked really good against Classic as well, though, to be fair. I think Classic did not play to his 100% in that series, but Rogue took full advantage of it and made himself look great, taking full advantage. Debs pulled back, 2 drones go down. Not a bad start from MaxPax to nip a couple of workers right from the get-go. Blink speed and a few more drones on the way up here as MaxPax will be pulling back with some adepts. 3rd hatchery is on the way. And our early game really has continued to establish into something that is just so very normal. The supply block is currently stopping the Oracle from building, though, so a slight misplay there. I don't think that's an intentional supply block at this point. That was a very long supply block. If it was intentional, I don't really think it would be, but... Gonna see how Ling nibbling. That Oracle is coming through. A couple more debs continue to fight. These Lings continue to go down. 2 drones, 2 probes. Yeah, nice to see the Ling's getting some value. 1 more Ling goes down, as they did get at least one of the adepts, though. So 1 adept does fall during this. And again, a couple of queens. With more drones continue to come back up into play. At this point in time, still bringing that through. Queen's coming about the front. Nexus coming in. Pylons and assimilates coming through also. And those spores coming up, and the drones are on the way. The Queen is popping out of this main base very shortly. The double Oracle is going to come around the top side as well. Just going to come straight through and hit this main base where Oracles will activate in for 2, 3, 4 workers. That ain't a bad start at all. Again, Twilight Council and Forge continue to build. The gateway builds on the front as well. And we'll see just what we play here, because this is a map where it's quite open, so you can play some of the charged kind of styles. However, it's also quite a sizable map, so sometimes you kind of look at that and say, well, actually, the Blink Stalker stuff is just so much better for me here, so that may be the option taken instead. As Blink and +1 both come through on the side of MaxPax, getting those up and underway. A couple of Adepts are going to come shading by. The Oracle's still moving around the back. The Adepts going to go in and commit through for 1 drone, 2 drone. 3 drones dead as the Oracles are participating as well. They get 1 of those as they fly through the back of that mineral line. This Oracle pulls back over, getting rid of a creep tumor now. Still seeing the +1 and Blink coming up. 3 additional Stalkers on the way. On the bottom side, it's a couple of Lings that kind of run through and they get turned around quickly by the Stalkers as well. The Oracle comes back out over to the far left-hand side. Stasis Ward. That's denied. Nice from Rogue, just getting the single queen, and then a few Lings getting there. Pick that off. That's nice. Hydroden from Rogue pretty swiftly, playing straight into the missile upgrade as well, not stopping off at any Ling Bane or anything like that. It's just Lings into Hydra's Infestation Pit. This might be quite a rush, just straight toward Lurkers out of Rogue. Play straight to Lurkers, take the gases very quickly, and just try and already kind of play for that macro-focused game on a map that is got a lot of very defendable bases. The only question mark there is, do you let MaxPax get away with too much? If you just go straight to Lurkers, and does that not encourage MaxPax to just build up an even better army straight away as well? Things move back around the right-hand side. Next, still building here from MaxPax. Those Lings come back through the center. Hatchery coming up on the 4th base. More Lings start to move forwards. Away they go. Let's continue down the bottom side. As the Oracle activates, a couple of Lings taking shots. See those Lings going to come back towards the upper left. Well, we do have Stalkers here, and they're going to get a Stasis Ward to help them from being surrounded. Blink available, so MaxPax can get off of creep. We will have Oracles able to activate, but 2 of the Stalkers getting caught already. It's not much. Sorry, bless me. Not much we could really do to stop that. Look, then finishing soon. The hive coming in. 15 more hydras, 16 more hydras still in production as well. Make it 17, why not? Oh, crap beetle chilling around, and more of this army of rogue is still figuring out what it would like to do. A few more zealots. Just gonna get warped in, jump into that prism stalkers, and the Archon moving forward, and these Lings gonna try and get forward here as well. Stasis ward coming up, and should just go off on a handful of these Zerglings, which will also kind of block the Hydras a little bit. Obviously, then the Hydras have to path around the Lings. It becomes a bit tougher to just kind of move straight on through. Storm +2 still on the way. Charge as well coming up right now. We actually have ourselves the Seismic Spines coming up on that lurker den. The few Lings turn back around the other direction. Queen's going to gather together. Hydras will play a little bit of a split up. And Hydras back up to the top. That Stasis Ward coming through. Hydra's here going to go nibble at some of these Zealots. The Zealots taking a little bit of damage as well. Again, that Seismic Spine's going. Adrenal Gland's coming up. Hydra's still coming through. The Changeling on the Watchtower. As we continue straight to those lurkers, like I say, MaxPax, second Stargate just came online, +1 air weapons already building. This is my concern for Rogue. I feel like by just doing this straight away, not really putting any pressure on earlier, you're kind of just saying to MaxPax, right, you build your army, I'll build mine. And in those circumstances, I almost always prefer the Protoss army. I feel like there's just so much more going on for it. Usually the power of the lurkers is like, oh, you put on some pressure, you keep the Protoss held back, they're just about hanging on in there, struggling to maybe keep some tech units alive, and boom, the lurker switch happens, and you get some really good positions, you can do a lot with it. I always feel like that's such a powerful part of it. That said, it's not like the carriers are ready right now. We actually canceled the carriers to build Tempest instead, so MaxPax goes for a more immediate response. And to be fair, the speed of the lurkers is still pretty commendable here as they try and play on the low ground, and they'll just be setting up. Can obviously start picking through some of these structures. First Storm comes out from MaxPax straight away. Another Stasis up that high ground as well. Stasis catching. We see some Zealot Archon counter-attacking on the top side. That's cute and all, but Rogue has left units defensively, so it's not just going to be a barren defense. He will have the units he needs to make sure that that is looked after at the moment as these Tempests are going to begin to move through. And just going to work our way through a couple of lurkers already. More Zealots and Archons over here. These Archons are actually going to be in trouble straight away now as the Lings and Hydras will look for the wraparound on them. First Archon down, second Archon killed. And Zealots over here as well also going to get picked off as they will also drop. Lurkers burrowing, and that will be that for the moment. Things back down the bottom side. Spire's going to be finishing from Rogue in just a second. So we get the Spire online as well. Lurkers still moving back across the right. A few more Tempests about to finish up also here. Stasis Ward will catch a few of those Lurkers straight off the bat. Archons come up. We will see these couple of Archons taking damage. One Archon down, the other Archon dead. On the bottom side, our Lurker Hydra Force is still pushing through. A cannon goes down. So these Immortals, etc., want to kind of move through as well. Another Storm comes into place. I'm just going to come back over. One Lurker already got killed here. Let's continue to fire it up, and we'll get rid of one more Lurker right now. Seeing that Tempest continue to kill through. A couple of cannons are building. And just coming up. Let's see, Tempest firing. A couple of Lurkers taking shots. We will get pushed away to that left-hand side. Carriers, Corruptors, +1 flyer attack. Continue through, +3 missiles as well. Corruptor's going to come chasing these Tempests down. Obviously, Rogue getting a good Corruptor count up because he needs to be able to come through and chase these Tempests, and he needs to be able to shut those down. He commits to this. He's going to get rid of all the Tempests. He ate some Storms, gets rid of the Oracle too. The Corruptor's still healthy. They're going to be like, wait a second, we can go do more. There's Carriers, Rogue. He doesn't realize it. He turns around now. He'll get one of them, maybe even both still. The Lurkers are pushing through on the bottom side, trying to get into that third base. That is the commitment for both Carriers. In the end, no, we lost too many Corruptors though. Second Carrier just survived. Super Battery to the rescue, plus some Storms and other units that were killing off. Now, that's a shame. If he'd noticed earlier, he would have been able to get both of those Carriers. That would have been great. There's now 30 new Corruptors coming up. These Lurkers honestly getting good trades. Every High Templar dies here. The base goes down. I mean, Rogue is going to kill off a lot of MaxPax's army. Well, MaxPax will kill off everything that Rogue has. Rogue is already rebuilding. New Corruptors, Lings, and Hydras all on the way, and a Great Aspire, so you can switch the Corruptors into Broodlords should the situation arise. That switch up from one to the other is necessary. Usually if the Corruptors play cleanup, the follow-up moment you do kind of want to then move in towards the Broods. Otherwise you've just got a bunch of Corruptors that are kind of sit around not doing much apart from Caustic Spraying, which can usually only find so many opportunities anyway. Just get there. That's actually going to be a nice denial in the bottom corner. Mothership goes down. So no sneaky recall business or anything like that as Rogue sets up the Spine Crawler set up to the top to try and play defense. More Interceptors firing through. Hydra's getting chased away. 2 more Nexus, 3 more gates, a couple of Mortals, and plus 3 air weapons still coming by. We see a few drones going down as Zealots are just all over on that top side. A couple of those spores getting picked off as well. Just still moving about as the Ling is coming around the right-hand side. We're going to go over here and pick up on a Zealot, so Zealot will go down as well. Lurkers are burrowed up, and the next is going to be taking some pretty serious damage. It's going to go down again, so another base denial from Rogue. The carrier count is growing, mind you, and the higher the carrier count goes, the better I feel for MaxPax in a game like this. That was a nice storm off that High Templar just before it died, got a lot of Lings. $60 minutes DP on Golden Ore. Who's winning? That's a fantastic question, isn't it? I don't actually really know. I mean, Rogue setup is pretty good. 5, 6 bases, going towards base 7 on the gold. MaxPax limited to just the 4, but MaxPax's army always has that potential to just overwhelm and just win out anyway. So I like where it's going for Rogue, but it's a fight away from going wrong. I would like to see Rogue with a couple more spellcasters. He has none. A couple of Infestors, a couple of Vipers goes such a long way helping against an army like this. I don't think Rogue can win any more major fights if he doesn't have spellcasters added in, and that might just be the problem. If he takes a major fight, MaxPax smashes him because he has no spellcasters, the bank doesn't matter, because then MaxPax is going to be on top of your base and killing things as they spawn. You're never going to get time to recover anymore. More changelings go down. Ling's going to go out to the left-hand side. Going to find a couple of Zealots there. Look, there's Burrow for a, well, very effective set of pickoffs. So we've seen our Archons continuing through. A couple of Lings getting picked off. Hydras will get jumped on as well. It really comes down to whether, again, this one army of MaxPax is going to be able to get the job done. It's absolutely possible. It's absolutely plausible. A few extra Zealots coming in, a couple of carriers coming about. we setting up on this left. We move around a little bit here, figuring out where we're going, what we're trying to do. Carriers and so forth still coming forward as well. Yeah, those lurkers firing. A couple of Archons taking some shots. Interceptor's going to just fly on in there. A bunch of lurkers going down. This is the issue. I mean, Rogue, you really use these corruptors to put it working, but those are some good storms. It was a great time warp. Not sure this is a good enough fight for Rogue going into it initially. The corruptors are just absolutely melting to the splash damage. 29 new corruptors start up. That was not the fight at all. Well, like I say, you know what would be really nice? Some spellcasters. That was a horrible fight from Rogue. I actually can't iterate just how bad that is. Oh, pain, pain, pain. Alright, well, the carriers continuing through is going to knock down all the creep. I think this is the point where Rogue just loses a second fight, honestly. I don't think the rebuild's going to matter. That's all of his bank advantage completely gone, by the way. We'll have a few Lings and Hydras showing up on the right side to deny that base of MaxPax. MaxPax is actually just going to win this base off of 4 bases. Rogue did not need to take the fight there. And again, I absolutely think he could have just taken the time to improve his army. This was a completely unnecessary loss. This was the one-way MaxPax wins it, right? One big fight. That's very convincing. Version 2 of this looks a little bit better because the storms on the corruptors are not quite as plentiful. Well, can Rogue do it with the rebuild? I still think he's completely outnumbered. As these corruptors, can they just do enough? 2 more carriers going down, 100 supply each. It's fairly close, but there's not really a ground army. Observer still exists, so we are going to be able to knock down a couple of lurkers. And the corruptors are all gone with carriers still in the sky, so that is in fact going to be enough. Falcon's still flying, Hatchery taking damage. Just going to be seeing these corruptors still coming through. A few zealots coming around. There we go. Corruptor's just going to go diving forwards. Mothership would be getting hit. I was just going to have ourselves zealots continue to come through. A few drones going to be dropping. Rogue just didn't take the fight properly in the later game. I mean, that's all it comes down to. Kind of disappointing because I feel like the rest of this game was very well set up. Just did not do what he had to later on. And absolutely had to have a chance in these later game fights, unfortunately. GG's, and Rogue is going to tap out for MaxPax with to take a 1-0 lead here in this matchup. Amphion going to be for map 2, so we're going to get hosted up and straight into game number 2 here, guys, as we keep the games rolling. Thank you so much for joining us here as MaxPax Rogue. The climax of our day, we have peaked over 2,000 viewers, which is amazing. Good to see you all. Thank you so much for joining us as we get ready to dive into, again, game 2 of MaxPax and Rogue. If MaxPax wins this 2-0, so if he wins this game, he can finish first place in this group, but he must win 2-0. He cannot let Rogue win this one. Top left, up 1. Honestly, don't know if it was a great situation for him, but the fight was absolutely good enough, so the rest of it didn't really matter. In the top left, blue Protoss is MaxPax, up 1-0 here against a Rogue. In the bottom right, our red Zerg. Alright guys, could be the last game of the day, and I'd just like to remind you, quick mention, that if you have enjoyed the games, do consider liking, subscribing, following, Prime subscribing, regular subbing, gift subbing, anything you can do to support the channels, support the stream, and support this tournament. This is a WardiTV event. This is money that is gathered from you guys supporting the stream, such as those subs, etc. So do check out. the options to support, and even if it is just a like or a follow or whatever, really is super appreciated, guys. So one last mention for this cheeky sellout opportunity of the day as our Nexus goes down the natural hatchery on the 6 o'clock here from Rogue. Yo, Phalanx, thank you so much for the 32-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Are we going to see another game kind of go that same way? I can't imagine Rogue is super hyped to play another game where it felt like it was going great and it all fell apart because he took a terrible fight, but maybe you can really look at that and figure out what he needs to change. Yo, Seacall, thank you so much as well for the Prime sub for the 6 months. Welcome back, man. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A little Chrono Boost on the Adept that's on its way out over here. Rogue moving over, Overlord coming about. Ling speed is on the way from the spawning pool. The 2 Lings of Rogue going to come moving out as well. So they're just going to head to the center of the map here right about now. Single drone going to come across toward the 3rd as well. Again, Ling speed coming through. Stargate is a building. Getting that on the way up. Morling is still moving through from Rogue. The Lings start to nibble at those probes, so we go back and forth there for a few moments. Speed's about to finish here. Rogue has a few more Lings that are currently defending against the depths. That becomes much easier with Ling speed, of course, and MaxPax. Knowing that, knowing the timings, is already backing away from this one, is already falling out of positions. Just going to back it straight up. Again, a gateway coming through, the Oracle coming up. Warp Gate is still building up and online for these next few moments. Our drones continue to come in, and that hatch coming up as well. Oracle still moving down the bottom side here. It's going to be coming across for now. It's going to activate and actually going to get a couple of drones, so MaxPax will be the first to really draw blood here, which is pretty typical. I was going to say, not so good if we lose the Oracle already. But the Oracle just about is able to get out. Warp Gate is finishing. A couple of assimilators coming down and on track. Those few Lings just going to get back onto this set of rocks as well. Just going to get that up and rolling. Plus, you open up these rocks and you get access to this base already. That's amazing for Rogue. A great access point for him. And he is making a lot more Lings. I think a lot more than MaxPax is necessarily kind of thinking of dealing with here. As MaxPax revelates, he does not see the lack of drones on the natural. He sees all the drones on the 3rd base. But yeah, none on the natural. That's the info he is missing right now as he tries to come around. Now he's going to see that there's just nothing here at all. Revelates and he realizes, oh my goodness, there's nothing. And so what does he do? Well, he's already got Lings in his base because they came through the rocks and then through the minerals. So he's already in a little bit of trouble as Rogue is going to catch MaxPax a little bit unguarded. Now more Lings are going to be showing up, and that 3rd base immediately in trouble. A few Lings in the main just going to try for an assimilator. I love it, just splitting Lings off absolutely everywhere to cause ultra chaos as much as possible. How much can Rogue continue to do with this over these next few moments? As we do have this Nexus finishing up. It's only 4 probes killed. Rogue did start droning behind it at least, so he's had a little bit of follow-up coming through. Again, that Oracle popping up, a couple extra gates, and the Forge coming online. These few Lings still chasing more probes down. Melee upgrade and the Balin speed coming out on the side of Rogue, and that means that we're ready for the next stage of this, which is going to be continued into obviously pretty Ling heavy. We'll obviously have the Ling Bane just support across the board here. Extra gates coming up, the Baneling Nest is still coming through. Lings and the +1 melee upgrade continue to come by. Even though these Lings haven't done much more, they've kept a lot of the units at home. The 4th Oracle was made, 5th Oracle was made. these are all costs from MaxPax and things that you're not doing elsewhere on the map, right? If you make 5 oracles, it'd be amazing if they could be out on the map doing things, but they've just not been. So while it's not maybe been the most damage from Rogue, there are a lot of indirect inconveniences he's caused to MaxPax, with his build now being thrown off a big way from what it usually would be as well. Definitely a lot of different things to look at there. Feelings put back over the left side. Stalker going after the Overlord. Let's get down the bottom. Just going to see how Link's coming back over. Charge gates, Robo Templar Archives coming through. The +1 attack is halfway done. Banes is going to crash in. Battery goes down. A few probes are going to get crashed into as well. Well, this is going to be a third base that needs defending by these oracles. Lings are in the main base again. This gap here and just access through is just very well abused so far by Rogue. Now, he does mega damage. 15 probes dead. Actually going to get a Stalker here as well. These couple of Banes are going to finish. They're going to go to the low ground. He actually gets rid of the Adept, so it's only Zealots that can really fight those Banelings. And that means 2 of them will reach the mineral line to take it to 25 workers killed. Well, Rogue just going to continue to stream Ling Bane across the map. Ling's coming across, Banes are morphing. And I don't think he's wrong to do so. I mean, MaxPax is on his way to charge, so he's trying to build Zealots, but obviously Zealots are not exactly the most defensive units against the Banelings. That's the issue. The Banelings, against the Lings, yeah, the Zealots can be great, but against the Banelings, the Zealots just have a bad time. Right now, there's not enough Zealots anyway, so they're getting fully surrounded, they're getting cleaned up. Rogue is about to guarantee himself first place in this group by taking a single map. That's all he needs to be first in the group and to go straight to the quarterfinals. It looks as though he's done it here, and there it is. Confirmation as MaxPax says GG. Rogue is going to take game number 2, and we are tied up. We are going to go to game 3. We're going to get every single map in the series. But again, for Rogue, that means he is pretty much guaranteed first in the group. MaxPax, even if he wins the next game, can never have a better map score than Rogue does. And that's going to be, obviously, then very decisive in how this group turns out. Alright, gonna throw some invites down. As we go into our final map of the day, guys. MaxPax Rogue, one final game. We get one more map. Let's get into it. One final game for us. A little bit more Starcraft 2 this evening on the Summer Bash Group B. Thanks so much for joining us, and let's get into our finale. Site Delta for Rogue, MaxPax, figuring out the final standings of this group. So MaxPax wins this, he will finish in 2nd place of the group. If he loses this, he finishes in 3rd place of the group. So that is an important distinction, because typically 2nd place is a better seed to have. Let's find out what happens as we have in the top left-hand corner our Blue Protoss player. It is MaxPax. He let that last game just get away from him, and that's what Rogue, our Red Zerg in the bottom right, is so good at doing. Quirky little games, things that get away from you, things that don't quite go the way they're meant to go. All that kind of goodness, that is what Rogue really does excel at a lot of the time. Well then, we have our overlords setting out on the map. Our probe is here to do the typical scout and harass of the mineral line. Let's get that underway from the start. The drone does go a nibbling. Well, drone going to come about for the probe. Probe getting chased away. Cybercore Nexus all coming up. Probe again just doing what probe should do. Hey, what's up, Jack Bird and PCE? Thank you so much for the 4-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Taking a moment to rest the voice a little bit at the start of this. We've been casting for about 6.5 hours straight. So just take a moment. It's been a busy, long day. It's been fun. It has been good games, though. It's been very fun games. Very, very fun set of matches. Now that Stargate is on the way through. We are going to be seeing our Nexus building on that natural, getting that completed. And it is a couple of, well, moments here as the Adept moves out onto the map. A few Lings gather up over on the left-hand side. Adept comes through. Apparently that's what I'm just going to say all the time today is I get excited up to 3 minutes deep. Has to go. Adept's going to fight. A couple of Lings is going to get chased. One Ling going down already. And the Oracle on the way up, so continue to be very standard for the moment. As the Adept shades, and the Ling just going to get hit there. Just going to get chased back. Is on its way, so again, we'll follow that across the map because that's going to be our next exciting part of what goes on in this. Adepts will be there. Lings get shoved backwards. Oracle still setting up in the middle. Warp gate. Finishing up in just a few moments as well. Twilight Council also in production currently from MaxPax. 3 more gateways coming out. Get all of that on the go. Seeing this Oracle coming back around that right-hand side again. Twilight Council, a couple of the gates coming through, probes on the way up. Queens, drones, spores, everything being brought on into play right now. Oracle will try and do what it can. Currently sitting on the 3 kills. Gonna get another drone here. Just going to back away from the moment into the corner. Glaives very quickly from MaxPax, so he's going to switch it up. We saw Glaives a couple games from Classic earlier, and against Rogue, Rogue just shut it down. And MaxPax make Glaives work for himself in this final game of the series. Again, a win for MaxPax secures him 2nd place in the group, while a loss will send him to 3rd place. 10 more drones coming out, and X is coming in. A couple more probes in production. Obviously waiting for that Resonating Glaives to be done. It's going to be our next main point of interest. We already have some Oracle and Adept harassment coming across to this side, so these a couple of units are going to move straight over here. A couple of Queens are going to be there to try and push this back as well. With a Revelation coming down. Obviously information is key, so you can figure out where you want to commit to, where you might be shading to in the near future as well. Products facility built from MaxPax on the natural. The Adept still shading down to the bottom right hand side. The 4th base of Rogue sets up on that 6 o'clock position as well. These Adepts just gonna keep moving by. Queens started being some trouble. The Lings started to run forwards, and there goes, I was gonna say there goes the Queen, but actually the transfusions are good. However, the Lings die. This is mostly just Queen DPS at the moment. As the Adepts shade up, they're gonna get quite a few drones from the main base. So that's where a good amount of damage comes from. These Adepts on the low ground not really doing much at all. And these Adepts going to continue to go as they pick off even more of these drones. Some more workers are dropping. Adepts still trying to fight against those roaches. We do see more Adepts turning back around from the natural. Oracle's going to come over. They're going to activate onto these roaches as well. 1 roach going down. 2nd roach going down. Spore Crawler's going to try and fight back. I mean, 14 drones is already incredible damage from MaxPax to put himself across the map and fight with, so this is pretty much him narrowed into the only choice he has, which is to drone, and to just try and recover the economy lost and to try and play the game from here. But that's going to be tough as MaxPax on his way to Blinken +1. He's already thinking about the next step of this game, which is going to be how he continues to put some pressure on the field. Blink, very efficient way to trade. And of course, with that +1, the Blink Stalkers can do so much. And they'll have so much mobility as well, so it can really allow you to push back onto the map once again. That's what we are currently heading toward, as these 2 Oracles come down the right-hand side. Just going to activate. Oracle's still just moving about a little bit here. Have you seen the +1 missiles and roach speed coming up? More roaches still coming in. Infestation pit coming on through too. And prison +2 attack and blink still coming in as our stalkers and sentries settle down into the center for a bit of a push. We actually even have a reinforcing immortal with us as well. I imagine that's an immortal that was made initially just in case of a roach counterattack, but that never came about, so now we just add it into this army, which MaxPax apparently is not afraid of moving onto the map with. Stalkers, sentries, and the immortal gathering onto the bottom side. A few more stalkers will warp in. Force field's already down. Going to trap a couple of these Ravagers toward the front. Stasis Ward catches a few Lings already. Corrosive Vials going to, for the most part, be missing. This one actually missed the Stalker, which got out of the way, but Sentry moved into position. As MaxPax continues to try and take this trade, that one immortal, as long as it's standing here, is obviously going to clunk through some roaches, and as long as that's the case, it's going to make the Stalker's life a lot easier, but it can't blink, but it can jump into the prism, and that's how it's going to save itself there. As that is a defense for the moment out of Rogue, he is going to push MaxPax's first wave of army back, now finishing up his own +1 missile upgrade, so that's going to help him in the future. Nice. Just going to be seeing our Stalkers continue to move through. Ling Roach Ravage continue to come about. And again, charge +2 attack coming in. The Hive coming up. Hydra Den coming in as well. Just going to continue to come through here as we do see an army of MaxPax coming in from this left-hand side. Roach Ravager pushes up, and that obviously allows you to keep chasing this away. Stasis Ward will go off. Actually would have had that Corrosive Bile as MaxPax will finish his +2 attack upgrade, meaning that he's going to have the ability to just trade a little bit more efficiently once again. The upgrade lead back in his favor. Hive building on the main base of Rogue. The Lurker Den is on the way out. Roof Spines coming up on the Hydra Den as well as our Zerglings go around the right-hand side. I like this run by. This seems like it's got potential here, although Stalkers are quick to blink across toward it. That's fine. Obviously, it's nice for Rogue to keep trying those things. Doesn't need to necessarily find success every time, as we do find one Adept there that's going to get cleaned out. Any Adepts that randomly show up can be deadly because they've got Glaive still, so they kill workers very quickly, even if it's just one or two getting into a mineral line for a few moments. And absolutely, I say deadly. Obviously, at this point in the game, a few workers like that is anything but deadly, but deadly to the few drones that it meets. And obviously, a few drones are still better than no drones, if it is not as major of an impact as it would have been earlier in the game. Robo Bay, Templar Archives, both in production here with a fifth base now from MaxPax, so continue to tech towards some splash damage. These Ravagers get donated to the Save a Protoss Fund. We actually only take one of them though. Protoss doing pretty good nowadays, they don't even need both the Ravagers. Unbelievable. The way times change, huh? As a couple of creep teamers continue to spread outwards onto the map. Another revelation. And Hydras, Ravagers, Roaches, Lings all getting tracked about. These units are going to start backing it up a little bit as well. +1 armor about to finish, +3 attack is on the way. That Fusel's going to go into the hatchery already, so it's going to start picking through that as our Stalkers get back onto this, and a few Lings are going down. Drones are taking damage also. As Zealot gets picked off on that right-hand side. In the main base, it is going to be the Prism coming through, and a couple of these Zealots getting active onto those Lings. MaxPax once again bringing the pressure across the map. Storm coming through as the +3 attack, +2 armor continues from MaxPax as well. We blink across to the left-hand side. A few of these creep tumors going down. Storm is still on the way. Our Roach Hydra trying to get a wrap around here. These couple of Immortals going to get chased out of there as well. One Immortal going down. The other will fall too. However, there's a lot more going on than this. There's Zealots rampaging through the main base. There's a few of them going to deny this base that could have been cancelled here from Rogue as well. And I think there's starting to be just a little bit too much going on around the map. Rogue is taking some losses he doesn't necessarily need to. Like I say, missing the cancel on the right side. He's not dealing with the main base very well at all. And obviously, MaxPax's army is only getting better with Storm on the horizon. Well, it's going to be cloudy days ahead for Rogue, it seems like. Because I don't think he's got the proper protection to deal with Storm at this stage. I mean, he's getting up to Lurkers, so he's going to have those, yes. But just taking so much damage means that rebuilding is going to be tough. And usually the thing about Storm is, like, you're going to get some good Storms. They're going to trade well. So the Zerg needs to be able to, like, go rebuild those units that get Storm nice and quickly. Without that kind of throwaway potential, that bank to rebuild with, it's just going to be so tough. Unless Rogue can make it happen on this one big push. Forcing the issue against Storm isn't fun either. And that's the other problem, as you walk into the, walk across the map, you're essentially walking into Storms. And that lets them do maximum damage at this point. And move up to the top. Hydras will go for the battery. Lurkers will burrow up again. Robotics facility in some trouble. 5 probes going down. 5 drones going down. On the other side of the map, our Stalkers will pick through the hatch. Hatch will fall. So actually just going to say as MaxPax, he's like, I'm going to enter a little bit of a base trade. It's an interesting choice, because I don't know if he necessarily needs to base trade, but one of those things as well where Rogue's army's not great at base trade, and I think MaxPax just says I've got enough infrastructure to really benefit from this. The longer this gets drawn out, the more my income advantage comes into play, and if I end up scrapping here and there, that's generally better for my army, because it's very tough for you to split the Lurkers. The scary part of your army right now is the Lurkers in a mass. The less Lurkers that are all together at once, the more I can actually probably fight them, even if it's with a smaller army myself. As you just see MaxPax able to keep on pressuring up this ramp onto this base. He has lost his natural. That's pretty much the only action going on for Rogue right now on the other side at this stage. MaxPax pulls it back with this little force. The Lurkers move up into the main here. It's not easy for MaxPax to deal with that, however. We're going to recall in. We're going to have a Void Ray. We're just going to send this. Do we have the detection? Yes, we do. The Lurkers start to drop the Zealots from up the ramp. And the main base attack is going to go down. And Rogue just says that that's good enough. Congratulations, MaxPax. That is going to be GG's. MaxPax takes it 2-1 over Rogue to secure a 2nd place in the group. Congratulations to him. So I saw a couple of people asking about 2nd place versus 3rd place. So obviously, yes, if you match up against Group A, right? 2nd place of Group A of Group B plays Björn as the 3rd place of Group A, which is maybe more difficult than playing DNS, but when these matches are played, the benefit of playing 2 matches at once, players don't know other results in their groups, so they don't play this knowing that this is potentially like a difference between 2nd or 3rd. There's also other groups that they might match up against. And also, generally as well, if you take 2nd place, if you finish better in the groups, you get seeding and server preference going into the playoffs. So 2nd place finishes will always have server preference over 3rd place finishes. So if you meet someone that finished 3rd place in like the semifinals again or something, so first of all in the round of 12, but then in the like semis or something, you will have a server preference there as well. So it's absolutely worth playing for 2nd place pretty much every single time. And like I say, you don't know which group you're going to get drawn up against. So yeah, I just thought I'd answer that there. We do bake benefits into finishing higher in the group into the playoffs. Hey, what's up, Akko? Thank you so much for the 34-month resub. As we do have... that's going to be our end of our day, guys. That's going to be it for us. Thank you so much for watching. It's been a pleasure. I think we've actually had a very, very good time. Been a lot of fun, right? I think we've had a very, very good time indeed. Yeah, I've had a lot of fun. Hopefully you guys have as well. I really appreciate you all being here and hanging out with us. It's been, like I say, an absolute treat. And, yeah, I'm going to run a set of ads on the outro and then host someone up that's streaming some Starcraft to spread that Starcraft love around. So you can sit around for a few minutes. We'll send you guys on your way somewhere else. And you can support some other people doing some awesome Starcraft content. If you really enjoyed, do consider following, liking, subscribing, etc. All of the ways that you can support the channels really does help us out a whole bunch. We'll be live again tomorrow for Kung Fu Cup and on Thursday for Group D of the Summer Bash. I'm away Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and most of Monday, so probably no stream Monday either. So I'm away across the weekend on either side of it. But that's just ahead of even more action next week as well. So check us out for all of that. Set of ads, and the stream will be wrapping up, guys. So I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. See you guys next time. Peace out, bye-bye, and take care of yourselves. Thanks for watching.